Limited to 1 minute apiece, and we're going to go 45 minutes, and we're going to cut it off at 5:45. And we had a special request to go a little bit out of order, so we're going to call up the following: Clyde Yoshida, Lauren Walensky, Siv Verdun, and Kathy Baker. Non-agenda, yeah. Please go ahead, Clyde.
Okay, good evening, Board. My name is Clyde Yoshida. We represent the majority of the 16 members of the certificated staff at the San Diego Met High School. Our school is in crisis. Our principal continues to run our school through an abuse of her power. Matters of maintaining a safe campus for both students and staff are ignored by our principal. We face neglect, harassment, and bullying on a daily basis.
Hello, my name is Lauren Walensky. We are requesting a meeting with the board member John Lee Evans and board president Richard Barrera to address the concerns we are sharing with you now. We will clear our calendar for this meeting on Thursday, May 26th or May 31st. The issue of fear and intimidation was initially reported to the district hotline over 2 years ago, but was never investigated.
Hi, my name is Siv Verdun. After speaking individually and as a staff with our principal to no avail, we went next to our area superintendent. Despite being presented with documentation, a school climate survey, and signed staff letters, the area superintendent also dismissed our concerns.
My name is Kathy Baker. To date, there has been no inquiry or investigation on this matter, and this has allowed the conditions at our school to worsen. We hope that you will demonstrate through swift action and investigation that the headline on the district's website is more than words on a page. Bullies beware. New policy hopes to push you around. Once again, we implore you to schedule a meeting with the staff of the San Diego Met to help us resolve this issue of bullying and intimidation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I will follow up with you guys. Okay. Mike. Okay. Okay, Molly Apple Turner, Amanda Hammond Williams, Abraham Montoya, Adriana Riley, and Elisa Tao. Go ahead, guys, if you're ready. Is Molly? Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Molly Appel Turner, and the International Baccalaureate Program is important to me because it allows millions of people across the world to come together under one set of ideas, a set of ideas that transcends religions and borders. The International Baccalaureate Program allows many children to learn how to be communicators, inquirers, knowledgeable, thinkers, principled, reflective, open-minded, caring, balanced, and risk-takers. Each and every child at Roosevelt is learning and living these qualities daily. IB learners are all around me, in the friends I eat lunch with, in the children in each and every class. All of our IB learners are helping the world become a better place one day at a time by solving problems effectively with nonviolence, by communicating their differences with open minds. The skills they use now will be crucial becoming true peacemakers as they grow older. And in IB school, there are no enemies. There are only friends and friends to be. This is important to me because it means that I know that problems can and are being solved in a peaceful and nonviolent way. This is just part of the reason why IB is important to me.
Okay. Thank you, Molly. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Hey, my name's actually Karen Donovan. I'm standing in for Amanda Hammond-Williams.
Okay.
Can you hear me? I am sorry to hear about the school that presented before. I have to say I work at Bernie, and we are so proud of the work we have done. We have dedicated our time before school, after school, on weekends, on vacations for years to get to where we are today. Bernie is definitely a school to be proud of. Families choose to be here. Our attendance is the highest in our area. Our API is up. Our test scores are rising. And all of this is largely due to our commitment and belief in the IB program. So why wouldn't you want to fund that? I know you are facing some impossible financial decisions, but I'm here today and so proud to be here with my students, their parents, my fellow staff members, addressing the board for the first time in my 14 years of teaching with this district, because I feel so strongly about Bernie's IB program. Please do not cut our funding.
Jordan. I'm a student at Bernie Elementary. I'm here today because I don't understand how, if we just became an IB school, there's no money for us. Please keep funding it. Hi, my name is Adriana Riley. I am in second grade. I am in Bernie Elementary. I appreciate that we have all these teachers that have been great to us. I will miss running club and library, and it feels like everything is going away. Please help our IB school. My name is Alyssa Tao. I am a second grader at Bernie. I feel very strongly about being here today. Please do not take away dance and theater. Theater taught me to speak loudly and clearly. Dance taught me to have moves. Please think about Bernie's IB program. It is important. I am Zachary, I'm here to say this is like a war. I don't want my school to go down 5-year-old.
You know, I've heard of children to be seen and not heard, but not heard and not seen. So that was good.
It is unfortunate that we don't have a counselor anymore. My friend Kathy is being teased. She used to help us figure that out. It is unfortunate that we don't have dance anymore. We have a lot of energy and could use that exercise. It is unfortunate that the book I need to finish my paper is locked up in the library. It is unfortunate that I miss what my teacher said. My friend doesn't feel good. He has diabetes and there is no nurse today. It is unfortunate that I could not get the education I need to get into a good college. I want to be an ambassador and fight for human rights. I want to be the scientist who finds the cure for cancer. I want to be the vet who cares for your family pet. I want to be the doctor who may someday save your life. I am Alexandra Lombard. Us kids are the future, and I wanted to be there when you needed me. I am a Bernie B. I love my school. I study very hard, get good grades, and have perfect attendance. I am doing my part. Please don't sit up there and tell me it is unfortunate.
Hi, my name is Hannah. I'm a third grader at Bernie Elementary. Bernie just became an IB school. I've been here since first grade, and I really don't want Bernie's IB to end. I've been obsessed with the library, and if our IB goes away, so will our librarian. So please remember Bernie as an IB school.
My name is Gwen, and I'm a student at Bernie Elementary. We have dance, theater, and PE programs. They're not just for fun, but they are also for learning. Please help us keep our IB programs. My name is Eva, and I am a student at Bernie. We became an IB school last year, and I am here today because I think it's important that we should still have all of our classes. Thank you.
My name is Rona Swanson Brownell, and I'm a second grader at Bernie. I feel strongly about not having PE because PE is not just fun, but it gives us exercise. Exercise is good. Please think about Bernie.
My name is Samaria Watts. I'm in room 12 in Bernie Elementary. Please don't take away our nurse because she's the only nurse we have, and she helps us with our bodies, and she is the only one that can take care of us. I'm worried what will happen without her.
My name is Pernell Strom, and I go to Bernie Elementary, and I really don't want to lose our teachers. Losing a teacher is bad enough. Losing one teacher is bad enough, but losing the Spanish teacher, art teacher, PE, dance, library, and any IB units will be really disappointing. Taking away a teacher is like losing knowledge. Please don't take away these programs. Thank you.
My name is Michael Fogoni. I go to Bernie Elementary. We have a counselor, and we do not want you to take her away. She helps us with our feelings.
My name is Lorenzo Bucat, and I am in 2nd grade at Bernie. I really like PE and art. Please help us. We have worked hard, and we're losing our money. We want to keep our school IB.
My name is David. I go to Bernie Elementary. I want to have the IB unit. Bernie is the best school I have been at. We learned about rocks. For one of our IB units, my brother is 3 and he will go to Bernie. I want him to have the IB unit. Please don't take the IB unit.
My name is Seamus O'Malley. I am from Bernie Elementary. Our IB units are important to us. Please do not cut this money from us. We are important. Please don't just think about the grown-ups. It's important to us too.
My name is Kidis Bogali. I go to Alice Bernie Elementary School. I appreciate the Spanish teacher for teaching all of us Spanish. Please help us keep her at this school.
Hello, my name is Aaron Binder. I am in 2nd grade at Bernie Elementary. Please do not take away the PE teacher. I really enjoy doing golf and the parachute. Please give us money for our programs. I love our IB school.
My name is Alan Ramirez. I am in 2nd grade at Bernie Elementary. Please don't take PE because it is good exercise. We did a whole IB unit on healthy choices. Please think about our school.
Hi, my name is Mina Breezy. Please do not take away art class. It is really important to me because Miss Kaylin taught me how to draw. Being creative is an IB unit. We need art class.
My name is Jennifer Sayalong. I am a 2nd grader. I like this school because we have art class and PE. We like this school. We need IB. Please help us, please. Thank you for listening.
How should it go?
Okay. Ready? Hi, my name is Gabriel. I go to Bernie Elementary. We have mealworms for our IB unit. We do not want to lose our teacher and Mrs. Munjan. I like all these teachers, but next year they are not going to be here. Please help our IB school.
Hi, my name is Daniela Robles. I am in second grade in Bernie B. I want you to know that Bernie B is a good school for me. I love to go to the library because it's good to read books and it helps you to write. And it's fun to go into the computer. Please help us our library open.
Hello, my name is Elise Keller. I am in second grade at Bernie. At Bernie, I really learned so much since I first got here. I have 3 other little siblings, and I really want them to have Spanish, art, and PE. We have been working really hard. Please think about Bernie's IB program so my brother and sisters can have IB too.
My name is Barbara. I am in a second grader in Bernie. I think that you should give us our money. Yes, I do know that there are lots of other schools that need money, but we have been working so hard at Bernie. Please don't destroy Bernie's IB program.
My name is Haywan Matuko. I am a Bernie student in Bernie Elementary School. Please keep our classes and our Spanish teacher because I do a program with her and called Baile Folklorico, and it's really fun to me. I like performing on different stages with colorful skirts. Please give us the money.
My name's Amanda Hammond-Williams. I'm the principal for all these wonderful children. I'm sorry I didn't line them up alphabetically. I could see you guys trying to find their names. And when we first asked who wanted to go before the board, it was a very vague concept to them. And as they learned more about it and they watched a couple of the board meetings, well, some of the board, a little bit of the board meeting on TV, they all decided they wanted to speak. So thank you for your patience. Last year we were recognized by you as a school making a difference and by the state as a California Distinguished School, and all that's fine, but these are the important people who wanted to talk to you today about more than just test scores and awards. One of the 5 essential elements of the primary years program is action, and the children here today decided to take action by speaking to you about our school. Every child at Bernie learns to be a communicator and a risk taker. These students understand that in order to be an IB school next year, we will require a minimal level of funding, and in our preliminary 2012 budget, we had to make drastic cuts after losing about $400,000 in both magnet funding and Title I dollars. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Amanda. Okay, and thank you, Bernie community. So now we'll move on. Susan DeVicardis, Diego Savoya, Luke Nafrata, Claire Gianola.
Hello, my name is Luke Nafrata. I was asked by my principal, Ms. DeVicardis, to speak to you today about our IB school, Kate Sessions. I will be talking about 3 things that involve IB and my learning. First, I want to talk about how the IB program helps me learn about global affairs and not just U.S. affairs. For example, we have been collecting money for Japan relief efforts. This has brought me to the conclusion that our school doesn't just care about the U.S., but is willing to help out other countries. Second, I'd like to talk about our IB profiles. Some of these profiles are courage, being a risk taker, being balanced, and being a thinker. I think you need these traits to be successful in any business scenario or in personal relationships. Each IB profile that we accumulate helps us as students to be more social and achieve goals. Last but not least, I want to talk about my IB exhibition project that I had this year in 5th grade. For 3 weeks, I had to research on a certain world problem. My team and I had to put all of our research together on pollution to create one big presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Luke.
Hi, my name is Claire Ginella, and I have a dream. I go to Kate Sessions Elementary. I'm in the 3rd grade, and I will turn 9 in July. Some kids might feel proud to be an IB, International Baccalaureate School, but it's so much more than just pride. It's a way that children can express their feelings and show their true talent. Yes, I have a dream. I want peace in the world. Kids and adults have suffered anger or sadness before. Some kids get bullied, others are poor. Some adults are homeless, or maybe they decide to join the military and leave their families for a while, and that's a perfect example of fighting for freedom. But has it ever occurred to you that fighting might not be the best way to work things out? I mean, why fight? I understand that people on either side have different opinions. However, I truly believe that what triggers that impulse is anger. In our IB school, we learn about many things like commitment, respect, and tolerance. Showing these things can make the world a better place. So if we all make amends and let go of our anger, we can make a difference. Just to make a change, it only takes one. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Anthony Savoya, and I'm a resident of Pacific Beach and a parent of 2 children at Kate Sessions. 5 years ago, Kate Sessions started the application to become an IB program school. After countless hours put in by Kate Sessions staff, parents, and kids, we became authorized a year and a half ago. The district requested we become an IB school along with other schools in the Mission Bay Pacific Beach district. This has led to an increase in our test scores, more families coming to Kate Sessions, some have even left private schools to come to our school, and an overall positive outlook on the education being received at Kate Sessions. Now our children can go from elementary to middle to high school within our cluster while maintaining the IB program's high standards. After all the hours of work, volunteer work, and money already spent by the district and the Kate Sessions PTO to enhance our educational system through the IB program and increasing the attendance and population in our school, why would you create something so good and then get rid of it when it's a huge benefit to our educational system in our community? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sue D. Vaqueras, principal at Kate Sessions Elementary School. And this year, due to budget cuts, we are losing a large portion of our program, and we desperately need that program funded. There's been a lot of hours, a lot of time, and a lot of staff and children that will suffer if we lose that program. So we implore you to please fund the IB program for Kate Sessions and the Pacific Beach Cluster Schools. Thank you.
Okay, Lindsay Salatka, Michelle Flores, Adrian Rivera, Luis Galvan, Mitzi Litzaraga.
你好，我的名字叫米娅，我是巴拿的小学3年级的学生。我希望给你这西方话，并说谢谢你们如此辛苦的工作，来针对我们的学校和老师。我爱我的学校，我爱我的老师们，我爱学中文。谢谢你们让医学变得可能。Hello, my name is Mia. I am a 3rd grader at Barnard Elementary. I want to give you this painting I did to say thank you for working hard to save our school and save our teachers. I love my school. I love my teachers. I love learning Chinese. Thank you for making it all possible.
My name is Lindsay Salatka, and my address is on record. I'm a parent at Barnard Elementary. I want to thank you for your efforts to save our unique curriculum at Barnard and our especially trained teachers. As you know, our teachers have all undergone training at the district level to implement literacy in the immersion model. They have all been to China for in-depth cultural training. It would be very difficult to replace these teachers. We understand the budget is not your fault, and we are actively writing our legislators. If funding does become available, we ask that you think of our program and do your best to keep it alive. Working with China will be a part of our future. Let's get some San Diego Unified kids prepared for this undeniable truth. In addition to our teachers, our principal plus 2 other key positions, the project resource instructor and English language arts teacher, have been removed. We need our principal and these instructors to continue the success of our amazing program. Please continue to do your best job in securing a great education for our kids. Save our teachers, save our principal. Fei Chang Gan Xie, Xie Xie. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Luis Galvin. I'm a student at Pacific Beach Middle School, which is an IB Middle Years Program school. I'm proud to say I'm a bilingual student. My first language is Spanish. Being bilingual, I will have more opportunities in a better future. IB helps me to be a communicator in both languages. Until PB Middle, I'd never learned about my own language. I am learning academic Spanish, no slang words, and I'm perfecting my Spanish grammar. It's helping me to be a better student and understanding Spanish also. I'm learning to read, write, and speak with ease in English and Spanish. And it's all because of our IB focus on languages. Y lo que quiero decir es que mi clase favorita es español y es muy importante para mí y para mi familia. If you didn't understand me, it might be because you never had a Spanish class like mine. Our world and our nation needs more people to become bilingual or even trilingual. The IB makes it happen. Please don't take our IB away. We need your support. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adrian Rivera. I'm in the 7th grade at Pacific Beach Middle School. I am also a bilingual student. My first language is Spanish and not English, so the IB program has taught me many things about my culture. Thanks to IB, I have become a world learner. Without IB, my school education would be really different. El español me ayudó mucho en mi vida. Sin saber el español, no aprendería muchas cosas de mi cultura. También aprendí todos los tipos de gramática como presente y el pasado. También si quitan el programa de IB, muchos estudiantes no van a poder tener la oportunidad de tener una buena educación de español. También necesitamos los autobuses para que vengan los estudiantes a aprender a nuestra escuela. También no quiero perder a todos mis amigos que llevan el bus. Sin el programa IB, la educación no sería fácil. Sería una escuela muy aburrida. Thanks for taking this time and listening to my speech. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Board of Education members and Superintendent Bill Koba. I'm Mitzi Yates-Lisadaga, the principal of SCPA. Our API scores continue to increase, and our CST scores continue to increase as well. But we all know that student achievement is not based solely on test scores. So I want to tell you a personal story. When my brother-in-law was 18 years old, a California Highway Patrol officer ran a stop sign and hit my brother-in-law's car, and he became paralyzed from the neck down. And his future changed forever. His dreams were shattered. And even though he's 50 years old today, he is, in the words of Langston Hughes, a living example of a dream deferred. And so my students have a few words to share with you about dreams possibly being deferred.
Hello, my name is Rachel Patterson, and we are all attendants of the San Diego School of Creative and Performing Arts. My school is a focused magnet school. We focus on the arts, and 50% of the students at my school ride the bus. If buses were cut from our school, 50% of the kids at my school would not have the opportunity to learn the arts, which we all know is an important thing, a discipline. and our school would not function if it was half full. It wouldn't even be a magnet school anymore. So, and I would also like you to take into account the fact that it is too late to switch schools. That deadline passed in January, so thank you.
And just to use up the rest of my time, many major cities boast of arts public magnet schools, Chicago, D.C., New York, and we really feel strongly that San Diego deserves a magnet school such as SCPA, and transportation, eliminating that, will absolutely wipe it out. One last piece about that, our San Diego city prides itself on being one of the finest. It employs more than 23,000 people in the arts, and our school prepares students for these jobs. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, Michelle Flores, Eileen Moreno, Adalia Lovato, Terry Sforza, and Bonnie Maratea.
Good afternoon. My name is Eileen Moreno. I'm the principal at Fay Elementary. And a few weeks ago, we stood to lose all but one of our 27 teachers. As of today, 8 of our teachers received layoff notices 2 weeks ago. Fay has an enrollment of 700 students. We are 60% Latino, 16% African American, and the majority of the remaining 24% are Cambodian and Vietnamese, many of whom arrived from refugee camps. Furthermore, we are in an economically disadvantaged community, are categorized as 100% Title I, and 70% of our students are English learners. We love our students, parents, and community at Fay, but we cannot deny the grim academic statistics associated with the populations I've just described. Yet we gladly put forth every effort to meet and exceed the educational needs of our students. Nevertheless, facing the loss of 8 exceptional teachers and seeing class sizes in the primary grades rise to 30 feels like we are being set up for failure. We're surrounded by many sister schools in the same situation with the same demographics. Therefore, I sincerely hope you will rescind the layoff notices as well as reconsider reducing class size in K-3. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adalia Lovato. I am the Vice Principal of Fay Elementary. I want to thank the members of the board for always listening to our concerns and for finding funding to reinstate some of our staff at Fay Elementary. However, today I am here to let you know that we still have 8 teachers, as Ms. Moreno mentioned, that have layoff notices, and though we have some of our teachers returning, this is not good enough for all of our students. I am speaking up for my school community and for others because we need all of our teachers to return. We always say that the budget cuts are going to stay away from the classroom, but is this really the case happening right now? President Kennedy once said, "Our progress as a nation can be no swifter than our progress in education." The human mind is our fundamental resource. The foundation of our students' education is a teacher and a classroom. In a perfect world, no one would have to lose their job, but we all know that the district is in a budgetary crisis that's not going away. Therefore, our students should be the primary focus, and their needs need to be met by a teacher and a classroom. Thank you so much.
My name is Terry Sforza, and I'm a parent at Barnard Elementary. My address is on file. I sent you all a letter, and I'll try to make this very quick. I really wish we could bottle all of this energy and take it to Sacramento where it can make a difference and we can get the tax structure in the state that we need to fund the schools, because we know that the decisions you have to make are impossible if you have no money. All of the worthy programs in the world don't make a difference. Of course, ours is the most worthy that you have. We're preparing the kids for the 21st century, taking advantage of the brain's, ability to soak up a second language when they're this young, is amazing. And I would love it if you could do it at all the schools instead of just a couple of language immersion schools. I mean, all kids can get that at this point. Thank you for giving us back some of our teachers. As you know, we still have a couple of little outstanding pink slips, like the principal, who's kind of been really working this program hard. Been in China every few months, getting us more teachers that aren't going to cost us anything. So thank you. We love you, and let's use this energy to change the system. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Maratea. My child attends Longfellow Spanish Immersion School, a dedicated K-8 magnet school that has been producing bilingual and biliterate graduates for 30 years. Over half of our 700 students rely on buses to attend our school. I respectfully request that you continue funding transportation for our district's specialized language programs. I'm also here as a representative for our school to deliver over 350 signed letters from our Longfellow parents. They don't want to see our specialized language programs disappear if our enrollment numbers are cut in half. Busing allows for children from all backgrounds and economic standing to experience our unique and successful program. In Longfellow's case, it is the only full Spanish language immersion program in the district. When students graduate in 8th grade, they're able to read, write, and speak in both English and Spanish. On behalf of the entire Longfellow community, I want to thank you for your efforts to protect and preserve this valuable program. Thank you.
Okay, Maha Hussein, Karen Donovan, Sally Smith, Adrian Galvan, Lucinda Contreras, and Norma Gutierrez. Please go ahead, Sally.
I have a letter here from Nellie Meyer regarding my concern. It's that students are having their grades lowered for extracurricular activity. According to the Education Code, extracurricular means outside the curriculum. It's for fun. It's to relax. It's to be connected to your school and doing something that no grade is issued for, and students exercise some degree of control. San Diego Unified has moved many extracurricular activities into PE for a grade, but the kids are penalized even when they're meeting for more than 400 minutes a day. I mean, 2 or 3 hours sometimes, and they get their grades lowered. It's in the letter. And also, kids that don't have money, they don't have money to buy field hockey equipment or cheerleading outfits, they don't get to participate in these classes that are now PE classes when they should have always stayed in the extracurricular area. I'm concerned about this, and I think it needs to be thoroughly reviewed.
Hi, my name is Maha Hussein. I am a parent of 3 children, those who are attending Mary Fay Elementary School. I felt very sad when I hear about that 8 teachers are getting laid off. There is one African proverb which says, a person without education is a house without light. We're dealing with a tough life in this moment because we are very worried if our children are more than 30 students in one class, which I feel they may not get enough education, and our kids are our future. The teachers' ignorance is a disease, and to stop the disease, teachers is the cure for the ignorance. And education is the medical equipment. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Norma Gutierrez. There is no other program like the one at my school. After 3 years at Pacific Beach Middle IB, I have learned to be a leader, not only in my school, but in my community. IB helps us to become internationally minded and to understand that we are not alone in the world. Through our IB units, I've learned that I must take action to care for others and the environment. This year alone, my 8th grade classmates and I have volunteered over 5,700 hours of service. Our program benefits students and the community. The IB has also built other skills that I'll need in the real world, such as becoming a strong communicator in my first language, Espanol, and my second language, English. And whether it's in English or Spanish, this program has taught me to speak up for what I believe in and to take risks. That's what I'm doing here. I'm speaking up for myself and my other beach area students. The teachers at PB Middle have prepared me and inspired me to attempt the prestigious IB diploma at Mission Bay High School. But students like me are calling on your support to continue PB Middle's success story. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marie.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lucila Contreras, una madre de un niño de Pacific Beach Middle School. Yo vengo en representación de todos los padres que no nos quiten los fondos que nos dan para la escuela. Es muy importante para nosotros.
¿Cuál es su nombre de nuevo?
Lucila Contreras.
Pacific Beach Middle School. Good afternoon, my name is Lucina Contreras. I'm here from Pacific Beach School, and I'm here to represent all the parents at Pacific Beach School.
Sí. Yo vengo a que no nos quiten los fondos que nos dan para la escuela. Es muy importante para nosotros.
I'm here so that you don't take away the funds for our school. They're very important to us.
Y para los niños que van de diferentes partes, es una escuela muy buena. Nosotros queremos que no nos quiten el apoyo que tenemos y tampoco a los maestros.
And for the students that come from other places, it's a very good school, and we don't want you to take away the support that we have, and also and not take away the teachers.
Esperamos que tomen en cuenta nuestras peticiones y muchas gracias por todo.
We hope that you take this into consideration, and thank you for all. Thank you for everything.
Hi, my name is Dawn Martin, and I'm here speaking instead of Karen Donovan. I've lived in this neighborhood, University Heights, for over 10 years. When my husband and I were starting a family, we researched all of our school options, including our neighborhood school, Bernie Elementary. With the leadership of Principal Hammond Williams, the dedicated teachers, and the implementation of the International Baccalaureate program, we have seen the school flourish. Not only have test scores risen dramatically, but a real community has developed among the families there, and I think you've seen that evidenced today. I'm proud to say that my daughter attends her neighborhood school. Therefore, I want to urge the board not to drop magnet funding for IB schools. As a first grader at Bernie, my daughter is learning critical thinking skills and an appreciation for other cultures, which enriches her education. The district has stated that one of its reform measures is to promote critical thinking. It is therefore counterproductive to take away funding for a program that teaches exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, I thank everyone who's come for non-agenda public testimony, and we've got several speakers left who have signed up. We're going to have to get to that after the conclusion of the meeting, the regular meeting. So at this point, I'd like to ask the Marine Corps JROTC Color Guard from Mission Bay High School to present the colors. Please stand.
I would ask that you stay for colors, please. Please stand for colors. And please stay.
Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you, Mission Bay High. All right, I'd like to welcome everyone present today and those watching the broadcast and call the May 24th, 2011 regular meeting to order with all board members present. If you wish to address the board today and your name is not on the blue sheet located at both entrances to the auditorium, and if you've not already submitted a request for public testimony form, please complete the form and submit it to Ms. Ward. Speakers on agenda items will be called on to speak during the discussion of the agenda item. Once the discussion begins on an item, no additional public speaker requests will be accepted. Non-agenda item testimony was heard at 5 p.m. and will also be heard at the end of the meeting. At this point, we'd like our ASB student representative, Nancy Sokas, the president of the ASB at Patrick Henry High School, to tell us what's going on at Patrick Henry.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nancy Sokas. I'm the ASB president at Patrick Henry High School. This past weekend, we just had our pep rally and our senior prom at the Westin in Horton Plaza, which was a huge success. We had about 500 guests. And now we are just finishing up the school year, preparing for finals and senior activities as well as graduation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nancy. So now we'll move to our student presentation from Barnard Elementary School, Chinese Mandarin Magnet Program. Dr. Meyer, you want to introduce us?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Dr. Diana Carberry, the area superintendent for the Mission Bay Point Loma cluster. Diana.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, President Barrera, Superintendent Koba, members of the audience, and fellow cabinet members. Tonight, we have the pleasure of having the Point Loma cluster represented by Barnard Mandarin Chinese School, and I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Edward Parks, the principal, who will begin the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. We are so happy to be here today to be able to present to you our kindergarten, first grade, and some second grade too, and our first ever immersion program for San Diego Unified School District and the Mandarin program. These kids have studied so hard. They have so many activities. Our amazing Mandarin teachers let their performance do all the talking, pretty much. So thank you again. Enjoy. Thanks. We're actually going to start off with a video first, and so cue that up. Thank you.
Say Lisa. Lisa. Say taco. Taco. Say Chisa. Chisa. Say Chisa again. Chisa. Say Koso. Koso. Say Loso. Loso. Good job. You don't have to say this in Chinese. You can say Tanko. Tanko. Okay. Say Tulsi. Say Tulsi. Good. Tulsi. Good job saying Tulsi.
好，谢谢，谢谢，真是薪火相传，梨园欢歌唱盛世。朋友们，我身边的这位大家都认识吧？大山。
给大家拜年了，介绍来自世界各国孔子学院的一些学生，
他们来了，
来了，
来，朋友们，掌声欢迎他们跟大家一起过春节。
好，
大山，我先来啊。
好，那你先来哈。他叫艾迪，今年11岁，在美国学的汉语。
大山，我问你个问题好吗？
你问吧。
你学过汉语吗？
瞧，我学过汉语吗？大家说。 啊，当然学过呀。
学过
啊？
那你听听这个。
好啊。
有个小孩叫小兰，挑着个水桶上庙堂，摔了个跟头，捡了那个钱儿，又打醋又买，还买了一个小饭碗。小饭碗真好玩，没有边儿，没有沿儿，中间有个 小红点儿，小红点儿。
好，说的多好啊！
你来一遍。
我来不了了。哎呦，你说的太棒了，艾迪。
谢谢你，兄弟。
兄弟啊，你比我女儿还小1岁，还兄弟。
孔子曰：“四海之内皆兄弟也。”叫你兄弟不对吗？
那对了啊，谢谢你，兄弟。好。
that was our kindergarten immersion. Teacher is Sally Lowe. Now we have our first grade immersion students coming up to perform. This is Wei Yu.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Park, and thank you, Barnard. That was really spectacular. Yeah. I think Kevin just solved the budget crisis, actually. All right, let's move on to our superintendent's information report. Superintendent Koba.
Thank you, President Barrera. I do have one announcement for an appointment. I had forwarded a memo to the board that we were appointing Gene Robinson to the permanent position as Director of Transportation. Moving on to other items, I wanted to highlight the fact that in the last 2 weeks since our previous biweekly board meeting, I had the opportunity to tour campuses with both Mike Price and Tony Burks. Again, some outstanding teaching and learning occurring as we are wrapping up the school year. I was at Juarez and Jones Elementary up in the Sierra Mesa area, and then at Ibarra Elementary and Rolando Park. Just yesterday. Again, very positive experiences. The kids and the engagement in the classroom with the teachers and the classified support staff was just top-notch. Other items I wanted to point out, Reality Changers is a quite impressive organization. Christiane Alfanay, who's the founder of Reality Changers, serve on the City's Gain Commission, and over a period of time we've gotten to work together closely. In fact, in the coming year, we're going to offer up 4 campuses, distinctly separate parts of the district in the next year, where he'll have the opportunity to use the facilities for mentoring and coaching of kids that would be first-generation college candidates. I had the opportunity to witness his sweatshirt presentation, an annual event where they recognize the seniors that they have been mentoring in the program, who are in fact accepted at various schools and are being presented with the school colors. And it was quite an impressive group of about 16 kids in the range of schools, and GPAs was impressive given the backgrounds they were coming from. On the 16th of last week, Daryl Agase and I were at the Children's Initiative. I'm on that board, and Daryl was there to present our initiative for attendance this year. We actually did a demonstration of the data system, talked about how we do the multiple tracking of attendance and truancy. The board as a whole was quite impressed, and we've been asked by Sandy McBrayer, the Executive Director of Children's Initiative, to be able to present to the area to the superintendents throughout the county, because they believe that we've got a system second to none. And as a result of achieving a 5-year high in attendance, we stand to benefit by over $2 million in additional revenue this year, and I think we just need to continue the momentum with the area soups, the principals, teaching, and classified staff up and down the district at all the campuses are making that happen. On the 18th, I was involved with a press conference. Dr. Wilma Wooten, who is the county public health officer, Dr. Randy Ward from our county office of education, and Ralph Swenson from Grossmont Union, and I spoke about a new law. As of the 1st of July, all 7th through 12th graders are required to have something called the Tdap vaccination. It's a booster shot. It's to combat whooping cough or pertussis. Last year, in our district alone, we had either validated or suspected about a couple hundred cases, and we must get our 7th to 12th graders vaccinated. Our last count was that somewhere in the neighborhood of about 30,000 kids in that age group and grade group need to show up on the first day of school with the documentation that supports the vaccination. This is an issue across the county, across the 42 school districts, and we need to be very, very attentive to this. The process will have to be worked out for how we manage the children and get the word out. Bernie Reinerson and the communications folks have been advertising. You'll find it on the web page. I've seen it on marquees at the school sites where they're pushing for this message. And the last 2 things I want to bring up is the end of the year celebrations. I think the board, community, and staff have enjoyed some of the recognition. The past week was the Classified Employee of the Year Award. Over 200 of our classified folks were recognized at Fay Elementary, and that was on last Tuesday. Last Thursday, we had the Salute to Excellence. We recognized our valedictorians, top 1% graduating seniors. 96 of our best and brightest kids were acknowledged at SeaWorld. On Saturday, Saturday, I had a very special, near and dear to my heart. I went to the JROTC award ceremony as the reviewing official. I get a kick out of that stuff. Over 1,000 kids in our brigade, 11 JROTC district students and organizations. This was the 65th recognition of the Brigade Awards at Patrick Henry High, and it was a stadium just filled with energy, cheering, and so on. And I think it validated that this is a viable program in our district. And the last thing was that the board was recognized by the third annual Harvey Milk Diversity Leadership Awards last Friday for the Safe School Task Force that was put together last fall, has produced a policy, is building on the processes that go with that, and I think it was a great honor for the district to be recognized in such. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, board information reports. Mr. Beiser.
Last night I attended the PTA annual Founders Day award celebration, and the PTA calculated that I think somewhere over 170,000 volunteer hours by parents, and they used some numbers to average that, and they said that the contribution to the school district in just last year alone was worth over $4 million. And that's if you want to put a number on the value of parent PTA volunteers, if you can put a price on it, I think it's priceless. Having a parent in the classroom or parents involved in the school, I think that's really, really valuable. In terms of the Harvey Milk Diversity Breakfast on Sunday or Friday morning, I think that it is well deserved, and I'd like to acknowledge my fellow board members that this board received the Harvey Milk Leadership Award for 2011 for voting 5-0 to pass the anti-bullying policy, and also for our 5-0 vote on our resolution to support AB 9, Seth's Law, which would establish guidelines statewide for all school districts. Thank you.
Like Mr. Kolba, I've enjoyed going to some of the end-of-the-year celebration in the midst of poring over budget numbers all the time. It's nice to see what's actually happening out in schools, what the results are, the salute to excellence for our very high-performing seniors at SeaWorld last week. And certainly going out, and we've seen presentations today and people talking about going out to the schools. Someone else was asking me today to come out and visit their school. I have yet to visit a school or a program this year that I would say, yeah, that program needs to be cut or that program should be reduced. It just continually reinforces to me the really, really great programs that we have in this district and all the great things that are going on here, and we really need to stick together through all of this crisis. I was happy to see that the president of the Teachers Union was at the ceremony honoring the classified employees. I was happy to see leaders of the classified employees, Joan O'Hara and others who were there to recognize the graduating seniors and all the different parts of our district working together. And just finally this morning, we had, just to briefly mention, our board workshop was on developing a strategic process for a quality school in every neighborhood. It sounds very simple, but it's very exciting what the board is taking on in terms of moving our school district forward in the next few years. In spite of what's going on, in spite of all these budget crises, we're going to still plan for the future and work towards improving our schools here in San Diego.
Yes, our activities have been quite exciting, but I had a special treat yesterday. I went up to Dingman Elementary and met a teacher, Ms. Hagan. She had won me at an auction for lunch. But prior to our lunch, I had a chance to talk with her third grade class. And the thing about talking with students is they're so open-minded. So when I walked in, they had been talking about city government. And they asked what was school board, what did we do, and what is a superintendent. And we talked about those things, and we talked about the budget and 40% of $100 and 40% of $1. And so, of course, they had ideas of how to trim the budget. And among them were, just having a smaller school district. They said we have a smaller school district, then we can focus on each of the schools, each of the areas. And actually, they said it's smaller using our current area model. That if we just focus on having our current area models without the overhead, it would save us a lot of money. Okay, but they were quite interesting. One thing that also came up, one of the students said, make sure that you mention this. So I will. And his was not so much as far as saving money, but about competition among students. And so he said as the year ends and now has had their state testing, that we should have a district testing, that they're able to say, here's the top third grader in math. He wanted to get that third grade math award, or in other subjects too. But his point was that as we do our testing, that they be able to have some kind of competition, even at the school sites, to be able to identify here's the top third grader, fourth grader, fifth grader in their respective subjects. So just to let him know that I didn't forget to mention that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I first just want to say thank you to. Let me just ask, just for the folks who are here, please raise your hand if you have sent an email, a letter, a phone call, spoken to a member of the legislature, sent something to the governor's office in the past couple of weeks. So thank you very much. We should all applaud each other, because we're gonna hear later on, an update about what's happening in Sacramento. But the fact that Governor Brown continues to propose a budget that doesn't cut K-12 any further, the fact that the Republicans in the state assembly are claiming that they have a budget proposal that doesn't cut K-12 any further, means that this community is being heard. This community of advocates for public schools, students, parents, teachers, classified employees, administrators, community leaders up and down the state. The sleeping giant is waking up, and the politicians in Sacramento are listening, and we've got to keep it up, because we've got not just this year but the next several years to keep fighting for sufficient funding for public education. But what you're doing is working, and I just want to thank you for that. And then very briefly, I had a great time last night at the AP Incentive Program at the House of Blues. So this was just some of the most incredible young people that anybody would ever want to meet, who have done great work and were honored last night. Mostly graduating seniors, but we had some younger high school students and even middle school students that were being honored last night for their achievements, both on the AP test and just their overall academic and community achievements. So that was really a lot of fun and exciting to see. All right, we will now. Can we get a motion to adopt the agenda? And a second. All in favor? Okay, and do we have anybody that wants to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Just E7, please.
E9 and E43.
Okay, hold on just one second. E7.
E9.
9, 43.
And 43. Bingo.
26, please.
Oh my gosh.
E26.
E26. Okay, and is that it?
And the public's pulled some, I think. Right?
Yeah, I know. So we've got a public speaker for a few items, and we'll call them up now. And it looks like it's Joni Collins for most of these items. So, Joni, you've signed up to speak on items E19, E26, and E27. Please go ahead.
They're all related.
Okay.
Okay, so good evening, board members, President Barrera, Superintendent Koba, and Phil Stover, and Nellie Myers, and Miss Ward, and Patrick Henry student. Sorry, I didn't get your name. Oh, can I, Miss Ward, before you start timing, can you... I just made a copy just in case. I'm not going to get to the last page. I don't know if I have a copy for everybody, and I apologize if I don't. But my name is Joni Collins. I'm the lead delivery service driver out at the Cardinal Lane warehouse, and I also am vice president for distribution for CSEA. And basically how these articles or these agenda items that I support all of them, and They relate to an article that was in last Sunday's paper from our President Barrera, and I wanted to read just a little excerpt of it. It says, San Diego Unified has moved in the right direction the last 4 years by streamlining departments, eliminating waste, and making better use of technology. Examples include significant savings in the district transportation services and warehouse departments, where managers and frontline workers came together and identified strategies that allowed us to cancel costly outside contracts. Bringing the work in-house has saved jobs and millions of dollars for the district in the process. Thank you, President Barrera, for that article. And that just ties in with what the agenda items that I'm speaking on is. The first one is position that are hopefully going forward, a freezer worker position. This is, we have a freezer at the warehouse on Cardinal Lane. And if you haven't been there, it is very impressive. Our food service drivers used to have to drive all the way south to an outside freezer. Now we have one in our house on Cardinal Lane. So these positions support the in-house philosophy. So I would ask your support for those. That would be E19, and also the agreement with California School Employees Association, Chapter 724, and the district with these new positions. The other agenda items, E26 and E27, are also related. These are regarding the new technology bringing into our classroom, funded by Prop S. But the thing that I wanted to mention is that the two of them, the items are laser printers and the stools, the presentation stools. But the key thing that I wanted to bring to your attention is that these are going to be delivered at our warehouse on Cardinal Lane, received by our distribution stock clerks, and delivered by our distribution truck drivers. Again, staying with the theme of in-house is a cost savings. So the second page I didn't have time to read, so read it on your own. Thank you very much again for all your hard work.
Joni, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Okay, we'll take up the pulled items at the end of the meeting, but can we get a motion to adopt the rest of the consent agenda?
Other items except for those pulled.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, you know what? I am sorry. Item E42, we had a speaker for Fran Zimmerman. Is Fran here? No. Okay. All right, we'll move on. Okay, item F1. So this is our 2010 base API report, Superintendent.
Yes, thank you, President Pereira. I have Ron Rohde. He's got a handful of slides just to update the API report that we've recently received. Ron?
Right.
Good evening. This evening's presentation is looking at the 2010 API base, and just as a reminder, our state accountability system looking at the Academic Performance Index has 2 cycles to it. We have the baseline or benchmark in the spring with the base report, and then in the fall we have the growth report that looks at the progress over the current academic year. So the report that we're looking at today, there we go, has kind of 2 key components to it. One is we're looking at the ranks that are assigned to each of the schools. So we have a state rank, which essentially looks at a school compared to all other schools in the state within its grade level grouping. So elementary schools are considered as a group, middle schools, and then high schools. And the other part is establishing the growth target that the school must meet with the current year's testing. So again, it's really important that people understand that the results we're looking at today are based on last year's testing in 2010, not the current testing that we are have finished with our traditional calendar schools and are just starting with our year-round schools. There we go. And just as a frame of reference, we're just looking at the district performance on the API compared to other large urbans in the state. And these results are very similar to the ones we looked at last fall, but there are some minor differences in the calculations given some new tests that were introduced this year. I won't go into the details of how they were changed, but just to note that San Diego Unified, again, is ranked third among these districts, so only Garden Grove and San Francisco have outperformed our district. What we're looking at here is a look at the change in decile ranks for schools in the district, and these are only among the district-managed schools, so we have not included the charter schools in this analysis. And as you can see, we have a number of schools, 34 in total, that increased by 1 decile rank. 14 that increased by 2, and 1 school that increased by 3 decile ranks. So again, if we were to look at the performance of these schools last year, how many growth points they achieved, that would be a good indication that they're going to improve by decile ranks with this particular release. And again, these are some schools that we did highlight last fall, but just to show you what happened with their decile ranks, we have 14 schools that went up by 2, and we have 1 school that increased by 3 decile ranks. Some of these schools actually, in the group that went up by 2 deciles, had more growth in API points than the school, for example, that increased by 3 deciles. So Edison actually went up by 88 points last fall, and for example, Mann Middle went up by 96 points. Yet Mann only went up by 2 decile ranks, and Edison went up by 3. A lot of it has to do with how close you are to one of the cut points between the deciles. So again, those are 10% groups of 10% of schools, and if you were just below one of the cut points last year and now you're made 88 points, that could leapfrog you across a couple of those decile bands. And also, depending on where you fall within the decile ranks, if you're right in the middle at decile 4, 5, 6, 7, those are very narrow bands, so there might only be 20 or 30 points that separate the cut scores between those bands. Whereas if you're at decile 1 or decile 9, there's a large span. There might be 60 or 70 points, and so your growth has to be greater when you're at the far extremes in order to jump decile bands. But again, these are some schools that we celebrated and continue to watch and see what kind of growth they've had this year. We also had some schools that declined, and fortunately there were fewer schools that declined in decile rank than increased. That's good news. And here we have 35 schools total that decreased in decile rank, and only 5 that decreased by 2. And here, again, we have the list of schools, and they dropped in points last fall by somewhere between 13 and 29 points. So again, depends where they happen to fall within those bands. And the last slide here is just looking at the distribution of schools in San Diego Unified compared to the state. The state, by definition, we would see 30% of the schools in deciles 1 to 3, because again, it's in groupings of 10% of the schools. We should see 40% in the middle group, which is deciles 4 to 7, and at the state level, we would see 30% in the green band there, the deciles 8 to 10. So as you can see here, our elementary and middle schools are doing very well compared to the state. We have approximately 40% of schools in elementary and middle that are in the top 3 deciles, where of course statewide we would only see 30% of schools. And we're about on target, if you will, in the middle, the deciles 4 to 7, and we have fewer schools in those 2 grade level groupings in deciles 1 through 3. And it's very apparent here that we have issues with our high schools. We have a large, nearly 50% that are in the bottom 3 deciles. Again, according to statewide averages, we'd only expect to see 30 there. So this clearly shows that we have some high schools where we need to do considerable work. That's the brief presentation on these decile ranks. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Dr. Evans.
Okay. Now, these decile ranks are the actual decile rank as opposed to a similar school comparison, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I guess just with doing a little better than expected statewide on elementary and middle and falling down quite a bit on the high school level, I just want to ask the Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Meyer, to comment on that.
We can see as the standards progress from K-12 that the content becomes increasingly more difficult. So what we found is that students who could perhaps hit the ceiling as proficient on some of the earlier tests then find out that they are increasingly challenged and they perhaps have had gaps along the way if they'd have gone further on that are become apparent as they have increasingly rigorous courses. A couple of other things we've noticed, the academic language that's required for some of the higher content, such as physics and some of the social science terms that are, extremely difficult. They need grammar to break down the phonetics. They are things that sometimes catch up our second language learners. So we do see some gaps in that area as well. Some of the other things that we've noticed have been the increasing number of courses that they take as they go up in the secondary. The weighting of the science and the social science and other courses are then put into the mix, whereas before they weren't. One thing in particular as well, in the middle school, we see that they're very challenging because of the increased content. And then in high school, we add in a less demanding high school exit exam test, so it kind of balances out as they progress.
Jack. So as far as the changes that we need, in terms of the high school performance, would that be more in the preparation at the elementary and middle level, or is it what's actually happening at the high schools? I know that's a very general question.
And it's a very loaded question.
Yeah.
It would have to depend on the circumstance. But we find with the increasingly difficult content that students who have perhaps missed something along the way struggle, and then also perhaps they've missed it within the course that they're currently in. We also see in secondary, unfortunately, a larger truancy problem and other social dynamics that pull students out of class.
Okay, thank you.
Jackson.
Well, my question was just simple. What are we going to do about it? What is the plans? You identify what you're seeing, and so you understand what the problem is, but what is the plans, please?
Well, this morning we spoke at great detail of some of the larger big picture plans, but specifically we're working with schools on their site plans for student achievement to address this. We have a multiple array of social service supports through our student services department, and really a collective vision for how we're going to support students academically. One of the efforts the superintendent just mentioned, the attendance effort, is a great effort that really focuses on the point that if you are not in school, you won't have the opportunity to have access to the courses. And one last thing, the A through G effort, which raises the bar for all students, really is an effort that shows what we expect from all of our students. So if we clearly outline what we expect, we have a greater opportunity of reaching that goal.
Did you send us something in writing that's more specific? Because some of those things we had put in place a couple of years ago, so I would be concerned that if we have things in place and we're not seeing results of those items. Okay? Thank you.
Absolutely, I can provide documentation.
Okay. Any further comments? If not, we will move on. Item F2, this is our action item on the Downtown Library Charter School criteria. Superintendent?
If I could ask Moises to come forward.
Good
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Koba. This evening we have one charter school item for your consideration, and that is the second reading in action for the Downtown Library Charter School criteria. This item is a second reading in action for the approval of the Downtown Library request for a proposal and a scoring rubric. After staff received feedback and guidance from the board on May 4th, we have revised the RFP and rubric. I can walk through some of the revisions, and I'm available for questions as well, and this is in board docs. Also, District Architect Jim Watts is here if there's any additional questions. The initial modification that we made to the document, to the rubric, was we created a set of rubric items that relate to eligibility but do not necessarily receive a score. These are criteria that must be met to be deemed eligible to be housed at the library, and includes the following. Grade level clearly identifies the program for middle or high school. The charter school is organized as a 501c3 public benefit nonprofit organization. The school will demonstrate an ability to pay the estimated $61,000 as a minimum to cover operational costs. Staff is requesting board guidance regarding rent, meaning any charge above the actual operational costs. There is some flexibility in the cost structure, and again, we're coming to the board for some guidance on that particular question. Regarding fundraising, this was modified to remove it as a criterion for scoring, and instead may be part of the overall consideration of the submission. Enrollment was modified to reflect that the budget should indicate that by year 4 at the library site, the charter school would reach a capacity of 500 students to earn the highest score of 4 on the rubric. Demonstrated success criteria. This section was modified to reflect the desire that charter school principal has met API growth targets in the past. Geographic preference. This criteria was modified to ensure that to ensure that within the constraints of applicable admissions requirements, the charter school provides a very detailed and comprehensive outreach plan to recruit students who reside specifically in the downtown zip code or directly adjacent zip codes. Financial reserves. This criteria was modified to award the highest score to a charter school that shows a financial reserve of 5%. The next highest score would be a 4% reserve, and so on. Democratically elected stakeholders section was modified to include a democratically elected board by the charter school's 5th year, or at any time a petition is signed by 50% of the parents. The next set of criteria were modified to execute a more holistic analysis of stakeholders, comprehensive safety and emergency plans, parking plans, food services, and compliance with Civic Center Act. The RFP was modified to reflect changes to the rubric and to clarify that the district is requesting letters of support, not letters of reference. We hope the revised RFP and rubric have been responsive to the board and the public's feedback as of the first reading. We note that the revised versions were developed with input from CCSA as well as multiple departments at the district, such as facilities, finance, architect, and legal. This concludes our report, and we're available for questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Okay, we've got several public speakers that we'll call on, and then we'll do questions and comments. Thank you, Moises. Ian Pumpian, Laura Andrews, Rebecca Smith, Mel Katz, Laura May, and Lisa Berlanga.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Obviously, the opportunity for any school to be housed at a library is a really exciting opportunity, and we, among others, are interested in considering that possibility. I had to put either support or not support, but my comment would kind of go in the category of clarification, because I totally support the notion of moving forward with this plan. But one of the issues is we've been judged for the last 4 years in our public review by the district for some financial issues that I think are going to be faced by any school meeting the criteria in the proposal. We do have 500 students now. We do pay about $750,000 now. Our rent includes 200 parking spaces. This is Health Science High. Our rent includes 200 parking spaces, security, all our build-out costs are completed. And in each report we get from the district that you folks receive, I'll read you from the one from 2009. The school facility is at least for $750,000 a year, even if the school reaches its projected enrollment, which it has, of 500, and seeks facility grant SB 740, which it has and has received. There would still be a $400,000 in-lease expense paid by the school. This is not only a large amount in absolute dollars, but it's also high in amount per ADA, and they continue to identify that the school jeopardizes its existence based on these costs. And so they're the exact same costs that are going to be confronted by whatever school goes into this space. 500-person school. It's going to have the same high amount per ADA. Now you're talking about the addition of parking issues. There's no security built into this lease. We pay security as part of our lease agreement. And so I think that I would at least suggest if the district goes forward and looks at these proposals, there's some coordination with the financial department that the charters wouldn't get then criticized for paying these sort of fees. So, because we're paying the exact same fees now. It also speaks a little bit to the overall affordability of any school to pay these amounts, because you're probably looking at a $500 student revenue, about 32% of costs going to lease. When district schools are somewhere between 5 and 9%. So we can afford that. We've been affording that. And we've been able to carry the reserve requested. But again, it's the attention. There's also no details whether TI costs are going to be totally supported by the district, or whether the charter schools are going to be associated with that, so it's hard to write the proposal based on that. And there's no information anywhere about if there's any green space any close to the school. It would be helpful to know that as well. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Sure. Please go ahead. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Laura Andrews. As you know, I have spoke about being a parent. I have 3 teenagers, and now that they're dating, I have 5. I just wanted to tell you a little bit of my concerns in this CUBIC, which is the Democratic elected board. As you know, I've been very involved, as a parent, and I've had that opportunity because, it's been allowed. And there's plenty of opportunities here for our parent involvement, and I have no doubt that parents will be part of the school and how it functions from beginning to end. I just want to recommend that on that area that we look at more of an appointed board rather than a Democratic elected board. Like I mentioned, I strongly feel that everybody has a skill. We don't necessarily have to you don't have to tell us parents where to be, or how where our skill can be best used. I think that across the board, parents have been involved, will be involved wherever our best skills can be used. Thank you.
Good evening. Rebecca Smith, also with the Downtown Charter High School Board. I wanted to speak again to the issue of the democratically elected board. Back in the day, I was employee number 18 at High Tech High, and for 8 years then I worked in positions that worked very closely with our boards there in different projects, from fundraising to events to internships and marketing. And given my experience, I believe that just for these charter schools, the best practices are to have the boards that are based on individuals with specific expertise. I would offer then that the way to address maybe this democratically elected board is to maybe consider advisory boards that can also come along and support the students and the school community. Thank you.
President Barrera, school board members, Superintendent Koba, I'm Mel Katz, and I chair the board of Downtown Charter High. You've already heard from Laura and Rebecca. Also with us tonight is Alberta Ochoa, who's a member of the board. That's 4 of the 7 members of this board that for a school that has not started yet. We're very excited that the RFP is in front of you tonight and that you're going to hopefully take action on the RFP. We also thank you for addressing the concerns in the beginning of the month, and so many of them are addressed tonight. Our main concern is the democratically elected board. Our board already is a high-functioning board, already is a transparent board, already using the Brown Act. Our board is going to support the school administration, and it's going to really guide the school's strategic plan as far as sustainability. It's really important, I think, to have individuals who are using their individual expertise on this board. To me, if I could respectfully suggest, I would suggest that you let the applicants address in their proposals how they are going to make sure that all stakeholders are represented on this board. So instead of saying that it has to be democratically elected, let the applicants suggest to you what they're going to do to make sure that every stakeholder is represented. We thank you very much.
Thank you, President Barrera, school board members, and Superintendent Koba. My name is Laura May, and I am here representing KIPP Adelante Preparatory Academy. I am also here to express my concern about the democratically elected board. KIPP Adelante is successful because we have the ability to select our governing board members. At KIPP Adelante, we undergo a rigorous selection and recruiting process to find board members that best support the values and missions of KIPP Adelante. Our board is the primary support for our principal. They evaluate our principal. They lend legal expertise, and they are responsible for ensuring that KIPP Adelante is poised for financial stability and growth. Our school is successful because we have the ability to select our own board members, and we are very fortunate that we've been able to find board members that are deeply connected to our mission and values. This model has been successful, and I am concerned that with a democratically elected board, that a democratically elected board may dilute our effectiveness. Thank you.
Good evening, President Barrera, board members, Superintendent Koba, Lisa Berlanga with the California Charter Schools Association. First, I want to say thank you to Moises and Susan in the Charter School office. They've done a lot of work, as well as other staff members, in addressing a lot of the concerns that were in the initial rubric and the RFP. They had a big meeting where I was invited, and it was nice to be included. It's nice to have the collaboration and the opportunity for input. Many things were revised. There are two outstanding issues I'd like to address: the democratically elected boards and requiring a parent member on the board. Both of those items go above and beyond Ed Code, as stated in section whatever address 47605, I think, is the Ed Code section for charter schools. I have right in front of me, these are SB guidelines for boards. So the board's responsibility is to comply with legal responsibilities, charter mandates, provides for the school's mission, offers sound fiduciary guidance, initiates reviews, adopts policies. That's the board's job, the charter schools board. Parent and staff voice is very important, and that's also addressed in the SBA guidelines. It says a charter school shall have a process in place that ensures that families, faculty, and staff provide input regarding the charter school's effectiveness in various areas. So input from parents and input from staff is critically important, but requiring it to be as part of the board is not. We have many high-functioning boards that are not democratically elected. In fact, most in San Diego Unified are not. Most charter schools actually do have a parent on the board, but not all do. But again, this requirement and having this in the RFP and the conversations that keep coming up are taking the focus away from finding expertise on the board, because that's what charter schools should be looking for, expertise. The charter school board is responsible for the success of the charter school. And we need people on boards that have legal expertise, financial expertise, educational expertise. We need folks with that kind of information that can come and support the principal. Charter principals aren't as lucky as you. We don't have a legal person sitting to consult. We don't have staff to consult. We have to figure it out. And our board is our main support. And we need that board to be a board of experts that can bring resources and information and knowledge and experience to the school. And that's what what San Diego Unified should be telling the charter schools they need. I've had several conversations with some new charters thinking of submitting, and they're already changing their focus rather than looking for expertise to democratically elected boards. It's not a good focus. It's going to, as Laura said, dilute the board governance. It's not based on best practice. It's changing the focus. And I think it still stays in here because staff feels that this is important to board members, and I hope board members will reconsider it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jackson.
Certainly. I thank you again, staff, for your hard work in the charter office, and I appreciate all the changes that you made. I did the last time we met talked about the Democratic elected board, and my concern. But I do think there should be parents on the board. I see that you changed the language in the area of number 4, where you put "or" at a time that you have half the parents. The concern that I have about this, and I think I said this last time, but I'll say it again, is that the people who start charters have to put a lot of work into them. People who, in the beginning, they're the ones to go out and recruit people to work with them, and then they go out and they have to recruit families. And the concerns that I know that we feel is that we don't want people to, just recruit, and then they build a charter, and then 5 years later, someone says, well, let's elect a new board and throw out the people who spent their lifeblood developing that school. That's a concern that I have. On the other hand, I know that we've had instances where people do come in and do that, and we're trying to find a way for that not to happen. So we're trying to find a way to be protective of both the people who form the school and then those that come in and have different ideas later on. I think that certainly there has to be some room for parents on the board. I don't think any board should be functioning without parents on it, because there has to be someone that's helping the parents understand what is going on throughout the entire process should changes occur. I just can't support this number 4 is still the way it's written, and I'll try to think of some other language, but I do have a hard time with it. So again, we just need to work on this a little bit more. I am concerned that people will take and they will build a school, they will work hard, and then within 2 or 3 years, somebody else will come in and convince the parents that that board is not good for you. Here's a better board that you need to have.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Barnett?
Well, the whole discussion about how boards are comprised and the diversity and the stakeholder representation, I think, is really important. And to speak to some of the concerns with some of the speakers this evening, when we look at board members for the ICOC, we have one person on the ICOC that needs to be a parent of a child in the school district. We have another person that needs to be involved with the Taxpayers Association, or we have, so there are different ways to look at this. And so to the extent that we want to make sure that there's I think there's consensus that we want to have some kind of representation on the board. Maybe there's different ways to explore this avenue. Maybe take a look and see if the board's going to be 10 people. Maybe we look at some kind of parameters or criteria that 2 of those people be parents of children in the charter school, and that those parents are democratically elected. So it could be something along those lines. I think that this, we need to take another look at this and maybe see if there is some kind of a way to still have representation and stakeholders on the board for input, because even Lisa Berlong had read that staff, according to EdCode, staff and parents will have input. And I think that that's an important point, and I agree. And that's, I think, one of the motivation behind this idea of making sure that there's input in terms of some kind of stakeholder representation on a school site council. School site councils, at least in my experience, teachers vote for teacher representation on the school site council, and then there are also parents on the school site council. There are students on the school site council. There's other people from, so there's different ways to make sure that we have stakeholder representation so that we can still have expertise. But in addition to that, on the board, there may be a few people that are representative of parents and staff, something along those lines. I think that we shouldn't close the book on this, that we need to continue to vet this idea out and see if there is a way to comprise the board so that it is representative.
Mr. President, one question of staff the item on page 3 where there's a big blacked out section, I assume that's intended. That wasn't an error in the...
Yes, we took into account the feedback. So what we did is, in order to minimize the weight, if you will, of these particular criteria, we made them either receive a 2 or a 1. So, for example, safety and emergency plan, you either have a comprehensive plan or you don't. Parking, you either have a comprehensive description of parking or you don't. Food services, so basically it was to lessen, if you will, the overall impact on the score.
Okay. The other, that was all the question. Thank you. The gentleman did ask about the tenant improvements, and the district's required to spend $10 million in tenant improvements, so whatever the charter school wants is going to be pretty nice for $10 million bucks. I have a suggestion on the democratically elected board rubric and the stakeholders rubric. I suggest we move those under item 2, under consideration, because as opposed to a rubric, and just say that part of the consideration will be, how they address these issues, and that way it's not scored. Although even in the scoring, it's one of 14 items, but they still need to address it. But because we have the charter. Citizens Charter Committee working with the superintendent over the next several months, we're not going to come to conclusions. I think that allows people know that it's an important criteria of this board to make sure there's involvement in democratic, and then let them describe it. And so I would move approval of this with removing democratically elected board and stakeholders from the rubric and putting language to that effect under item 2 as consideration.
I have a question that would kind of clarify my position on that. Which, first of all, in terms of this procedure, we have this scoring system, and I'm wondering if this is a guideline or an actual objective score, because according to this, with the 1 to 4 ratings, enrollment, geographic preference, financial reserves are all equally weighted, and it's hard for me to see how every one of these is equal. I know you had to divide it up in terms of that, but I get concerned if the decision process is this score came out 56 and this one came out 51, and that's the basis for deciding. Right. I have the same problem in interviews of candidates and all types of things like that.
Ultimately, this process is going to be for staff to bring a recommendation forward to the board for a decision. Right. So at this point, this is what we're going to be using for a score, if you will. But that's not to say that's going to be the final decision. It will come back to the board for a final determination.
Okay. And then, thank you, Moises. And then on the issue that Mr. Barnett is bringing up about the democratically elected board and so forth, I think just to respond to what some of the people are saying, nothing in here seems to me to imply that it's going to be even a completely democratically elected board. On the scoring system that was here, it doesn't include parents at all, to having a majority of parents and staff within 5 years. And I certainly understand the process of starting with certain board members and gradually incorporating more parents and staff in as you're moving along. So I'm trying to think right now in terms of the comment that Mr. Barnett made, or the motion, is basically what you were saying, just to clarify, and then I'll see if I second that, is basically to say you have a process for including parent and staff participation in the board democratically, or you don't.
Well, what I'm saying is that will be a consideration of ultimately reviewing the charter. They know it's an important issue that this board has expressed concerns about, as opposed to it being measured empirically through this rubric with this criteria, that it would be a consideration under, and then they'll know it's important for this board to at least address it in the proposals, and I think they've heard for weeks and months that it is important, and so I think charters will address that if they want this board to approve their charter as one of the major considerations.
So on the yes/no categorization, I understand that, but what would be the wording for that?
I was going to leave it up to our great staff to move those two to item 2, so we wouldn't have to wordsmith it here, and as a consideration item. So that's my motion. Unless you want to try to wordsmith.
Well, I agree about not wordsmithing, but it basically sounds like on the yes/no, it's similar to what's down here under the stakeholder. It's somewhat repetitious between the two. Doesn't identify a broadly composed board. It doesn't include parent members to one that a broad composition that includes parent members.
Yeah, can I just jump in on this? And I could probably be persuaded on the consideration. I think that I think other board members have made the point that this is a matrix with many elements, and each of these elements has a score. So I think it's a little bit much to assert that if you don't have a completely democratically elected board, and we're talking about by year 5, that you couldn't be competitive in this proposal. I think that maybe a counter proposal, and we could talk about it. I actually think the language in the rubric under democratically elected board that scores 3 points. Proposal describes how some members of the board will be elected by parents and staff by 2017-18. I think it's pretty reasonable. Mm-hmm. And, I hear what people are saying, and I definitely understand the need for expertise on the part of a charter board. But I think you can absolutely have a balanced board, and part of what constitutes expertise is, parents and staff who are respected enough by their peers to have a role in the actual governance of the of the school. And again, to just simply eliminate the notion of some democratic accountability, I think is not taking seriously what kind of public investment that we're talking about here with both the library and a school inside the library. I think there does need to be some democratic accountability at some point down the road. I think by perhaps striking the language under the section that would score 4 points and maybe balancing that out, maybe it's a 3-2-1. I think what we're doing is we're certainly allowing for adequate expertise. I think we're allowing for a startup board, to get off the ground. But I think what we're saying, and it's similar to what Mr. Beiser talked about with the school site council, it's at the point that we've got an actual voice, not just input, but an actual voice in the governance of the school, that if that voice is elected by parents and staff, it's going to have legitimacy that doesn't come without a democratic election. So I might maybe propose as a counter to what Mr. Barnett is saying, that we strike that language that scores 4 points, and then we have under the framework, a 3-2-1.
I second that. Okay. And that would leave in place the one below about the stakeholders' involvement. Right?
Correct.
So that we would I see the difference now, the democratic issue versus just participation.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second with that language change, and to approve the rest, right? I think it's under the consideration part, but staff was seeking input on this question of rent. Do we charge rent above operational costs? Do we want to maybe incorporate that into the motion or make 2 motions?
That the staff has in here wording, unless you needed something more clear, it talked about the charter's prior year rent expenditures as a consideration. So do you need more clarification than that?
So there was a couple items that had to do with finance. The first one was regarding the operational costs. We turned that into an eligibility component. And again, at this point, that just if you meet that minimum threshold, that makes you eligible to be housed in this facility, if you will. I think the second criteria we're looking at is the financial reserves component, which talks about specific percentages. Our question was just wanted guidance from the board regarding did we want to actually, as a district, want to consider charging rent additional to the operational costs at this point, or are we as a district saying that $61,000 is what makes you eligible and no rent above and beyond that?
Oh, so is this saying that if you don't pay $61,000, then you're not eligible?
That's the way that's what we're currently looking at this point.
Yeah, but I guess my intent last time, and I thought the consideration did that, was if a charter school right now is operating and they're paying rent of $50,000, I don't want to say they're not eligible to be in here. I'm not saying I don't want to recover our costs. I'd like to, but I don't want to say you have absolutely no ability to compete if you don't meet that. That's why I think the language I wanted to put in was and maybe that language about current rent needs to be moved up under eligibility.
Could I just, could we vote on the other detail of the democratic selection of the board? Because I think this is an important point you're making, but to not get it all tied in together. So if we call the question.
So let's take the first motion, which is about approving the framework as is with the changes in the democratically elected section that I suggested.
Yes.
So do we have a...
I seconded it.
Yeah, okay. So all in favor of that? Okay. Now let's get back to it. Thanks, Dr. Ellis.
So I guess that's what my intent was last time, was that we definitely would love to recover our costs. I'm not looking for making a profit, if you will, from the charter school rental of the facility. So we definitely, our goal is to cover our costs, but if there are applicants who, especially in current charter schools, who are paying less, and we shouldn't disqualify them just because of this. Because if that's part of your budget now, and you come in and suddenly you have to pay, $10,000 or $20,000 more a month, it could suddenly throw you out of whack. So,
Mr. Sober, you want?
Yeah. The figures on page 1 in this assume that the charter would be paying $0 in rent. There is no rent in the $61,000. What we're saying here is that these are what we estimate would be the operating cost of operating the facility: insurance, custodial, maintenance. So what we're saying here is a charter school should be able to demonstrate that it can operate in that facility and not pay us a penny in terms of cost recovery or rent. The question is, we anticipate in a 72,000 square foot facility downtown, these are what the operational expenses would be. The question is, would you like us to add to these operational expenses that anyone would pay an amount to pay us in addition to that for rent?
And my answer is no to that question. And secondly, I don't want to disqualify a applicant from eligibility if they cannot meet this criteria.
So the issue is the definition of ability to pay. We want to see some evidence of ability to pay, but not necessarily that they're currently paying that amount, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm just saying, right now it says this criteria must be met by the applicant to be deemed eligible. So I guess I'm saying that it should not be a must be on that one, or we take language from the rent below and put it up in there.
Because below it says may.
Right, but once again,
it may be demonstrated. Okay.
But that says must, and so I assume that takes precedent on.
So, Mr. Stover, is this basically saying that we would like you to show us that you have the financial ability to? One of the lines here is pay the utilities.
Yes.
So, and what happens if a charter school can't pay the electric bill? Does the school district then pay their utility bills and all their other expenses?
No, we would not. We will not be incurring any operating costs for the school to operate. That's why we put this in here, because we want to make sure they have the resources to pay those. Now, these are, you see 7 cents per month for custodial in there per square foot. That is assuming they hire someone to do their custodial work. In theory, the parents could do it, I guess, but we're assuming basic business practices here, that they will have insurance, they will have custodial costs, they will have maintenance costs for common areas that they will have to pay.
I cannot support them not being able to demonstrate this. If this is just to be able to maintain what they need to maintain, then I think they should be able to show that they can pay that particular amount. The concern that I have would be I wouldn't ask for anything above that. Okay. But no.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we take Ms. Jackson, if that's a motion?
My motion is that it stays the way the staff has presented it,
with the guidance that we would not ask for rent above operational costs.
Yes.
Okay. And do we have a second for that motion? I'll second that motion. Further discussion.
Yeah, well, my issue is these numbers, in all due respect, they are plug numbers. I mean, once again, they could say, well, we can do custodial for 4 cents a month, or common area maintenance. We don't know exactly what it's going to be, although we're required under our lease, I believe, to pay the common area to the city, right? Mm-hmm. Under our agreement?
I believe so.
So we're required to pay that, so that would be a pass-through. So by saying $61,030 per month, you have to, what if they say, well, we can do this for $50,000. Plus, once again, I don't want to exclude a school just because once again, we are the past board and this board made a decision to subsidize with significant public investment a charter school in order to build this library. I mean, that was a policy decision, and is consistent with Prop S to use $20 million of Prop S money to do that. So, so I think we should not exclude someone just because if they come in at, say, well, we'll pay you $55,000 in rent, but we can do everything else exceptionally, say, well, we're not even going to look at your proposal because your proposal you're only paying $55,000. You're not even eligible to even be submitting a proposal, is what this says. Basically.
And the reason I can't support it with the current language and what I would amend it is basically I think the charter school applying needs to demonstrate the ability to pay and meet the expenses of these approximate expenses. But I don't want it to be that it's based on that is what they are currently paying now at another site, because they'd say we're developing a budget for next year and we're currently spending $50,000, but we're going to change our budget around a little to be able to do it at $60,000. I don't want somebody to be ruled out by the fact that they're paying a little bit less than that now. It says, if applicable ability to pay may be demonstrated by the charter school's prior year rent expenditures.
Yeah, but that... Once again, that's a consideration. But if I read this, and maybe the attorney needs to weigh in, the top line says this criteria must be met just to be eligible. So that's items 1. Mm-hmm. So that means, I believe, that doesn't must mean must.
Okay, so why don't we
in law school? Yeah.
So my motion is saying that under eligibility, they must be able to provide operational costs. Item number 2, which is the rent, I'm not asking for any rent at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying they must be able to demonstrate they can pay operational costs.
Okay, then that clarifies it for me.
So why don't we say ability to meet operational costs and leave it at that without defining the dollar amount.
Would you agree with that, Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
So we're going to take out the dollar amounts.
But we know it already.
Perhaps we could.
Well, we don't know. We don't know it exactly.
The school may appreciate having a metric, but you could say, ability to pay this or present another model for for operating costs that the staff can then review and determine if it's
why don't we
valid.
incorporate that language into Ms. Jackson's motion?
Give it an
That's
or.
the first part. The second part is no rent above that.
Right.
I think we're clear on the motion. We've got a second.
Yes.
Please vote. All right, excellent. Thank you, Moises. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
For a couple minutes.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get to the. Actually, let's just quick approval of G1.
What's G1?
G1 is the minutes from all the.
Move approval.
Motion a second. All in favor?
Aye.
G1. We're approving minutes to meetings.
We're voting on the minutes.
Voting on minutes to meetings. Okay. All right. So we'll take a break, and then we'll get back with the budget discussion.
Please let me in. Who has that key? What?
If I had to give advice to new teachers, I would say certainly you need to know your content. Certainly you need to find colleagues to support you. Those are all critical aspects of the profession. But to me, there's nothing more important than connecting with students. And we find every nook and cranny a time to do that. We try to talk with them on the way to lunch, talk with them before school, after school, and find out their interests, share some of your interests so they can see you more as a teacher. And that's the other unique thing about elementary school teaching is it's the last year that we can do a lot of that because we're with them all day. And it's the last year that they're with us all day. And through building those relationships, we are able to leverage so much work from that. And I look at all the students in the past that have struggled that I have been able to move to a certain extent, and every single one of them is because I've built some sort of relationship with that student.
Like when you need help with something, like math or something, you can go with him to after school, and he rewards you for that because you obviously like needed help and you came to him. And usually some students are shy about it, but I don't really get shy about it because he's a really good teacher.
Because he's helped me a lot in math and that's what I'm best at. He's a really good mathematician. Oh, he's just a really good teacher. I think he deserves it. He's been helping me all the way since kindergarten.
It is really unique teaching the last grade of elementary school. We read study after study that shows that the success of children depends on a successful elementary experience. And in fifth grade, my colleagues and I view this very seriously as a bridge to middle school. And it is very unique, and we really try to instill in our students responsibility and accountability. And through doing that, we believe that we are preparing them for middle school, and we believe that the transition that we give, we actually move through the year as if we're transitioning to letting them have more and more responsibilities, so that way, the day, their last day in fifth grade, we want to set it up so that they can step right into middle school from there.
He does create a very strong community of learners. So that's been great to kind of witness and to know that what you believe actually is something that can actually is evident.
He's such a passionate teacher. He's one of the few people I know who was born to be a teacher. It's just natural to him.
Well, as a retired teacher myself, Mark and I have shared many vignettes of our teaching, and he is the consummate professional.
When you walk into his classroom,
All kids are always engaged in learning. He has high expectations for all children. He demands a lot of his kids, but he has a tremendous ability to develop relationships with all kids. And so in a short time, they want to rise to the expectation that Mr. Alcorn sets for them. And he is able to motivate children and get them to produce work and focus in school like they never have before.
I really feel like we have to make what's happening in the classroom personal for kids in order for it to stick. And I can't think of anything more personal than, especially for middle schoolers, how they're changing, how their thought process is changing, how they're evolving. So if I can pull some history along with the literature, along with their lives, and then the pattern of human nature and how people repeat behaviors and how that is shown in literature and in historical references, I feel like it will help them take that little nugget maybe of truth, and if they need to use that later, not only in their own development, but to refer to when they're in high school or in college, maybe it'll flash back to a day that they were in here with me, where maybe they learned what people do, why people do that, how it was documented.
We're reading a play about the Salem witch trials while we're also learning about the Holocaust, and we're putting it all together and seeing how human nature makes certain characteristics appear throughout time, and it's pretty interesting. It makes you think a lot.
About what human nature, what we will do in certain situations, and how literature really ties into that, and how you can use different persuasive methods to kind of get your point across and say what you want to say.
She's dedicated her life to teaching, and while it's a surprise to our family, it's not a surprise because her teaching is noteworthy throughout parents. I have parents constantly telling me what a great teacher she is.
We have a lot of wonderful, bright students here, but sometimes they don't have the confidence that they need for this 21st century world that we're embarking in. And Jean really instills that in them and has them and challenges them to advocate for themselves and to really think and be creative and really capture what's really important in what we do every day.
Every child I've taught since the time my husband was killed, I have seen in a different light, because I know what real pain is like and how it could be affecting them. It has allowed me to open myself up to allow them to ask me questions so that they can see that sense of how you survive something that feels like you can't survive it. And then they will tell me some things that have happened to them that can bond us together.
She's always an interesting person to be around. She's constantly reading new books and new material to the point of I don't understand how she has time to do all of it. She's always willing to put in the extra time to dedicate to students who need that extra time.
She brings in texts that they would never pick up and challenges them to think differently and figure out where they stand and their moral compass. And with that, Jean makes the Teacher of the Year.
When I was teaching systems of equations at this one point, and you've got this, one line and then another line, and they intersect at this one point, and you just got to find that point. It just kind of hit me one day that kind of described my life. I have this one line that sort of represents all the things I'm good at, all of my skills and my talents. I have mathematics and explaining things and organizing people and that type of thing. And you've got this other line that sort of represented needs of the world. And And all that time I had taken in that 2 years that I took off from teaching, I was really trying to solve my system of equations. In all of my training as a teacher, I've always been told, how is it going to be used in the real world? Every time when you teach systems of equations, that's the message that comes out. Is this when you're solving a system of equations, you can treat it almost as a like a meditation. You can as you're performing the act of the process of solving the system. I mean, you can be thinking about your own life.
Every day he teaches his pre-calc and intermediate algebra classes right on the other side of the wall, and we can hear them over there. We can hear them cheering. We can hear them doing their things, and it just creates a lot of positive energy around mathematics.
And this story is about a student named Daisy. Daisy came to the United States during what would be her freshman year, her first year of high school, from Vietnam, and she didn't speak any English. And so she was faced with this dual challenge of both having to satisfy the high school graduation requirements while at the same time learning English. She buzzed through her ESL classes, and she was, just a really dedicated student coming after school to our tutoring rooms, valedictorian of her small school here at Crawford, was accepted to many universities, and the one that she ended up going to was UC Berkeley.
When I come back, teacher would pat on my back and say, Miss Dawn, wherever you go, whatever you do, we will be proud of you. And I think that's the story like every student in America want to hear. Yeah, and the teacher here do really well, and Mr. Wynn is like a symbol of that.
He's been a real inspiration for me in my life. I think that what makes him so amazing is that he kind of transcends the definition of a teacher. He's really more than what you expect of a teacher. He's been a mentor to me, a guide, he's a coach, and he's even a father figure to me.
Any teacher can teach the material that's in the textbook, but he went above and beyond his job description. He stayed late with his students till 5, 6, 7 o'clock. He brought the SAT to Crawford. He created the Mu Alpha Theta program here.
Johnny's always had that leadership ability. Kids always evolved around him, and he was the guy that always organized and taught the kids at a young age, mostly about sports.
I teach calculus and pre-calculus, and then at the end of every day I head out to the baseball field as a coach for the baseball team. The approach to being a coach is very similar to my approach to being a teacher, and that of the team approach.
We are so proud of Jonathan Wynn. Well, we're so happy to have him here. He's a blessing to our school, our complex, and the San Diego Unified School District. He is well.
San Diego 6 News at 10.
Well, students and community leaders got together at Bell Middle School today to kick off a canyon cleanup project. It's part of the Safe Passage program that started in fall 2010, designed to protect students from violence, gangs, harassment, and other criminal activity. One of the program's top priorities is to remove thick brush from an urban canyon next to the school, an area where hundreds of students must walk every day to get to and from campus.
In some areas, the brush along this canyon path is overgrown and has become a serious fire danger. Students have also spotted drug use in this area, and some have been jumped by alleged gang members.
The brush clearing project also provides work experience to dozens of low-income, at-risk youth participating in the Urban Corps job training and education program.
Varios voluntarios y personal del Distrito Escolar de San Diego limpiaron hoy un cañón aledaño a la escuela secundaria Bell. El objetivo es mejorar el entorno y de paso la seguridad de los estudiantes. El proyecto de limpieza es parte del programa Urban Corps, que involucra a la comunidad en la solución de sus propios problemas y busca prevenir el crecimiento y presencia de las pandillas.
Muchas drogas aquí, hay muchos gente que no debían estar aquí donde hay los jóvenes.
La limpieza del cañón disminuye el riesgo de incendio y también aleja a los pandilleros, vendedores de droga y depredadores sexuales.
This is News 8 at 5.
Community leaders kicked off a special cleanup project at a local school to help students stay safe from drugs and criminal activity. The Safe Passage program will improve conditions on a pathway that leads through a canyon to Bell Middle School and Bay Terraces. Students have reported finding drug needles and being harassed by gang members walking to and from school. Workers will also clear thick brush along the path that could be a fire danger.
That makes me feel really, really good. So if I ever were to go down here, I wouldn't have to worry about anything. I wouldn't have to worry about any of the safety issues that have been occurring for the past years that the path has been here.
The county supervisor's office is looking to clean up other dangerous trails leading to other local schools.
This is the KUSI.
Okay, let's call the meeting back to order. So we're on to item I2, and I think what we want to try to do is consolidate three items here: the budget update and the governor's May revised budget, item IA2, item and then items H2 and H9 are really a board discussion in reaction to the presentation from staff. So let's start with I2, and that is and we'll ask Superintendent to kick us off.
I2.
Yeah.
Okay. For the board and community staff, what we have here is a two-part presentation. We have Monica Henestrosa, our government liaison officer, coming from Sacramento. Monica is going to do the high-level state legislative perspective on what we're dealing with the May Revise, and then right behind her, Ron Little, our CFO, will provide for the district impact on the May Revise. So, Monica, over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board members, it's a pleasure to be here to report on the May revision, and I'll just start. So with the May revision, obviously the most important thing we typically look at is first the education budget. And what was immediately reported following the governor's press conference on May 16th was that there was a $3 billion increase to education. So obviously that's something we scrutinized closely. In fact, there was an additional $3 billion that was allocated, but when you look through the implications, what you find is that really the spending level that districts have is virtually the same as in January. The reason for that is what you see on that column, that $2.5 billion of those $3 billion in additional funds basically goes to the state paying our money on time. They've been issuing a lot of deferrals, especially the prior administration. That was their way of getting a lot of state savings. This governor is trying to reverse that trend, at least in some way, and that's what $2.5 billion goes towards. The remainder of the money also doesn't really help school districts solve the financial quandary that's before them. With greater funding for the remainder comes much greater responsibility, particularly in the area of mental health services for special education students. And so, in essence, with AB 3632 mental health, what we find is that the state only gave us more money because they expect the additional responsibilities that they give us to cause our costs to increase, and that's supposed to offset it, at least in part. There is, however, good news. And I almost wrote this caption in all caps and bold because it feels like that's very rare.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of good news in this May revision. I'll focus on three main points. The first is that we've really seen the results of the state leaders, the governor, and the legislature working together to take some early action in March, and that's paid off. The second is that the economy, even though it's still very shaky, is finally showing some real improvement that's really enhancing our revenue projections. And third is that we've always talked about this. As big as the pie is, the other question is then how do you slice it? And for the first time in many years, education is again becoming a state priority. And I'll discuss these all piece by piece. So in terms of how the budget deficit is looking, you'll see that last year, in 2010, last calendar year, the problem that we had in January basically remained virtually the same in May. So the legislature and the governor took some small steps, but basically they reduced the deficit by less than 5%. In contrast, this year in 2011, the governor and the legislature decided to make some early budget cuts, some funding shifts, and that's reduced the problem, along with the increased revenue, by more than 50%. We're looking at about 55% change. I won't take you through all the nitty-gritty of exactly what happened, but I do provide you this chart on the updated state deficit to signal that obviously we've seen a lot of progress. We've talked about the fact that the legislature and the governor acted quickly, that there's been revenue increases. Those, when you put them all together, the entire budget package from March and the revenue increase actually total $20 billion. So obviously there were some significant steps forward, but there were also some steps back, and that's the bottom half of the detail in this chart. And you see that actually there were about $5.4 billion in costs that according to the state, increased its deficit. Of course, each line is different. I'll focus on the last line, which is Proposition 98, which funds K-14. In our case, when the state says, we have a bigger budget that we need to fund, and part of that includes K-12 schools, we don't view that as necessarily a problem. We think that's a good thing, that they're budgeting more for schools. And in fact, as a result of some of these increases that we've seen from the revenues and from local property taxes, we're seeing that the governor on the natural expects that Prop 98 would increase by $1.6 billion. And so once you aggregate all of that together, the deficit that the governor is looking at having to solve by June 30th, which is the deadline, is $10.8 billion. So we've done a lot of good work, but the number is still quite significant. I mean, we're talking almost $11 billion. On the last piece of good news, and I think our board president mentioned this earlier in some of his comments, the work that has been taking place here in San Diego, as well as, to their credit, in many other areas of the state, is paying off. We've seen education leaders, we've seen parents, we've seen students, we've seen community members at large just really stepping up and saying our education system is starting to fall apart at the seams, and if we don't do something now to protect education, we may be dooming a generation of students to an education that is much less than what their siblings or their parents received in generations prior. So some of the things that we've seen that have created a self-enforcing cycle of sort of, we want to support education, it's almost become the popular thing, which is great, that's what we want, is that in January, the governor prioritized K-12 education. Then, not to be outdone, the Republicans come out in May, once they see the new revenue coming in, and they say, well, we're going to prioritize education too, and we're going to make sure education gets, a lot of the money from this new revenue, and we're going to commit to not suspending Prop 98. Well, not to be outdone, then the Assembly Democrats come out and say, well, we're never planning on suspending Prop 98 either. So we're seeing the one group that is missing is notably the Senate Democrats. I will note that on the chart. But the fact that we have now, out of the big five, you really have four of the main players saying we are making education a top priority and we will not suspend Prop 98 is a huge step forward. I mean, when we were here last year, we couldn't find one person who was able to say that. And now out of the Big Five, we have 4, which is, a supermajority. The other factor that's in our favor is that redistricting is taking place this year. And we've always talked about how education is the top priority of voters. We know that. But oftentimes when elected officials are running in districts where, they've held their seat for a number of years, they have a real competitive advantage, that doesn't factor as much. It's easier for them to defend decisions even that the public may not like. In contrast, now that we're going to have a lot more, it's expected to have a lot more competitive races, a cut to K-12 education becomes that much harder to defend. And so it's really going to put pressure on people to put K-12 first, because voters at large, regardless of which area of the state you're in, are going to support you more if you're a candidate that makes that commitment, and they're going to support you less if you're a candidate that doesn't. So, unfortunately, despite all that good news, there's still work to be done. And so I want to outline what these downside risks are, what the things are that still should make us nervous and still should serve as a call to action for the work ahead. So the first is that the May budget that we have that really would be able to keep our schools at a relatively stable level. We'd have to make cuts, but they wouldn't be as dramatic. Those assume tax extensions, and the March package assumed it, and we weren't able to get the votes. The May budget assumes it, and if the votes aren't there, then this May budget can't become law because it is imbalanced, and California simply would, run out of money probably earlier on, probably in the late summer, early fall. The second problem is that a lot of the talk about the revenue extensions has been within the context of a special election to ratify whatever sort of interim action is taken by the legislature. And depending on when the election takes place, and obviously if the election takes place, that could have a big effect on the stability of our school budgets and how much revenue we can count on. And the last issue that's important to highlight is sort of the more long-term issue, which is that the California economy is still shaky and that there's still a lot of economic problems that our state needs to face. So I'll start with the special election first, just because so much of the budget and what we can project depends on the special election. The first option that the state has presented came from the governor in his May revision, and he said he wanted an election probably in the fall. He didn't specify November, but it's commonly acknowledged that that's pretty much the month that he'd be looking at, and that in his plan, the legislature would, with its own action, be able to extend the taxes from July 1st, which is when they expire, through November 2011 of this year, so that we would get guaranteed 5 months' worth of revenue, approximately. And then from there on after, because the governor has a whole 5 years' worth of tax revenue that he's looking at, after those 5 months, everything else, 4 years and 7 months, would be contingent on the voters approving them. Now, that obviously exposes us to significant risk because 5 months' worth of revenue isn't enough to fund us at the level that's in the May revision. And so you'll see the second option that has emerged recently is the possibility of a June 2012 election. That's something that's supported by the Democratic leaders in the Assembly and the Senate. The reason it's so attractive is that it would allow the legislative tax extensions to last basically an entire fiscal year. And so that would mean that schools, other local agencies, we'd all be guaranteed funding. And in fact, the Legislative Analyst's Office, Mac Taylor came out and he said, this is really important that we have at least a full year's worth of stable funding, because if not, we're setting agencies, we're setting schools up to fail. Either they'll, if they budget for a whole year's worth of revenue, and the revenue falls short, either we'll have to cut them mid-year, or we'll have to cut them, an extra amount the following year, 2012-13. And either of those situations would be really devastating. Of course, the third possibility for the special election, and I put it up there, is that there is no election. And that's a very real possibility because as of this moment, the Republican caucuses have said that that is their position, that there not be tax extensions, that there's sufficient revenue with the increases that we've seen, that $6.6 billion. And so there would neither be tax extensions nor would there be a special election to ratify it. And that would, in essence, leave us with the budget scenario we had before, not able to make up the difference at all with revenues and instead only able to make up the difference and close the deficit with budget cuts. So what happens if there isn't a tax extension? The Legislative Analyst's Office back in February estimated that at that time, viewing the budget problem as it was without the $6.6 billion in additional revenue, that it probably, if K-12 schools got their proportionate share, which is about 40% of the budget, that it would be about a total of $4.8 billion in Proposition 98 reductions. If you fast forward now, and based on the testimony that was given by the Legislative Analyst's Office staff this morning, what they said is based on the new problem definition, if K-12 got its fair share, it would be about $2 billion in cuts, which is approximately similar to the $349 per ADA that San Diego Unified has been budgeting. Even more dramatically, on May 16th, Governor Brown, when he presented his written May revision, said that an all-cuts budget would require suspension of Proposition 98 and deep reductions. It was floated in his budget that it might be as much as $5 billion. There's also one other word of caution. I think there's been a lot of emphasis placed in recent weeks or in the past 10 days on suspension of Proposition 98 and sort of whether or not that should be the primary strategy for schools, holding the line and saying do not suspend Prop 98. And I think it's always, I think holding Proposition 98 as a floor is absolutely important. But I think it's also important to have a bit of memory about what has happened in recent years to Proposition 98, not just the suspension that we've had for 2010-11, but also the fact that Proposition 98 has either been manipulated or been proposed to be manipulated. As some of us, have come to learn, Proposition 98 sometimes feels like just the number that the legislature decides that they want to fund us, and then they somehow work all these levers within the formula, and that's what it comes out to. And so I won't go into detail, but you'll see a lot of these are examples from the prior administration. We haven't seen examples in this administration of this kind of proposals, but we have to be very vigilant because even if Proposition 98 is not suspended, there's a lot of ways for the state to cut us. In terms of looking towards the future, and the problems that we see ahead and how they can impact us, Governor Brown really focused a lot of his May revision time with the press on talking about the wall of debt that California faces, looking at the borrowing, the budgetary borrowing. About $10 billion of that is money that's owed to schools, as we know. Also, the bonds that we have that are a liability to the state. And so there's a couple of things that we need to consider, which is that the economy by itself is still very volatile. A lot of press has focused on, and you may have read the reports, that a significant amount of the revenue that's coming in is through capital gains, and that's basically the wealthiest Californians, how their stock options are doing. And so that's something that has a very wide swing both ways. And right now the swing is working in our favor, and it's letting us project much higher revenue. But at some point, if it swings in the other direction, it could mean we would have less. And so revenues are still unstable, and that instability is coming at the same time as we are facing a very, very bleak picture of debt that has accumulated in the past 5 years to really just unprecedented and rather devastating levels. And so that's something that we need to be very careful about. So some state-level conclusions, just in terms of what are some of the takeaways. Of course, as we've mentioned, that there's been some real budget progress since January. We have a reduced state deficit. We have education as a higher priority. But yet at the same time, the tax extensions are still uncertain. And so many people will predict what the risk is right now to schools. Some people will say, and you hear it also by recommendations on where to budget. So you have the governor who says, budget at my May revision. That's the proposal that I have for schools. That's what you should budget at. You have people like the Legislative Analyst's Office who are saying the risk could be as much as $349 per ADA. You have some other people who are, I don't know if it's with good intentions and trying to build public support for revenues, but who are still saying maybe it could still be as deep as $5 billion. I think that the people who are on the $5 billion end of the range are now not taking into account some of the new news that we have, the fact that revenues have gone up, the fact that there's more support. I do think, though, that there is a fair amount of risk in that $349 per ADA range, and that's based in part on the fact that the legislature has not been able to come together on a compromise for the biggest sort of package, which is the revenue piece. And there's been rumors in Sacramento about a proposal being able to, a compromise being brokered, and yet despite those rumors, despite those hopes, in the end they kept stalling in March. And so it's very hard to pin your hopes on a negotiation that really depends on very human emotions. It really comes down to a couple of human beings and in the end what compels them. And so it's hard to assign a dollar value to that risk, but I think that in the 349 range is something that we need to take into account. The other number that's being used that I think you'll hear Ron Little use is the 245. And 245 assumes that Proposition 98 is not suspended, that it's not manipulated either. And at that level, even if we don't get the tax extensions, that's the full magnitude of the cuts that the school district would receive, is 245 per ADA. And I'd say probably the greatest risk is that 245. I think there is still a real risk of up to 349, but it probably makes most sense for the district to focus on the range within which there's the highest risk factor, which is that 245 per ADA. Of course, as with all of this, I will just say this is one of those budgets where this isn't a technical budget. These estimates are not technical estimates. They're not based on my reading of the May revision and, just being able to parse through the technical language. In all of these cases, we've now gotten to the point where these are political assessments. And again, that makes it extremely difficult. It means that people can give you a $500 per ADA cut. And in fact, that's what some districts who have Republican members are doing. They're sticking to still having a budget that predicts that a cut could be as deep as $500 per ADA. And on the other hand, you're going to have some people who are saying, I just don't see it happening. I just don't think that the political calculus is such that that's the result that could be produced. And they're going to be on the other end. And I think when we make our political judgments, it's going to be individuals who are making it, and we need to be thoughtful about all of these things, but there is no magic number. There is no magic number. In the end, it will be a determination that each of us makes based on the information we have available. So a couple of things, I always like to look forward and also invite your help in our advocacy. So in terms of the work that we have ahead of us, in order for us to really claim victory, we've made progress, but in order to get across that finish line, we need to look at the tax extensions. How can we find enough Republicans? Because really those are the members of, it's been members of that political party that have been holding out. So how can we find members on that side of the aisle who will be willing to put revenues on the ballot? In addition to that, the timing of the election, we need a full year's worth of stable revenues to really make our budgets work. So how do we make sure that that when this special election revenue package comes together, that it includes a full year of funding? And the K-12 share, obviously. What would be the K-12 share if there is a tax extension, and what would be our share of the cuts if there isn't? And so basically those are all mirrored, and you see in the potential June advocacy priorities. We have a month ahead of us. The legislature right now is in the committee process. They'll soon be moving forward, potentially without even a budget conference committee. The Assembly and the Senate may come together independently on the same budget by working behind the scenes, and then just go straight into floor votes and send it to the governor. So we have about a good month. based on the timetable that the legislature has laid out, to really push for tax extensions. Also, one other thing that I'll mention is, given the wall of debt that we've talked about, given the economic risks that are still real, it makes sense not just to ask for a 1-year extension of tax revenues, but really looking at it as a multi-year problem, and therefore thinking about whether it makes sense to ask for multiple years of guaranteed tax revenue so we have that stability. Again, in terms of the election timing, it would make sense for us to ask for at least 1 full year of stable revenue, because that's what our schools need. Our schools can't operate just for 6 months and then at the last year or the last couple of months say to its students, and now you won't have counselors anymore, or now you won't have nurses anymore. We need to really be able to offer a comprehensive system year-round. And then obviously continuing what we're doing. I mean, a lot of people who are in the room today are people who have been part of these advocacy efforts, whether it's been at rallies, whether it's been meeting with legislators. I know people here who are area superintendents, principals, parents, family members who have even gone up to Sacramento and had their voices heard there. It's having an impact, and it's something that we need to continue in order to make sure our schools have the funding that they need. So thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Yeah. Do you want to do questions?
Yeah, because it's on the state issues.
Why don't we do that? Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I had a couple of questions. Has there been any discussion at all that you've heard about consideration of allowing districts to extend furlough days, because at all beyond in the future budget years?
So I think there's two pieces to it. One of it, with furlough days, it's obviously something that's contractual, but
right.
Sort of in the most immediate sense, what the state has control over is the school year, the length
right.
of the school year. And so there have been a significant number of conversations. In fact, we were part of conversations with the Department of Finance, senior level administrators, saying if at some point you really do go to an all-cuts budget, it's not something that we want, but it would be important for you to make clear to the public at the same time as you propose that what the very real consequences would be. And so while we would not advocate ever them requiring us to cut the school year by any specified number of days, we would encourage them, if they were to cut us at a certain level, to make very clear to the public what the potential ramifications would be. The second piece of your question, in terms of furlough specifically, there have been some conversations about whether or not the state would sort of allow for the abrogation of contracts. And I think that conversation has not picked up much traction. I think that was an idea that was floated, but in the end, people sort of have felt like that would probably be a bigger mess than a solution.
Yeah, and you were right. I was not suggesting that, but whether the state would, by reducing the school year, give us local districts the option to negotiate to
Right.
do that. And so you're saying it's been discussed, so it's certainly still out there
Yes.
as an option, because obviously if we have to restore those furlough days, there's a significant budget impact as well.
So is it correct that the 175-day school year was just for 2 years? I mean, that's what we negotiated. But
It has been extended. So in the March budget, what they did, which is extremely unusual, was what are called budget trailer bills, and they're called trailer bills because they're typically what trails the budget, actually became sort of like the engine bills. They were what preceded the budget. So that's what allowed them to make the cuts that they made to many areas. In the case of K-12, we didn't actually receive almost any cuts. What we did receive, though, was additional flexibility. So we saw that, and I believe you know, in the case of surplus property, but also in terms of the other flexibility options like Tier 3 categoricals and the length of the school year.
But as far as the number of days of the school year, my understanding was that was for 2 years?
That was initially for 2 years.
And what is it now?
I believe in March it's been extended for an additional 3 years, but I should double check. Or additional 2 years.
Oh, well,
2
that's
years,
new information.
That's what you were asking,
yeah,
right?
okay,
Yeah.
that's significant
So
information.
just to confirm, I'll
Okay.
go ahead and check that section of the budget bill, and we'll make sure we get you.
The 2 years would be 12-13 and 13-14 that would extend out the...
If it's
you'll
right, because we already have 10.
So we'll verify, but it's been at least extended 2 years.
The $2.5 billion that has been allocated to offset deferrals, for cash flow purposes. In the event that the tax extension doesn't materialize, is there any possibility that maybe the folks in Sacramento would move that $2.5 billion, reinstate those deferrals, and use that $2.5 billion so schools don't have to take such a big hit in the middle of the year? Is that a possibility?
That's absolutely a possibility. There are also others who would like to lay claim on that money, however. I mean, I think a lot of areas of the budget have taken cuts, and so today, for instance, I think one of the Assembly Budget Subcommittees voted to reject one of the governor's spending reductions, and so you may see some eating away at some of that because of, like you said, the idea that, well, schools have already budgeted to borrow the money, so maybe that's something that we can take back without really hurting schools. I think that's something we need to be very careful about because it's constantly shifting and is affected by the state's cash flow responsibilities to other areas of the budget.
Okay, thank you.
A couple more questions. And I know this just happened yesterday, but is there any sense that the Supreme Court ruling on basically saying 30,000 prisoners run wild in the streets because they're overcrowding, as far as affecting this upcoming budget?
It absolutely will affect it. How it will is what we still need to see. I mean, I think you've sort of seen already two positions starting to be staked. And on one side, you heard the governor saying, this is exactly why we need to pass my budget on time, because, you know, it provides revenues to the locals to be able to house inmates and preserve public safety. And on the other hand, you're hearing other people saying, no, this is just an example of how we need to prioritize public safety first, sort of regardless of our revenues, and that there's different solutions. And I think what it will do is it will put pressure to find some kind of solution early. It may cause people to provide more funding to corrections, though, as well. So again, what the exact effects will be still need to be played out a little bit more.
And again, so then, are you familiar? Well, this is a question. So that there may be a chance that we'd have to take money away from education to put more people, to make sure that we have housing for more prisoners, right? Is that correct understanding?
I think it's too early. I mean, is there a chance? Yes. I think it's too early to say that that's the direction anyone's moving in. Yeah. But the Supreme Court, sort of says the quality of the prisons is such a level that it's unconstitutional. I mean, I think that's why schools have including our board has supported the lawsuit by CSBA saying, well, the quality of funding for schools really is unconstitutional.
Right. Yep.
But they're sort of further along in their litigation than we are.
And it's kind of unfortunate because, kindergarten through third grade class sizes and whether or not students are literate by the third grade is a hyper-accurate future predictor of prison populations. If you Google search third grade literacy rates and prison populations, you'll see all these states that use third grade literacy rates to forecast future prison populations. So we have got to get our priorities in order and make sure that we're putting our resources into prevention so that we don't have to have burgeoning prison populations in 15 years.
I think that's true.
All right. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you.
Good evening. Monica's done an excellent job of conveying the May revised proposal from the legislative perspective, and now I'd like to translate the governor's proposal into a more local perspective and how it impacts, obviously, our school district. Tonight we'll look at some impacts as they affect the district. We'll look at some best case and some worst case scenarios, and then as you know, we're required to submit a 3-year balanced budget to the county office by June 30th of this year. So we'll look at some multi-year fiscal implications as well. And the only caveat I would offer up front is that we're really early in the process. The May revise came out last week. week. The pundits and the experts weighed in last Friday, and our finance team continues to drill down into the numbers, and we'll be updating them daily, and they'll change by the next time you see them, hopefully not too significantly, but on June 2nd we'll bring you a much more complete look at what the implications are. So the May revised budget, the governor's proposal, as has been mentioned, really proposes nothing significantly or substantially different than the January budget. Yes, there's a little cause for optimism and hope, and perhaps there's less uncertainty, but this uncertainty has not been mitigated. It's still there, and the risks are still there. In his proposal, we'd have flat funding for next year. We budgeted, as you know, $349 per ADA. That equates to about $38 million. This number will be a number that certainly goes down moving forward. We have not applied the deficit factor to this number yet. So once we apply the deficit factor, which again we just received on Friday with the dartboard, it's going to be closer to $32 to $33 million of ongoing revenue. We know that the mandated claims reimbursements that we received this year, we received about $6 million of claims that were owed to us. That's a paltry amount compared to what's really owed to us, of course. Next year, those will be cut in half, at least at this point, is what we're hearing. As Monica mentioned, of course, mental health services are shifted to schools, and in a best-case scenario, we would get offsetting revenues for those costs on a one-to-one basis. That remains to be seen, of course.
Ron, can I just
Sure.
ask you right there
Absolutely.
on mental health services? So we have built into our draft budget that the district will need to pick up roughly $12 million of mental health services that the county had previously been providing.
Correct, for next year.
Under the May revise, how much of that $12 million is offset?
That's an excellent question, and that's a number we don't have yet. But as an example, in the current year, we built in $6 million for those services, which we were responsible for only since December moving forward. As you know, the board took action on a couple purchase orders and contracts to provide those services a couple months ago. Those total a little less than $6 million. We have just heard that we've got some funding with the first set of money set aside. I think it was about $90 million by the governor. And our share of that at first flush is $784,000
for 10-11.
For 10-11.
Uh-huh.
So our costs are $6 million, and we're getting $780,000. Now the SELPA has a little bit of that money still left to disseminate, but whether or not we get the other 5 plus that we're entitled to remains to be seen. We'll run some numbers and we'll dig deeper into that, and we'll get you some numbers next time. But ideally, if we were, I think that the number I saw from SIA was about $37 per ADA is sort of their initial estimate, and I haven't run the numbers, but $37 per ADA times 110,000 ADA is what we'll be getting with the ratcheting up of Prop 98 for the mental health services. But we'll bring back more detail next time.
Ron, while we're talking about mental health and other related services, would you refresh my memory? Where is the SDA factor? Is that in your risks, or is that anywhere else in your budget planning right now?
The SDA, we have not budgeted. You mean the $9 million of revenue? Yeah, we have not budgeted any expectation of receiving that, so it's not included in any of the budgets at this point. So moving forward, obviously, we're left with the question, what happens if the tax extensions are not approved? So all of what we saw prior was obviously based on tax extensions being approved. In a worst case scenario, there's no tax extension. There's still talk of an all cuts budget, and as Monica mentioned, School Services of California, which of course is the expert that most school districts turn to, they're saying that an all cuts budget is highly unlikely, but it is still possible. And so of course there's the uncertainty. They have not ruled out the fact that we could have an all-cuts budget. What they are offering is a little bit of hope and saying, the $5 billion problem that we heard about a month ago that would be K-12's share of a $9 billion problem is now downsized to about $1.5 to $1.6 billion of a problem. That equates to about $245 per ADA. So doing the math, that would be about $27 million of ongoing reductions to us moving forward. So that's the worst case scenario, but of course it could get worse, right? It could be 349, unfortunately. This is what it looks like just in terms of a multi-year view.
Sorry, Ron, sorry to keep interrupting.
Sure, absolutely.
If we could just go back again. So the 245 ADA is actually less of a loss than we have projected in our current draft budget, correct?
That's correct. So it's less of a loss.
Yeah.
So we would make up the, $104 difference.
Yeah.
Is that
okay.
what it is?
Okay.
Right.
All right, thanks.
And this is actually what it would look like in a three-year window. So in the best, let me backtrack there. So based on the 245 per ADA and all else being equal, and again, this is a slide of our general fund unrestricted for the next 3 years. The first line is anticipated general fund unrestricted revenues. The next line is our expenditures, projected expenditures at this point, and these will change by next Thursday. Our operating surplus or deficit is simply revenues minus expenditures. So that's how much are we exceeding our revenues in this case, because we're deficit spending each of the 3 years over what we're provided. And then, of course, the very bottom row is how far above or below our required reserve levels are we. So you can see that in 2011, 2012, in the worst case scenario, we'll spend $50 million more than we take in. However, we have some reserves, so we'll finish the year with $5 million above our required reserve level.
And Ron, can I ask, are you building into the expenditures what you've previously identified for us as risks to the budget?
Yes, so all of the risks most of the risks, 99% of the risks that we discussed are built into this budget.
Roughly $17 million.
$18 million, exactly, okay. Right. Okay. And then you can see how that plays out.
Just to clarify, just for the public to understand how we can spend more dollars than we take in what form does that take as far as one-time revenues, or can you just explain how we can do that?
Sure. Spending more than we take in is deficit spending. Obviously, short-term strategic deficit spending is not a bad thing necessarily. It's the chronic sort of recurring deficit spending that really gets districts into trouble, because you have two options. You have drawing on reserves, which we'll be doing over the next 2 years, or using one-time revenues as they're identified and as they become available. Often one-time revenues are not known until, right before we receive them, or in the reporting cycle prior to them being budgeted. So these numbers that you're seeing ahead, and one of the criteria mentioned in a future slide is we're really going to be burning up our reserves by the time we're done with 2012, 2013. So that's why in 2013, 2014, the balanced budget shortfall exponentially increases, because there's no more reserves to draw from to help us get through the deficit spending each year. So let's move on to the best case scenario, and we're providing this tonight not to advocate for this necessarily, but just to show you, even in the best case scenario, here's what it's going to look like for the next 3 years. So again, just to reiterate, the best case scenario is the flat funding that we identified, mental health services being fully funded dollar for dollar, which is, a hope. Funded state COLAs for the 2 out years. We know that there's no COLA next year. However, we're hopeful that we'll get COLAs 2%, 3% in 2012-13 and 13-14. The last time we saw a COLA, I believe, was 07-08, although it could have been 08-09, one of those years. And, of course, in our best case scenarios at this point, there's no additional budget restorations. So that's our best case scenario. and here's what it looks like in a 3-year snapshot. So in our best case scenario, if we made no restorations, this is what we would submit to the County Office of Ed. And we would show them that next year we would deficit spend to the tune of $23 million, and we would finish the year with $40 million above our required reserves.
That 743 of revenue includes. Does that include the full $12 million in mental health services?
Yes,
okay.
exactly.
Okay.
So we restored all of that.
Okay.
The following year, given some factors we'll talk about in a little bit, we're deficit spending to the tune of $68 million. And you can see we'll draw on reserves to cover most of that, and we'll finish that year $22 million below our required reserves. And of course, as we spoke, there's no more reserves. The next year we're deficit spending $100 million, and we have $121 million to make up. So perhaps more sobering, I think, in the best case scenario, this is our general fund unrestricted ending balance. So if we do nothing else but what we've done and the best case scenario comes to pass, next year we'll have $71.66 million as our ending balance, and the following year we'll have less than $4 million in the bank. And then the following year, of course, we're negative. And so this equates to having a household budget of about $60,000 per year and finishing the year with less than $200 in the bank as a reserve to start the following year. It's 1/3 of 1% of reserves. This is a graphic representation of the deficit spending that we just talked about. So this is just revenues compared to expenditures for the next 3 years, based on the best case scenario. So again, you've seen these numbers. I won't belabor the point. They'll change slightly over the next few weeks, but they're huge deficits, and they're compounded again because we have no reserves to draw from once we get past next year. So to talk a little bit about why that last chart looks so bad, and why the deficits balloon each year, and why we don't have the latitude that a lot of other districts in the county and the state may have with regards to restoration, those that choose to entertain those restorations. These are things that really are unique to our district, I think, if we were to look across the state. All districts have ongoing step and column costs, of course. Ours are, on average, higher and more expensive than the average school district. We have fewer steps on our salary schedules, and so the increment between steps is a little bit larger. We offer full health coverage for our employees and our families, unlike many districts that have hard caps. So when health premiums go up every year, the district absorbs the entire cost of that premium increase. On average, that's a 7% increase, and that's a 5-year average. Other districts that have, of course, the cap, pass that cost on to their staff and the consumers. That's about $10 million annually. Of course, we have negotiated salary increase for 2012-2013. That's currently projected to cost the district $22 million. The following year, we have a 3% increase. That's an additional $23 million on top of the $22 million. Further constraints. Every year, as you know, we have a pool of excess teachers for various reasons. And these are teachers for whom positions don't necessarily exist, but we place them, and of course we use them to the benefit of our students, and we reduce class sizes with them, and we do push-in curriculum, etc. But this year it's a few hundred teachers that we have in excess. That's $20 million.
So Ron, I want to clarify that as well, because this is a question that we've asked many times over the last couple of years. The number of excess teachers, so if we're defining excess teachers as more teachers than positions that we've actually budgeted for, The number you just threw out was a couple of hundred, did you say?
Correct, for the current year.
A few hundred, okay. And we really need to get, if that's correct, we need to get that definition coming back at us. And Phil, I know that this is work that you've done in the past of trying to identify that, but we need to be very clear about that number.
And in my number, I'm throwing in the over formula teachers as well. So, but we'll hone in on that number for you as well.
But that is this year. That's not looking at next year.
Correct. That's this current year.
This current year. Right. Because next year, because of our layoffs, we will not. So, I mean, you have it listed here, but certainly this is pertaining only to this particular year.
Well, currently we already have 44 excess teachers in the pool, right, because of the ALJ decision. So those are teachers whose positions don't exist, but they'll be on our staff, and we'll find, hopefully we'll have attrition and they can fill the attrition, et cetera. So that's a piece that we'll bring back for June 2nd, and we'll work with HR closely on that and take a.
My concern is that you're saying a few hundred, and while we may have a few hundred now,
yes,
we will not have a few hundred going into the next school year.
That's correct. That's correct. Yes. I'm sorry. The ARA funding cliff. So this is obviously the federal stimulus money. We chose to use that to enhance educational program by employing staff and teachers and resource teachers. Unfortunately, that money has dried up. So by the end of this year, that money's gone, and we're forced to either find some funds to sustain those programs or to reduce the staff associated with those programs. We have quite a few general fund expenditures supported by other funds. I think this is the work around the Unfunded Liabilities Committee that Trustee Barnett and Mr. Stover are leading, and we'll bring back some detail on those. Other unfunded liabilities, just recently I met with our IT director, our chief IT officer, and realized that there's $500,000 of computer replacement plan stuff that we don't budget for each year in our general fund that we really need to. So apart from the I-21 goals and expenditures and plans which are budgeted, we have ongoing computer replacement costs. That's an unfunded liability currently. And of course, as I've mentioned, our reserve will be exhausted in the best case scenario by the end of 2012-2013, and we are still waiting to hear what the county's requirements will be. We assume, although we don't know for a fact, we'll hear tomorrow, I hear, that they'll either tell us not to budget for the additional revenue or the flat revenue, or to budget for and set it aside in reserves. Again, because nothing really has substantially changed since January, and we can't confirm that those revenues actually exist yet. This is just a graphic representation of the first set of constraints that we talked about. So here's what step and column will cost us next year across the district. Here's what step and column, basically I won't go through this, but $66 million of impact the following year in staff compensation, and in 13-14 about $49 million worth of staff compensation costs. And these are incremental increases, so they're additive.
Why aren't you showing a health and welfare increase in the 11-12 school year?
With the layoffs that we have, there won't be any net increase, so we'll actually save some money with respect to year-over-year costs. And then just a high-level implication, by 2014-2015, we'll add $120 million to our ongoing costs just for employee compensation. So again, the point I'm making here is that our flexibility is limited by these and other constraints. If we were to restore, this is just one example. So as you know, the board has, we have restored first grade teachers for next year through the CCDC revenue. And so this example factors in the rest of K through 3 restorations. So that'd be kindergarten teachers, second and third grade teachers, all back to 24-1. And, the teachers cost about $19.5, $20 million. We generate about $6 million of CSR revenue. revenues, so the net cost of the district's about $14 million. So if we were just to implement this piece, we would finish the year next year with $26 million above our required reserves, but the following year we'd be back here next year looking for $50 million worth of reductions, and the following year, another subtract 50 from the 164, we'd need another $114 million to balance the budget. The real challenge, of course, is showing the county how we plan to come up with those reductions for 12-13 and 13-14 when we submit the 3-year balanced budget by June 30th of this year. So staff's recommended budget development strategies are hold the course, really seize this opportunity to shrink our deficits, our long-term structural deficits in the best case, and don't restore anything at this point so that we maximize our fiscal flexibility for the worst case scenario. If it does come to pass that $320 is the hit, or $349 is the hit per ADA, and we've taken more restorations, the hole is going to be much more significantly challenging to get out of, obviously. And I really think that focusing on mitigating the deficit in the out years is really, the work ahead of us for 12-13 and 13-14, so that we can have a strategy to show the county and make some efforts to really bringing that balanced budget forward. So at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
On page 29, you're pointing out the restoration as an example of K through 3 class size reduction to 24-1. What would be the cost, to restore to 20-1?
I did that math. I believe the net cost is about $29 million.
Okay.
So the teachers are about $42 million, and then we generate about $19 million more in CSR revenue. So $28 to $29 million.
Right. And that's what the CSR revenue you're speaking of. Is that the class size reduction penalty savings that we would be realizing?
That's correct.
Okay. So we would, for $29 million, we get $43 million worth of instructional programming. Kind of. That's one way to think about it, maybe?
For a net cost of $29 million, you would get class sizes at 20-1. That's
in
true.
K through 3.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And just to follow on that, and we've talked about this a little bit, Ron, but one of the things that we have to do is if we were to restore positions to bring us at K to 3 class size back to 24-1 or even 20-1, assuming that we could fill those positions with teachers who are currently have currently been laid off, what we would need to do is actually, rather than just sort of assume an average cost of those teachers, we need to go through. We know who the teachers are on the layoff list. We know who would be eligible to fill these K to 3 positions, and we'd have to do an actual cost. And see how that compares to, because that could change that net number from $29 million to something less potentially if the actual cost of bringing those teachers back is less than that average.
That's true, and we would do that analysis.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Just to not to belabor that point, but that the reason why looking at the actual costs might bear out different numbers is because the teachers that would be restored are the newer teachers on the bottom of the pay scale, so they're not the $78,000 a year salaried folks. So that's an important point, I think, that when we look at, if down the line we realize, hey, wait a minute, let's use some money to restore positions, then if we use the average, then we'll be padding the numbers, and we won't be truly spending all those dollars to restore the actual teachers.
Yeah. The challenge, I agree, and the challenge with that, of course, is the flip side of that, where we budgeted our projected savings on average salaries, and if most of the teachers who are impacted by the layoffs are lower on the salary schedule, then we have more challenge realizing the savings that we projected based on a higher average salary. So it works both ways, and that's why really at the beginning of the process it's best to choose either one approach or the other. And changing the ship midstream, exactly. Thank you.
Superintendent.
For the board, I'd like to note that as we move towards the adopted budget, this is a continuing current year, 2-year shift. So you're beginning now to see the 13-14 column, and you'll see that regularly on all of our interim and or adopted budget reports. And that's a notable difference from earlier in the year, where you're only a year before that period. And so I want to make sure that for your own sake and the public that rolling year does add on as we move through the current year.
Yeah, and I wanted to actually ask Monica a question about this. So I know that there has been discussion, and I think LA Unified has been wanting to carry a bill that would not require school districts to project out 2 years in such incredible uncertainty. Do you know what the status of that discussion is?
Sure. So it's AB 751, which is being authored by Assemblymember Furutani. That bill is currently in the Appropriations Committee. I'm sorry? 751, sorry. AB. Assembly Bill 751. We were one of 2 witnesses that spoke in support of that bill at the hearing, and that is the committee's supposed to take action on Friday. And one of the things, though, that I want to clarify about what the bill does is it actually doesn't say you're not supposed to issue the additional 2 out years. What it says is that a county office would not be able to provide a negative certification based on the 2 out years. So in other words, it would still be required by the board to do the planning, but the question would be to what extent would your trans or other things be impacted and such.
Mr. President, maybe the staff can come back with this, but I don't recall that bill being before this board to take action one way, either support or in opposition of it. So if the staff did testify in favor, then I don't believe we took a position on it. I don't remember discussing it or urging support or not. So I'd like to get that clarified and make clear that if we haven't, that we have no position on it right now unless the board decides they want to do that.
Okay, well,
so staff can come back with that.
It's fair enough, or what we can simply do is put a resolution on the next board agenda.
You can, if you want to do. If the staff, yes. Yeah. It's also nicknamed the ostrich measure, I believe.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, Monica just sat down because I was just. Monica, I also just wanted, if you could give us a brief update on where we are with the Special Disabilities Adjustment Bill.
Sure. So the Special Disabilities Adjustment Bill is also going through the Assembly appropriations process. It is going to be heard on Friday, and it is going to be voted on Friday. I think one of the major challenges that we face is that there's been a lot of sort of very surface level work that's being done to try to figure out what the distribution of students is, and unfortunately the state data systems, that's something that we've discussed in the past, but the state data systems basically don't collect the sort of granular kind of information about service placements that we need to make our case. And so we're kind of in one of those difficult moments where we're definitely building a lot of support. Bernie and Pam Hosmer have been doing a lot of work to try to make sure we're in contact with military groups in the area who may be able to lend credence to a lot of the arguments that we've been making around the impact that it would have on military students. But we certainly still have our work cut out for us. Whether or not the bill moves forward, I will say, regardless of what happens on Friday, we need, I want to emphasize that this is an ongoing budget process. So this is sort of the first battle, but there's a larger war to be fought on it.
Right. Okay. Okay. Board member questions for Monica or Ron? There's many speakers. Yeah. Okay, so we'll move on to speakers, and we're going to have to limit your testimony to 1 minute apiece. So I'll call up Rachel Patterson and Jose Juan Jimenez, Olivia Jimenez, Marcos Aguinaga, Leocadia Luis, Michaela Aguilera. Are any of those folks here? Okay. I'll keep calling names. Elena Peralta, Candy Nieto, Florentina Juarez, David Florentina Juarez, So I'll stop right there.
As you can tell, a lot of our parents left. We were very hopeful. We had this little ray of hope this evening. But after listening to all this, we still have a ray of hope. I was lucky. My name is Candy Nieto. I live at 43198 Corte Monte, Temecula, California. I've been with this program 19 years commuting from Temecula. That's how important this program means to me. And I was fortunate I'm not in the classroom, so I was able to go up May 11th and as a Republican teacher, oxymoron, talk some sense into some of those Republican senates and assemblies. So I think we've done some work up there, so I was proud to be able to do that on behalf of San Diego Unified School District. Again, we had many parents here this evening. We thought with some of the reduction money coming maybe to be put back into the restoration budget, we're still hoping that could possibly, our program, what it means to the children in this district and to the parents in this district. I have more letters to give you. And as a closing,
all right.
That if there's money, then we would look into restoring our program for next year.
Okay. Thank you, Candy.
Thank you.
And do we have other speakers that wanted to testify in support of CBET? Yeah. Everybody in support of CBET, please come forward.
Good night. Dear board members, my name is Marco Antonio Ramirez. I am a student in CBET class at Sherman. I do tutoring every week for 20 minutes. I go to the kindergarten classroom and I read the book to the children. Sometimes I read individual 2 to 3 students and then I ask the students to read to me. I like to do tutoring through the CBET class because I have learned more and I've improved my English skills. Now I know how to tutor my own children. I can help them with their reading and writing homework, and I am now capable to read bedtime story to my little 3-year-old Luna. When I go to the parent-teacher conference, I am able to ask and answer many questions about education and recreational programs offered at Sherman Elementary. I can read, write, and speak more English due to my assistant at CBET class. I feel my personal and professional skills have improved through doing my CBET program. I am writing this letter to ask you not cut this program at Sherman Elementary because we need more programs like this in our neighborhoods. Learning English is hard, but the program has made easier our learning process in many ways. This is the main reason why I think CBET has many benefits for me as parent, for all children at the kindergarten classroom. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Good evening, board members. My name is Raquel Ramirez. I just graduated from San Diego State this past Saturday, and I'm here on behalf of many parents that just left to ask for you. I know we don't have many funds to support this program, but it's a really great opportunity for our parents to become involved in their children's education. And as you can see, many parents are here because this program is really important for them and for our community. And as my own experience, I know that learning English is really hard, but this program has made the learning process easier for them. And I know there isn't many funds, but I ask for you that for the remaining funds and available funds that you support the community-based English tutoring program. These parents aren't just tutors, they're role models to these children. They look up to them, they're proud of their parents. And please just support this program, it's really important.
My name is Gaela. I am a student of this program. I had 2 children. I am here to support CBET program because it helps learning more speaking English. I can write I can to help my kids in school. Please get CBIT program.
Good evening. My name is Luz Tackett. I had my own letter to read, but one of the parents left, and she left hers, so I'm going to read hers a little bit. I'm Lourdes Cárdenas, and I would like to say many things. I have a little time. Let me give you some reasons. It talks about her son, in kindergarten, and she was worried that she couldn't learn. How is she going to help him? Now the child is, he's still in kinder, but he is up to his level of reading. And she is very appreciative of the program. She also talks about the tutoring that she does and how she is learning English and also helping the other children. Please, in her words and mine, please put the CBEP program back in the restoration budget. Thank you.
Okay, Morris Dye, Bill Freeman. Yep, that's it, actually. Morris Dye and Bill Freeman.
Good evening. I had a 1-minute speech and then a 3-minute speech, and now it's back to a 1-minute speech. This is an email that I sent to the President Barrera earlier today, and I'll just read it real quickly. Dear President Barrera, I would like to take a moment to congratulate the Board of Education on one of its most successful programs, the dedicated magnet schools. They work. In particular, and especially the San Diego School of Creative and Performing Arts, SCPA. Students across the district have increasingly been clamoring to get into SCPA over recent years. There's a reason. It works. Students have found a special place where they can thrive in an environment that is like no other. This is where they can revel in their passion. I feel a lot of passion in what I'm saying. That's just reflective of them. It's the arts. It feeds their souls and enables them to succeed. And succeed they have, going on to enter some of the most prestigious colleges and conservatories in the country. SCPA has a 98% graduation rate, in one sentence. SCPA is highly dependent on busing to support a very effective dedicated magnet. Please do not cut the funding. Make the current routes more effective first, considering cutting other busing before bus funding for the magnet. And SCPA has half of its student body arriving on those buses. Cutting them would simply devastate the school. We again ask, look at this a little harder and a little smarter. The educational soul of SCPA relies on doing so. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bill Freeman, the president of San Diego Education Association. My address is on record. I understand the doom and gloom budget that was just presented to you. You have to remember that you're dealing with unknowns. And a couple of weeks ago, I saw in the Union Tribune where some decisions had already been made and the May revise had not been released. So I guess my point is that we can always find ways to get around things that we can do. I could probably take these numbers and come up with much better outlook. In fact, yesterday at a teleconference that we had with school services, it was all positive. My point is this: we have to make education a priority. There is no need to add to the population of our prisons as they are overcrowded right now. And we will add to them if we do not stop finding reasons not to educate our kids. Cutting all of these teachers from the classrooms, that's hurting our kids. We all know that. We really need to do the right thing. Educate our kids. Don't warehouse these kids. We owe that to them. This is America. This is not some third world country. And I think that we should just stop finding excuses and find ways to do this. Thank you.
Okay, I know board members want to go through some reaction, and we've got, I think, both these next items, H2 and H9, which we're trying to get at that. So I would suggest we move on from item I2, and we can go to item H2, which is Mr. Barnett's discussion.
think that this particular presentation, Trustee Barnett had asked us to run some numbers for him, projections, and understand that it was part of multi-year planning. I think that we recognize that we've been in a crisis scenario for a number of years, having to live day to day and year to year, and there's that human nature reality dealing with what you have right now in front of you. But Scott and I and Ron Little did talk about how could we extend the vision or the aperture to look out multi-year, and are there things that we could build assumptions around this year, next year, or a couple of years out to help us understand where we are with revenues, expenditures, the differential, whether it's a surplus, a deficit, and what our ending balances are. So we've had at least an initial conversation with them with that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Koba. And we've had obviously a very long presentation, and when I put this on the agenda, I also was not aware that we'd have something of such depth. But maybe we could put the best case scenario chart up, because I don't want to be a doom and gloomer here. I want to look at the best case scenario and let Mr. Little be the doom and gloomer here. This is the best case scenario. And my reason for putting this on the agenda tonight was to say we need to start looking at multi-year planning on our budgets. We have to say that we don't know what the future is going to hold is not really true. We have a pretty good idea what, our expenditures are and what they're going to be based on projections, based on salary increases and step and column and other things. We also, this is the best case scenario right here. This is before 30,000 prisoners being let loose, and this is assuming a tax increase. The Republicans approve a tax increase this next year. I don't think that's going to happen, but let's assume it does. This is the best case scenario. Let's be positive. So this best case scenario shows those huge deficits. And this is not just something that's happened in the last few years. This has been 4 decades in the making. The world has changed in 4 decades. 4 decades ago, we started a very massive busing program in this district. I think just a couple years ago, it was some $58 million, and this year it's some $40 million of our budget. And that legacy is costing us a lot of money. We have a lot of schools that are a lot more expensive, and the world is changing. We also have to realize that there are decisions that boards have made that are going to affect expenditures. And can you go to the next slide? Sorry, one more. The one with the, is there one more with the, that one? These are all raises. These are all raises that have been approved. So the question is not whether our employees deserve raises or not. The question is whether we can afford them. That's the real issue. And past boards made a decision based on the hope that the economy would get better, based on the hope a sales tax measure locally or property parcel tax measure would pass, and made some assumptions. Well, those haven't happened. So if you look at our deficits for projecting, this is where a lot of the cost is. So I think what we need to do, if you could go back to the happy slide or the best case scenario, is you can see the fact that those kick in 12, 13, and then the following year. And that's where a lot of our cost increases are going. So we need to be realistic and at least look at scenarios. And we need to say to the public employees, unions who represent employees out there, when we asked the public employees unions, this board unanimously asked and said, will you at least discuss the issue of looking at raises and health benefits? Everyone except the police said, no, we don't even want to discuss it. I'm not even talking about cutting anyone's salary. I'm saying we need to at least have a discussion with our partners in order to save jobs. And so I think this board needs, and what I'm going to suggest, because we've had a lot of discussion tonight, is the board needs to not just say a one-year feel-good fix. We need to solve this problem because it's going to get worse. And we need to do it with our partners, but this board has to lead on this. And so, we've had a lot of input and information tonight, so I'm going to just leave it at that. But I'm really going to urge the board, and now June 2nd, well, the boards are the same as up there. So we've had enough, but I'm going to push really hard that we have a multi-year plan to solve this problem. Otherwise, we're just making it worse. And when people say, we want the busing, I understand. We want class size smaller, I understand. I want all of that. But look at the numbers. And so we have to be realistic and understand that we just can't afford this anymore. So that's really what I wanted to, but I'm not going to make a specific proposal tonight because I think we need to get more information. And on June 2nd, we're going to, I think, give more specific proposals. Thank you.
I'd actually like to follow that up with a motion based on the item on the agenda, because I do think we need to look beyond the current year. I got a stack of postcards from teachers talking about the layoffs, and I read through them all, and one of them was, I can't believe it again, really, again, we're going through this again, why are we doing this? Stop the madness, I don't want to go through this again next year. And I know ideally we would go out, a few years in the future and develop a very good budget plan, but that's not really possible. I think at this point we really do need to look at a comprehensive 2-year plan. And when you look on the chart, the 2011-12 and the 2012-13, we have to figure out a way that we can balance our budget for the 2 years, so we're not calling some back, laying some off, calling some back, but bringing some sort of stability to the district. And I know this is really difficult to do, but I have a proposal, just very briefly, that I'll just give to the members of the board and read, and to the other staff members, about really looking at this. We've done it, as Mr. Burnett said, each year that I've been on the board. We've tried to get through that year, and we get to the next year. I want to at least look at least one more year ahead. And so my proposal is that we direct staff to develop a comprehensive 2-year budget in order to do everything possible to avert repeating the cycle of crises and instability that we have gone through this year. This will allow us to spend more of our time on educational issues and less time on managing budget crises. The 2-year plan would be based on the governor's May revise. We cannot wait any longer to take action on planning our budget for the next year. Both the governor's plan and the Republican plan preclude further cuts to education. They must be held accountable to this commitment. The 2-year plan would include flat funding for the second year, rather than speculating on increases or cuts. The board would approve the plan with the intention of following the budget as approved in the following year, but could alter it in case of a significant increase or reduction of funds in that year. In developing the 2-year budget, the superintendent and staff will take into consideration any budget priorities arrived at by consensus of the board at this meeting. These priorities would be taken into consideration in making any adjustments, including any further cuts or any possible restorations from our second interim budget. So the basic idea here, this is not making a decision tonight about what the budget is, but it is, if there is an agreement on the board, that we would direct the superintendent and the staff to do a 2-year plan where we would approve the budget for the next year and the following year at the same time in a way that we can balance it with flat funding for the next 2 years. So this is my proposal. So I move that we direct the staff to do this and include this in the information that they bring back to us at the next meeting.
Okay, is there a second for Dr. Evans' proposal?
If you change 2 to 3, I'll second it. Because That's what we're looking at.
2 years to 3 years.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at, and that's what we're required to do for the County Office of Ed and under the state law, unless some bill changes. So if you change 2 to 3, then I'll second it.
Well, I am aware that we do need to include both years in the projections and plans. The reason I'm putting the 2 years is I'm talking about really making a concrete plan. I think the third year is going to be more speculative, and there are a lot of we're at a different contract point and so forth at that stage too. So that's why I want to, given the current information and the current status we're in, to do it for 2 years.
Well, do we have a second? Nope. Okay. So motion fails for lack of a second. Okay, so on to item H9, and I think Dr. Evans, you wanted to introduce this.
Right. First of all, I'd like to put Proposition J back on the ballot next week, so we could. I think the public would have a different viewpoint at this point. When I put this on the agenda, it was without knowing a lot of details about, or not knowing. They may revise at that point. We've had this staff create a budget in the preliminary budget in March, and we approved that as a package, and now the staff must do that now for the June budget. And my reason for having this brief discussion tonight is for each board member to take a couple of minutes to outline priorities. And these priorities, I know it's going to be very limited. It's either going to be priorities in terms of if there is a restoration, what we would be able to restore, or the opposite side of that, if there are further cuts, what would need to be cut. But it's been mentioned before that we're constantly in the process of developing a budget without having the staff is developing a budget without having clear direction from the board. We talked this morning about a longer-term plan for a strategy for quality schools in every neighborhood. I think we have to keep that philosophy in mind when we are balancing our budget for this year, even though it's devastating to a lot of the plans that we are making. So what I would suggest that we do is, if each person wants to, was just to speak a couple of minutes about what their priorities are, and then out of that we can see if there is any consensus on this or not. I would say for myself, as far as priorities, my first priority would be class size reduction. In this particular case, it would be class size maintenance, not going larger.
Are you saying restoration or?
Budget priority is placing class size as a high priority for budgeting, so that when the staff is looking at everything, that if they were going by my priorities individually, that they would look first at class size. The next two things that I would look at would be the second would be academics in terms of music, arts, language programs, and this would be both classified and certificated in terms of people who are working directly with students. And the third one would have to do with student services, which is nurses, counselors, front office staff, computer repair, all of this, which again is both certificated and classified. So if there is any restoration, I think we have to look the best bang for our buck is in terms of class size, and then a smaller portion having to do with continuation of some academic programs and student services. I know this is extremely difficult to talk about with some of the numbers that we have in front of us, but I think the staff at least needs to know which direction we are leaning.
Okay, so why don't we go, Dr. Evans has put some priorities on the table. Why don't we do a round, and if we need to do a second round, we can do that. But let's go around. And again, the intent here is, we're not going to try to achieve consensus tonight as among the five of us, but we're trying to give some ideas to the superintendent as he comes back to us on June 2nd with a new draft budget.
Well, the only thing I would say is that if it becomes obvious that by what we say that there is a consensus, that would be the case. If there's not a consensus, I'm not suggesting that the superintendent and staff take my individual or anybody else's individual priorities and try to work them in, because I think that you have to take direction from the full board or the board majority. So it's kind of to see if there is any, not to develop it all out, but just to see on first blush if there is any consensus at all.
The reason I asked that question initially, because it sounds like what you just said at the end was these are your priorities as far as restoration. I mean, when you finish your comments, you said, if we are restoring anything, these are mine. This is my priority, and I have a concern with us talking about restorations when we really, the May revise really does not. It's still being vetted right now. We're not looking at having any additional funds. So I have concerns with us telling the staff what our priorities are for restoration. If you want me to talk about my priorities as far as funding for the district, I can do that. But I do have, I am very concerned if we start telling the staff we want you to try to restore something, because I said this earlier, I don't think they have shifted the mental health responsibility to the school districts. I really want to stress this, that is going to be a lot of money. I don't think they're going to give us nearly enough money as it's going to cost us. We may have to take additional cuts, because if it's mandated that we do the mental health part, then we have to pay for that. So it's not going to be we're going to, get this additional money and they're going to fully cover mental health. They're not going to fully cover mental health. So I guess my point is that I'm trying to clarify what it is you want me to discuss, because if you ask me about restoration, I don't think we're going to be restoring anything anytime soon.
I think what I would suggest, is, I think that's absolutely fair. I mean, what we're trying to do is, the superintendent owes us a new draft budget on June 2nd. And we've also agreed that tonight was about gathering information and not attempting to take action as a board. Right. So I think it's worth at least a round, from each of us to talk about how we're thinking about, moving forward with the budget. I think, if where you're at is, you're not ready to talk about restoration at this point, I think that's good to make that clear, that's where you're coming from. So I don't think this by any means has to be assuming restoration. Here's where I'm at. I think it's about where are you at right now in terms of your thinking about how to approach this. Right, and I'm not. Just to be clear, I'm not assuming that there are going to be restorations. Because my previous proposal was a 2-year budget, which pretty much wipes out almost any restoration unless we find other things. Priorities. There are different ways of looking at it. I wasn't. It's also, if I said class size reduction was a high priority, I didn't say, for example, I don't want to pick one out, but X program is the highest priority. So the things I didn't mention would not be as protected. So it kind of goes both ways between restoring and cutting. Someone can also say, I think we need to cut in a certain area more, if that's what you think. Okay. Yeah, Ms. Jackson, do you want to?
Then certainly. I do agree we need to try to, as much as possible, try to get a budget that will last for, a couple of years. I think that we do need to have some more negotiations going on with our bargaining units to find out where we can maybe come to agreement on some things. It was my understanding when we negotiated for the raises was that if we did not have the money, if the state had not come back to where it was stable, that we would not implement those raises. And so I was very surprised to find out that that was not true, because it was my understanding on the board at that time, that what we were saying. We were saying if we have the money, if the state is going to be at that particular level and we get the money, we would do the raises. And so if they're saying we have to do it without that, I think that's a negotiation piece that we have to look into. I also think, again, that sometimes we have to look at doing things, again, smarter. Transportation, I know there's a lot of people concerned about cuts to transportation, but if you're asking me, I would look at cutting transportation a little bit more. We're one of the few districts that still has a full complement of transportation. There's also a piece that's not mentioned that would still, help us, and that is some accountabilities in place. When we start trimming people, we shouldn't be trimming our best people. We should be trimming people that have not been doing their jobs. No offense to anyone, on a personal level, but if we have the accountability piece in place, then what we're doing is the people that are not doing their jobs, we're, processing them, letting them go, and we may find out that we have the right staff. And I think it's an economic crisis. We really need to be looking more at how we're working with our people that we have and making sure that we're keeping the best and the brightest. Again, we had looked at one time at how do we generate revenue, and that goes in many different areas. And so let me just go to our finance department. Some of the smaller districts have the county, preparing their finances for them. Okay. We can compete for those. We can let our work go to the county and see if we can get a better rate, or we can say, and I think we probably do more work than the county does, we can say to the districts, you let us do your paperwork and we won't charge you as much as a savings for them. But we have to be competitive in this market. So we got to think a little bit differently. I talked about the city buses at one point in time. It was my understanding when I toured facilities that our transportation maintenance hub was the largest in the city. And I said, why don't we ask the city, contract with them for us to do the maintenance on their buses? So it's those types of things that we need to look at because we're so large and we have all those things already in place. Why can't we generate revenue by doing it for other areas? So I think that revenue generation piece was not fully vetted because people said, well, it's going to be all right. Well, guess what? It's not going to be all right. And we need to be out there on the forefront looking at what services, if we're saying that we're not going to cut any services, and what services do we have that we can market to other people? Okay, we're looking at our land, our real estate right now, and certainly I think we should continue looking at that and seeing how we can make the best of that. But I think for right now, my priorities would be, number one, let's really look at our revenue generation. Unless somebody tells us differently, I think that we need to look at that. As far as the bus services, as far as being able to do other people's, payroll processing, that type of thing. If not, one time we discussed, Councilmember Todd and I, we talked about the fact that why don't we combine services that we all use together, such as our HR. The city has one, we have one, the county has one. We had this discussion, and only to find out later that the city and the county said, okay, let's look at it, but our school district did not want to get involved. And I think that in the time of economic crisis, it is imperative that governmental agencies work together. We can have a staff that sits on that works in that HR department that knows about education, that knows about teachers evaluations, that knows about processing educational type people without us having to have a separate office. So it's those types of things that have been put on the table before, didn't really go anywhere, that we really need to be willing to look at. We cannot function in a silo. Speaking of silos, there are still silos around this district, and we have to break them down. If you go to smaller districts, you don't find all these individuals. And what happens, we grew so large that we said we had to have a separate office for this and a separate office for other things. And to give an example, I think that's one of the meetings we were looking at scheduling. They said I had to meet with, the people that does the comp Our comprehensive health is in one office. The people who does contracts in another office. I mean, and I'm looking at our picture as far as our construction operation, and all those people have separate offices that you have to bring together to find out who's doing what. And in the time of economic crisis, we need to combine those as much as possible. And I am pretty sure that if we continue to do that, we will find a great deal of money. But people are protective of their silos. And I'm sorry, we don't have that luxury anymore. The priorities have to be on our primary responsibility, which is educating children. And I understand, and as well as anyone else, that because the county looks at us and says that our budget is like 90 or almost 92% now personnel, they want to see us cutting personnel to feel that we have a balanced budget. But everyone sitting up here, I know it for the teachers as well, because that's what you get those cards for, Dr. Evans, because in September when the students come, we're going to have to hire the teachers back. And so we need to look at where we can have savings that are real savings. So I'll stop there for this round, okay?
Okay.
Is that enough for you, Dr. Evans?
Thank you, Sheila.
You're welcome. Okay.
Mr. Barnett. Mr. Bowser.
Go ahead. You two guys.
So polite.
Okay.
My basic philosophy is we want to fund as much as we can closest to the classroom. I think every one of us generally agrees with that, So, that means, the people who touch children the closest. But once again, it's any talk of restoration at this point is, even under our best case scenario, is a highly risky strategy. If the sales tax is extended and we know the revenues are coming in, then I think we at least we have solid numbers of revenues, although as Mr. Little pointed out, all that really does is improve our cash flow really for a year or so. And so I don't really know what you want, John. I mean, we've all I think we support the same priorities, but so I don't really know what more we can add but my view is, and I differ from, there are other ways. I agree with Ms. Jackson. We have to continue to save money. We have to find efficiencies. We have to find revenues, and I think we can, but we are going to have to make cuts, and we also have to stop spending more money. And that means we can't afford to pay raises. This year, current budget, we have $17 million of raises in step and column. This year, we're in right now. Next year, it's proposed at $12.5 million, and then significant raises after that. That's one of the major reasons we have that big hole. So, to me, once again, we need to develop a multi-year strategy to finally have revenues and expenditures meet, and then when we promise raises, we'll really be able to pay them. Because it's not fair to all employees to say, we're going to give you this, and there's no revenues. So that's really what I'm hoping we can have a discussion about.
At the time, yeah. I didn't want to ruffle your feathers, sir. It's my understanding that what Mr. Evans' motion is here with item H9 is just for us to kind of put out there what are some of our priorities. What do we think are our just general goals? And for my part, number one would be class size reduction for kindergarten through third grade back to 20 to 1. And the reason why I think that should be our collective number one goal, if whether or not whatever diverse role we have in our school district, that should be our number one goal, because if I understand the numbers that I received from our CFO, Mr. Little, today, that if we were to restore K through 3 back down to 20-1, that would cost a net of $29 million. And then I think he said that it would cost $43 million, but because by going back to 20-1, we'd realize a $14 million savings. Is that correct? Because of the class size reduction penalty we're paying every year. We don't really talk about this that much. We pay every year a $14 million penalty. That's $14 million that could go to smaller class sizes. That's $14 million that could go to helping improve our educational programs.
Mr. Beiser, I wanted to add.
Hold on. Let me finish.
I didn't want someone to correct you. I wanted to say this year that's not the case, but you're absolutely right. In the future, it'd be $14 million, but this year it's not. I don't want.
Thank you for interrupting. Great,
you're welcome. I didn't want to get a fact check.
So my first priority is to look at, as a collective organization, how do we accomplish that goal of K through 3 back down to 20-1 so we can realize the $14 million in fee penalties that we're paying? So that's the first thing. And then the reason for that, for that is also couched in the research and the data that show that in the younger grades at least, there's a lot of research that shows that K through 3 class size, if it's smaller, there's more one-on-one time with children to help them learn and accomplish literacy and numeracy by the 3rd grade. The second goal is VAPA, music, art, choir, those kinds of educational foundations that I think it's just, and the superintendent and the previous boards should be very proud that this school district was recognized, by the Kennedy Foundation, or I believe on the East Coast, as being San Diego Unified as being the number 1 school district in the United States of America for music education, and we're looking at cutting VAPA by 50% next year. And I understand the realities of the budget, but there's just some things you just want to try to hold on to. And then the third thing, I agree with Mr. Evans that student services are paramount. As a teacher in a school, I can't imagine what it would be like at my school without our nurse who's there regularly to provide that kind of support. And our counselors, I can't tell you how many times teenage girls, I'll see them walking down the hall and they'll just be crying. And who knows what's going on with their, you've got two teenage daughters. And so just having the ability to say, let me write you a pass to the counselor's office, go talk to somebody, or is there somebody else I can send you to that you would feel comfortable talking to? Just having those student services and support staff make my job as a teacher possible. So those are my 3 priorities. I mean, whether or not we can make them a reality with the budgets that we have, that's not, I think, the intent of Mr. Evans' motion tonight. I think is he just wants to get some kind of general read on what it is that we as an organization should be focusing on, with the understanding that our goal should be to improve student learning.
Okay. So the place I'd start, and I am extremely sympathetic to what a couple of my colleagues on the board have been talking about in terms of being able to to plan for 2 years going forward or 3 years going forward. This is the 3rd time that Dr. Evans and I have gone through this budget process with Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson has gone through it many more times than we have. It's needless to say not a fun process, for any of us in our community to go through this. It's certainly not a process that that we on the board enjoy, and so I think there's a lot of attraction to the idea of saying, we're just going to pass a budget now and we're going to be done with it, for the next 2 years or the next 3 years. Problem with that is, if we were to look back to our first budget that Dr. Evans and I went through, planning in the spring of 2009 for the 9-10 budget, we balanced a budget, passed a budget that got us through the 9-10 year by protecting as much as we could from the classroom. But that included the first year of going from 20 kids K-3 to 24 kids K-3. A significant impact to the classroom, as a result of doing that. Last year, in the spring of 2010, we passed a budget for this current year, for the 10-11 year, and that included working with all of our bargaining units, making significant sacrifices in the form of furlough days and other health expenses, but it also included reducing the school year from 180 days to 175. We talked this morning. Kevin was very clear about the need to extend the time that our kids are in the classroom learning, and we cut 5 days off of the year for this year. But I can tell you that in the spring of 2009, when we looked out at our projections for 2 years forward, what we were projecting at the time in terms of both revenues and expenses bore no resemblance to what we've actually been dealing with for this year, for the actual 10-11 year. When we passed the budget last spring for the 10-11 year, we passed a budget based on the governor's May revise of last year, which left us, or our projection was that we'd have about $30 million less in revenue for this year than we actually are working with now as a result of what the state ended up passing in October of a budget. So I think as much as I would love to say we're going to pass a budget and we're going to be done with it, there's two big problems there. One is, if the state could tell us how much money we're going to have 2 years from now or 3 years from now in a way that has any credibility, maybe we could talk about passing a 2 or 3 year budget. I appreciate Scott talking about sort of the bill that places reduced emphasis on a third-year projection out as the ostrich bill. I would say the process that we have right now is the equivalent of preparing for the rapture. That's what we've been doing, whenever, for the past couple of years, whenever we talk about anticipating where we're going to be in a couple of years. And just as, I got to say, people who prepared for the rapture took some risks and are probably, questioning why they did what they did. I don't want to take those kinds of risks for our kids going forward in next year. We don't have, it's not about anything that we restore to our current budget is absolutely necessary for our kids to have a decent education next year. And we're not going to be able to come close to restoring what our kids need to have a decent education next year. So I understand, the concept of looking out into 12-13, but I think we also understand the risks to our kids of not making as much, not putting as much into a restoration budget as we possibly can, because if we don't, our kids will be warehoused in K-3 classrooms that are far too large. I absolutely agree in terms of top priority with Kevin and John, and we might all share the top priority if we agreed on restoration. But I think we've got an opportunity now with the May revise to bring our K to at a minimum leave our K-3 class sizes at what they are this year, 24-1. And I also agree with Mr. Beiser that we have to look seriously at bringing our K-3 class size back down to 20-1, because doing so, and this is the actual number, the difference between having 20 kids in a K-3 classroom next year and having 29.5 kids in a K-3 classroom next year is $19 million in penalties. So if we talk about an ability to, invest some money in a restoration, I don't want to be throwing away $19 million back to the state when we know that 20-to-1 is actually probably larger than what our class size needs to be. We've had, a program going in some schools where we've been able to get, that class size down to, 16, 17-to-1. So I believe, number one, we have to take advantage of the opportunity to make some restoration where we have it. We have been advocating, for 2 years at least now, since Arnold Schwarzenegger's January budget in 2010 and May revise of 2010, to restore that money. Jerry Brown has restored that money. That's what we've been advocating for. No more cuts meant restoring that money in Schwarzenegger's budget. Governor Brown has restored that money, and for us now to turn around and self-inflict and not do any restoration, I think is irresponsible to everything that the education community has been fighting for a couple of years. So I share, a top priority in that K-3 class size. One of the reasons I share a top priority in that K-3 class size is I think we have to have a principle here which is talking about protecting what's working well. That was the point, of the meeting this morning, to build on what's working well. Well, we know, particularly in the elementary schools, neighborhood elementary schools in high poverty areas where we've seen tremendous achievement growth over the past several years, key to that has been the stability of the staff. So I think by restoring K-3 class size, we not only across the district are able to keep our class sizes low, not only are we able to not throw money down the drain in the form of paying penalties, but I think it also gives us the best opportunity that we can to stabilize the staffing at the elementary schools where we've seen tremendous success. So I would look at that as a top priority for restoration. A second priority for restoration is when we talk about preserving the team of teachers at a school, we also, and I think Kevin was getting at that, we have to talk about preserving the whole team around the school. Superintendent tonight talked about the progress that we're making across the district at increasing attendance. Well, I think we have to protect that progress by investing in the front office staff at schools that are primarily responsible for our ability to properly track attendance and are responsible for our gains in attendance. So I would look at preserving our front office staff in our schools as another priority. And I also, whether it's in the form of magnet funding or specific funding for the IB programs, a lot of what we've heard from speakers tonight, I think this district is very proud and needs to be very proud of some of the schools, whether it's School of Creative Performing Arts or whether it's all the schools that have a strong International Baccalaureate program now, or whether it's the Language Academy or Longfellow or other schools throughout our district, San Diego High IB school, that have taken a huge hit, a disproportionate hit in the draft budget as a result of the cut in magnet funding. So I think we need to look there. That would be another priority area that I would identify for restoration. But this is going to be a difficult conversation, obviously, with the five of us, difficult with the superintendent, difficult with the CFO. But I certainly come down maybe at the far end of our options tonight in I think we need to aggressively move forward building our budget on the May revise, and I think we need to take advantage of the restoration opportunities that the May revise has to offer. And we've got one speaker that we overlooked, and I know we want to do another round, but Joan O'Hara had signed up to speak on this issue, so I'm going to ask Joan to...
Joan O'Hara, President of the Paraeducators CSEA. I don't know where to even begin. When I saw all of the budget, it's like I had some hope that there was going to be restoration money, but I wouldn't hold my breath for a minute. But I want you to think a little smaller when you think of, I believe in K-3 and teachers and all that stuff. Libraries and elementary schools, I think, are a high priority. And you can get more shopping at Ross than at Bloomingdale's, okay? So think of paraeducators. And I know I'm just speaking for paraeducators, but you can keep libraries open so kids can at least bring books to and from the library, even if you don't have a librarian there who's teaching classes and library stuff. And I'm still proud of the OSILE program, and it has nothing to do with whether it's paraeducators or not. Those programs were so unique, and those programs taught history, California history. They brought all people, students from all out the county and in San Diego Unified School District, that they don't even know that people from Point Loma don't even know that there's people in South Bay. And that's what was so important about that program. And so I know I can see, class size reduction and all that stuff, but you may want to be able to restore smaller programs that are just as important, at least for the kids, especially the libraries. I just blows my mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Ms. Jackson.
I'll just come back to this presentation that we had, and maybe I missed it. It's been a very long day for all of us. I'm trying to find out where we are getting more money. I mean, you said we should, very aggressively, go to May revise and restore with whatever money we have, and I don't see here where we got any money. So maybe I missed that slide or I stepped out for a minute, but please tell me where you see that we got more money for us to do some restorations.
Well, the May revise, this $2.5 billion,
right,
provides an additional, roughly, the current calculation is $38 million in revenue above what we've budgeted for in our draft budget, in our second interim.
But what they're doing, well, now, Monica, help me out with this. I think we were on the deferred plan, okay? So, I'm not trying to be funny, but the state, whether because they're the state, had said, we're not going to pay you on the 1st of July. We won't pay you until September. Oh, no, we won't pay you until December. Oh, no, we'll go to next year. And so my understanding was this first $2.5 billion starts trying to back that money up. So that's not, that just means that before we were even concerned how we were going to borrow money to bridge the gap. And what this means is that, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that we might not have to borrow as much money as quickly as. So please help me. I'm just trying to find out where the money is.
The $3 billion, the $3 billion that Prop 8 has been increased the base is mostly the 2.5 is going to restore the deferrals for K-12 so that we can get our cash on time when it's due to us. So I think you're exactly right. Ideally, we'll have to borrow less money at the end of next year, basically. So we'll have less trans interest costs. That's about the benefit that we'll get from the 2.5 million.
Please mention our trans interest costs to people so they know how much we're talking about, okay?
$5 million this year. We're projecting out at this point probably a little more depending on what happens with the deferrals. The other $300 million of that $3 billion is for ratcheting up, the Prop 98 to offset the mental health costs, and then there's a couple $100 million that goes for deferrals for community colleges. So to President Barrero's point, we did budget a minus $349 per ADA. The delta that's coming our way is the $32 million once we apply the deficit factor. of money that we had anticipated not getting next year. And obviously, we're getting it, but we also have $18 million worth of risks and other factors, of course, that have changed since the last time we looked at those numbers at second interim.
Just point of clarification. So you had said that the interest on Transnotes was $5 million?
That's about
not $7 million.
This current year, it's about $5 million, yes.
Was it $7 million last year? Or?
It was $7 million about 2 years ago when we borrowed more.
Okay, I'm just because I remember the $7 million
it was at one point in the
coming
past.
out at a meeting.
Exactly.
I guess my point being, I'm still not so sure that we should very aggressively pursue restoring things based upon the numbers that were on page 2 of our slide presentation. I again want to express my concern that as we see in special ed, and we have a very large encroachment on our general budget to do what our mandated special education costs. I am very concerned that with this mental health responsibilities, we're going to have another encroachment on our general ed budget that we don't even know what it is now, because before we did not have to do this. So I just would caution us before we start restoring things to make sure that we have enough to cover our basic expenses.
Just two clarifications, too. We cannot, by law, approve more than a one-year budget. So I don't want people to think the thought about 2-year, 3-year. We can set plans and clear plans based on either best-case scenarios or worst-case or somewhere in between. And that's what I'm suggesting. Secondly, the past board, as you said, Mr. Barrera, did fund and refund teachers' positions, which is great. But you also, to say that you balance the budget isn't quite true, because you didn't fund some $40 to $50 million of deferred maintenance. And you didn't fund enough money for our vehicle maintenance and replacement. So, and every year that we don't fund that, the costs go higher. So, and so really, the boards for years have been kicking the can down the road, and every year the squeezing gets tighter, and so I just think it's important to know that, and I realize, Mr. Barrera, that you were focused and trying to focus on what happens next year, each year, and that's great. But we need to just start being realistic on the long-term implications.
So should we fund deferred maintenance for next year?
Possibly. We could fund more and start funding more, and that's why we're putting together the liability committee to say what is our true liabilities number, because we don't know what the true number is. I mean, one of them, and that's why I said, and no board has previously done this, is said we need to know what our outstanding liabilities are on deferred maintenance, on major maintenance, on vehicles, on health care, and then on IE21, because we're in 3 years we're going to run out of I-21 money, and we won't have that. So we need to know how much that figure is and start putting more into it. Absolutely.
Okay. That sounds like spending money to me. So, that's fine, and I understand that as a priority, but let's not pretend that it's not spending more money than is in our current budget.
I don't believe we should spend more money than we think we're going to have. So it means taking money from other sources. Okay. That's the difference. Mm-hmm. You want to spend money we don't have, and you hope we're going to have. If the sales tax, we're exactly in the same position we were in January with the governor. The only difference is that because of the state revenues going up, we are now going to have to borrow less, and our cash flow is a little better. But the unknown factor of the savior, this tax increase, is still the unknown factor. And you want to go ahead and spend money based on a tax increase or extension, if it happens this year, that very likely likely will not occur. That's what the difference is. And that is where the huge risk is.
Yeah, the difference is I want to call the politicians in Sacramento on their claims that they intend to fully fund education, and I don't want to wait for them for another 3, 4, 5 months in the hope that they balance their budget. I want to move forward and force them into a position that they've got to balance their budget in a way that doesn't cut education.
Well, what if politicians, surprise, lie to us?
Yeah.
And the legislature all says, oh, we love education. The governor, we love education. And everyone, we love education. But when it comes down to, oh, we have prisons, we have welfare, we have Caltrans, we love all those too, but they're telling them to all those folks. The point is, we call their bluff, and what if the money's not there? What if we run out of money halfway through the year? What do we do? That's the risk that you're saying we should take, right?
I've read it. I've just to answer, to kind of chime in on that dilemma. I've read in a few articles, I've read so many articles I can't cite the exact one, but they did mention that there is the possibility that they take that $2.5 billion to address the deferral situation and then slide that over to make up any deficit if the extensions don't go through. So that's a possibility. That's in the realm of possibility.
You're right.
If the tax extensions don't materialize, that there's still an option of moving that $2.5 billion back from the deferrals and put that into the education budget to fill in that gap so that we don't have to take a huge mid-year cut.
See, what we're looking at, the options are, we have on the one hand the governor and the Democrats saying we're going to keep education and they give you money for the deferrals now with the $2.5 or $3 billion of money, and then make up the $9 or $10 billion with tax extensions. That's the Democrats' position. The Republicans' position is we want to save education. We'll use the $3 billion to not suspend Prop 98, but we're going to make up the shortfall with $9 billion of cuts. That's the difference between the two.
Or something.
Or magic.
Yeah, right.
So the problem is, if neither of those scenarios happen, they don't get the tax extensions, then the question is, where are they going to cut? And that's where they're going to say we have $9 billion, and yes, we made these promises to education, but we still have to balance the budget, and we have prisoners and all these others. So that's where, so you're basically, the philosophy is, do we put trust in the Sacramento politicians and hope that they don't screw us?
No, it's not to cut ourselves for them. It's not to do their work for them, which is, I believe, what we would be doing by not doing restoration. I believe we'd be cutting our own budgets for them. So then, when they get to that position, and I think we've heard a little bit of that, tonight of that possibility. When they get into that position that they're stuck, they say, well, you know what? The school districts have already made those cuts, so they really don't need that money. So that's off the table.
They don't care
and
about
now we move
what
forward.
we do.
Okay. Well, all right.
Can I move the question? Oh wait.
Well, there's no question. So yeah. So we will move on to item H1. Okay, item H1, and here it is, the solution to all our problems. An update from our Tiger teams. So, Mr. Weiser.
Excuse me, President Barrera, before we go further,
yes.
You had a couple of rounds of discussion about priorities.
Yes.
Was there direction for the staff stemming from, or any clarification? I'm just trying to get to a point.
As much as you can take from what we just did, Superintendent.
It's where you find the areas of agreement.
That's right.
That's what you have, not just the little details of each, but where you see areas of agreement.
I'm checking into Bellevue.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And I know, Mr. Barrera, that we all are tired and frustrated, and it is very difficult discussions, but I know you did not mean to slight the work of the Tiger teams.
Not at all. I apologize.
No, I know. You. Once again, there will be the Tiger teams that have met to date will be have submitted their proposals to the district. They will then, the staff is vetting them, and then the sufficiency and whatever the heck the name of the committee is, will review them, and then the staff will make the recommendations on June 7th. We will make recommendations, and each Tiger team will have a 5-minute presentation. And then most of what I think you're going to see is taking the onions and peeling off layers, and probably open up another. But that's the Title I Tiger team has been working already very hard and broken up in subcommittees, and they know that their job is not to come back and recommend a percentage, but to look at how we spend the money, and can we squeeze more money out, and can we even determine the impact and effectiveness of one type of dollar versus another, and they are on track as well. So there's a lot of volunteer time going on by a lot of parents, staff members, and so we do appreciate that. But no, it is not going to solve our thing by July.
I think that there's a lot of unintended benefits that we're realizing from the Tiger teams. There's some amazing work that's being done. There's some people really looking into different departments and pieces of our school district that haven't really been thoroughly analyzed by a large group of stakeholders at different levels, from staff to supervisors to parents to concerned community members, some with and some without expertise in the content area. We're getting a lot of information because these committees have lots of questions, and so we're working with staff to get them the information, the numbers, and then by putting this all out on the website, it's making this data and this information that some people have been asking, gosh, I wonder how much we're spending on this and that and the other thing. So a lot of that information, by being posted on the website, is now being put out for the whole world to see. And that level of transparency is wonderful, I think, in our school district. And so that's an unintended positive consequence. Some of the proposals that we're going to see are going to have some very serious action items. And I really appreciate the work of the staff in vetting the proposals and double-checking the numbers that are being used in the action items and the proposals by the Tiger team. So that this is not happening in a vacuum. It's being thoroughly vetted, and we're making sure that then the staff will look over those items and see which are real tangible items that maybe the staff would like to get behind and endorse also and support. There's some really great work going on with the Tiger teams, not only in just improving services, but finding out information and getting it out and available to the public on the website. And then hopefully with some of these action items, we can realize ways of doing things better, not just better, but also saving money. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, let's move on to item H6. Can we get a motion to
move approval?
That's been carried over to June 14th. Yeah. So we got a motion to approve the, and we've got one speaker. I don't know if Joni's still here. Joni's already spoken to this item, right? Okay. Any discussion? If not, please vote. Okay, and similarly, item H7.
Move approval.
Yep. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, please vote. Whoa. Okay.
Sorry. This item H7 is the Furlough Day Memorandum of Understanding between the CSEA, and I just want to make sure that as we explore the furlough days for the next school year, that because we are talking about furlough days, that it's really important that we try to work together with our partners so that the furlough days are all happening at the same time. Because if all the school bus drivers are on a furlough day when the kids are in school and the teachers are in school, then we have to expend the money to have substitutes to run the entire busing system to get the kids to school. Similarly, if all the kids are in school and all the cafeteria workers are taking a furlough day, who's feeding our kids? So we need to make sure that as we're looking at furlough days, that we're having the least amount of impact on students. And it just makes sense to me that all 5 furlough days should be the same, 5 furlough days for the entire school district and for all different bargaining units. The second thing that I'd like to point out on furlough days is that we want the best for our kids. Parents want their kids to be the most prepared for it before they take a test. And to this end, so do teachers. I want to make sure that my students are prepared, and we've had the opportunity to go over all the content standards and do spiral review before my kids take the CST test. So also dealing with furlough days, I would really like to encourage and recommend that we as a collective organization with all of our partners are looking and identifying 5 furlough days that would fall after the CST window. That's all I have to say on that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to approve the MOU. Any further comment? So we've already voted. Okay, item H8. This is an amendment to the board resolution regarding campaign contributions and expenditures, and we've got one speaker, one superintendent or Mr. Shanky.
I'm going to turn this over to General Counsel to explain what the change is.
Great, thank you.
Good evening. Basically, the resolution has been presented to the board to update the resolution to match the current rulings of the United States Supreme Court concerning the First Amendment and independent expenditures in a political campaign. A complaint was raised arising from the election last November, and the investigation was had by outside counsel through the sponsorship of my office, since I am the enforcement authority for this particular resolution. And it was determined that the expenditure that was made on behalf of the candidate was in fact what is called an independent expenditure. In other words, the candidate had nothing to do with the expenditure, did not have any input into it, did not sponsor it, did not solicit it or anything. And in that context, the United States Supreme Court has said any person or any committee or any organization or any entity can expend whatever level of money they want to expend. In other words, you don't have jurisdiction as a board in setting a campaign expenditure limit for someone who is truly independent. If they want to express their own views under the First Amendment as far as political office, they have a right to do that, and they have the right to expend as much as they want. So in that respect, the resolution is out of date. It's probably been out of date almost since the point it was adopted, but it's been more clearly stated recently in what's called the Citizens United case of last year from the U.S. Supreme Court. So basically what this does is it clarifies that someone who is independently expending their own money in support or in opposition to a candidate is not limited by this. However, the limits do remain in effect. Secondly, the second part of the investigation and review from outside counsel indicated that our limits were probably too low and were probably subject to constitutional challenge for that purpose. So we have basically suggested an increase to $750, which reflects primarily the cost of living adjustment since the last adjustment was made in 1999. And with that, I recommend it to the board to be adopted.
Okay. Do we have a motion before we call our speaker? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Fran Zimmerman, you're here to speak on this issue.
Is this on?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Good evening. It's very late.
Yeah.
Unbelievably. Obviously, you don't have time limits here anymore. That's a pity for everyone. I'm fascinated. The end of my comments had to do with where this measure came from, and you're claiming it came from outside counsel, sir?
Comments in what respect, ma'am?
This proposal to raise the campaign limits to $750 per individual contribution for a person who runs for the San Diego Unified School Board, raising it from $500 to $750. This idea came from some outside counsel that spoke to you?
Ms. Zimmerman, he can't comment.
Okay, well, maybe you can comment.
No, I can't either.
You can't comment either. Okay, well, let's just raise the question then. I'm urging you to vote no on raising campaign contribution limits from $500 to $750 to run for the San Diego School Board. In 1999, the school board campaign contribution limits were raised from $250 to $500 per person. I was then a member of this Board of Education, and I voted against that proposal, which passed nonetheless, and was prelude to what became the most expensive school board election campaign in this city's history in the year 2000. I would argue that the expensive election that year set the stage for what has become open warfare between business and labor for control of our public schools, with ordinary citizens and their children relegated to the sidelines. I am here today to urge you to vote no against this proposal to raise campaign contribution limits from $500 to $750, an astronomical sum that an average citizen would never consider making and could never afford. You know that this idea perpetuates the role of big money in determining who gets elected to public office, and that it is undemocratic in nature and antithetical to the close relationship regular citizens feel for local public school trustees. Promoting this change based on phony allegations of rising inflation and the cost of living is a thin smokescreen, to say nothing of the Citizens United ruling of the United States Supreme Court, which has nothing to do with this issue. Many San Diegans work less or not at all in these hard times, and to imagine that they would be able to afford $750 to support a candidate for school board is both false and wrong. And my last paragraph here was, as an afterthought, I wonder at the origins of this agenda item, as it is not clear who is really sponsoring this. The public has a right to know this information, and I believe the board has an obligation to disclose it. So I apologize for addressing my remarks to the council, who wisely didn't answer.
Thank you, Ms.
All right, Mr. President.
Yes.
I would actually like to make a motion to support the resolution with one change. I would like to change the proposal of $750 to $1,000.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor to take staff's recommendation, but to increase the limit to $1,000. Is there a second to that motion? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Is there another motion? It doesn't.
Well, let me discuss my issue.
Yeah.
It's always great to watch Profiles in Courage up here. The city attorney or the legal counsel said that he compared what the city council can do. It's like $500, I guess, to the school board. Well, we have 300,000 or so voters to appeal to, not 30,000. They don't run citywide the way they used to. So I think it hasn't been raised in all those years. I mean, I'm not running next year, so it's not going to affect me, but I felt this was the more appropriate and and more realistic. So that's why I made that motion.
Okay, well, there are two parts to the staff recommendation. One, it sounds like, is to amend our prior policy or change our prior policy on independent expenditures that puts us at odds with the Citizens United decision. Is that correct, Mr. Schenke?
Yes, Citizens United and Buckley versus Blair, which has actually been on the books since the 70s.
Yeah, okay. So I would certainly move that we take action on the first part of that, which is to I guess it's to abolish our board prohibition on independent expenditures in a school board race, simply because it's not legal. Yeah. So I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay. And is there any further discussion on that motion? Okay. If not, please vote. Okay. So let's move on.
Not a motion. The attorney said that he felt the current limit is unconstitutional.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to approve the attorney's recommendation.
All right, we've got a motion. Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? I mean, I guess, it's... I am concerned about increasing, the contribution limit. I mean, I understand, your comparison to the city council. However, County Board of Supervisors is also a $500 contribution limit. I mean, I think that is in line with other local government limits in San Diego, and I'm not sure that I understand the value to the school district in increasing the contribution limit. So we're proposing making a change. I don't understand what the purpose is really of the change. Well, I understand.
I think in reality, I don't think it's going to make a lot of difference either way, which is why I'm kind of on the fence about it, because if I think back to school board campaign, we've a few hundred people contributing and more like an average contribution of $50, $75, that type of money. So I don't see it making a huge difference either way. There's so many comparisons you could make to the city council, but then you could say, well, it's basically we have more voters than in a congressional district. In a congressional campaign, it's a couple thousand. So to me, it's a rather arbitrary amount.
Well, I think another issue that we have to talk about too is the difference between those other seats that you're referring to. All of those are full-time elected positions.
Right.
Okay, and so I just think, and I know, certainly looking at my campaign contributions, you don't see a lot of 250s. You see a lot of 5, 10, 15, 25, maybe a couple of 50s and 100s, but the rest of it, is anything higher than that, it came from someone, some other entity. So I think one of the concerns that was raised, and it's very true, is that we want, I believe, certainly, the purpose of the Board of Education, the reason that we still are running citywide is because we want to make sure they represent all of the children in our district. And in order for us to do that, we have to get down to where those people are. I think a lot of times it's easier to, some people say, you raise a lot of money, do television ads, do that type of thing. But I think the true ism is getting out to those families, talking to those families. And when you have a lot of money, I should say, well, I haven't had a lot of money, so I have to do that. And you learn so much more than if you have a lot of money and you're just sending out mailers, not really talking to people. So I think that we can't compare it to the city council or kind of board of supervisors. Those people, they're going to actually get they get paid, and we don't get paid, and we delegate everything anyway once we get here. So. I just think that where we are now is fine, and I think the lawyer, our general counsel should tell us, why do we have to change? Why was this brought forth anyway? I'm sorry, I'm just kind of tired like everybody else, so I'm kind of rambling a little bit.
All I'm saying is that it was recommended to us by outside counsel because it would be subject to a constitutional challenge, because there are court rulings that say that contribution limits that are set too low effectively chill the First Amendment rights of certain people who want to give more. So that's the rulings in the. I don't make these things up.
Well, one of the other things that we're not, one of the other things that's not a part of this conversation are people that can self-finance. For example, just recently in a school board election, somebody wrote themselves a check for well over $100,000. And so then that begs the question, is that really going to create, by limiting one person to some kind of artificial number when their opponent can write a check for $100,000 and then a $30,000 or whatever. I don't even remember how much money it was, more money than I'll make in a year of my lifetime. But to the extent that somebody can self-finance that much money, then by having really low levels or limits, it almost handicaps somebody and impedes that, for there to be fair competition. But there's lots of other ways to look at this situation.
I think on a little history, Ms. Zimmerman mentioned that when the $500 limit was raised to $500, then there was a huge independent expenditure campaign against her, as if those were connected. The independent expenditure was done by 2 or 3 people who wrote huge checks to TV stations and all that. Mr. Moores and Mr. Burnham and others, as you recall, and it backfired. and current members of this board, some of them had no opponent, so didn't have to raise any money, and then there are current members of this board who had independent expenditures, significant ones, on their behalf in order to get elected, and may or may not have them next time. So to say, oh well, I only raised a few $100s here and there, but then have a $300,000 independent expenditure, and then there's those of us who didn't have any independent expenditure, and so.
Me? Yeah, I didn't have any. Nobody.
Oh, really? Where were those signs I saw? No, but anyhow, there is this. I don't personally. I mean, I didn't. I raised very little money, and so did my opponent, and it was what it was. I'm trying to separate it from my race or others. I just think, it does cost money to communicate with voters, and unfortunately, if you're going to do that beyond walking door to door or whatever method. So, anyhow, I think it's important to put it all in context of these realities as well.
For the General Counsel, what I think I heard you say was that a counsel, I guess a lawyer from the outside came to you and said, hey, Senate Unified is not in compliance, and they made, is that what you're saying?
No.
Sorry, thank you.
I'm the enforcement authority for this resolution as designated by the board. And in my role as enforcement authority, I received a complaint from I think it was the Registrar of Voters, passed it along to us, and because the normal practice is, because of my role as advising the board, and the complaint was against a current board member, we retained outside counsel to review the matter. Longtime counsel is Don Lincoln, who I think you all know, to review this and advise me and advise my staff on how this resolution should change, because what was discovered during the investigation was that the expenditure that was made was truly independent. In other words, the candidate had nothing to do with it. It was basically an expenditure made. Someone expressed their view on the candidate's qualifications, and he was elected to the board. So in that context, Mr. Lincoln said that we can't, by U.S. Constitution and state law, we cannot enforce that limit against that person. And also, by the way, that is not reflected in your resolution. And as a second part of that, he said the contribution limit of $500 had not changed for more than 12 years. And there is case law that indicates that if the limit is kept so artificially low that it prevents people from participating in the campaign, that it should be raised. So there was the two recommendations, the one that's been approved because it conforms with law, and the second one that's currently pending in front of you of raising the limit. So basically, you have the option to say yes or no on that, and like I said, it's advice from counsel. It doesn't make the decision. You have to make the decision.
Calling question.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to approve an increase to $750. Please vote.
Did you vote? Thank you.
Okay, that motion passes 4-1. Okay, let's move on to item I-1. This is Human Resource and Finance Monthly Updates.
Phil is going to introduce this one.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening. As you all know, Sandra Hueso, our Chief HR Officer, has taken a position in Sweetwater School District as Assistant Superintendent. And I want to introduce Lamont Jackson to you. We're happy to have him with us as our interim Chief Chief HR Officer. He's worked in HR before, recently Principal at Wagenheim, and he has graciously offered to work with us in an interim capacity to lead the HR department. Welcome, Lamont.
Good evening. I just want to give you an update on the attrition report, and I'll keep it brief. I want to point your attention to page 1 of the memo. We've had 44 additional separations in the SDA bargaining area, and I think that's important to note as you discuss restoration and things of that nature. So I want to also go down to the bottom of the memo. There are currently, of the 191, 119 that we're talking about 54 of them are unfunded and unbudgeted for next year. So we're really down to 65. And of those 65, 18 are positions that are not within the PKS, which takes us to 47 that fall within the PKS. And if we go over to page 3, I do want to point out one correction, and this is a simple difference calculation on line 1, the elementary. It should be section A, 21 minus 14, should be 7 rather than 9. So I will make sure you get that updated as I caught that. In addition, on the far column, A minus B down low, it'll be 20 instead of 22. And so I apologize for that. So when we look at this, the ALJ had a ruling. We brought back 45 teachers after that ruling. And so we're really looking at, the bottom line is our over-under is looking at about 3 teachers that we could bring back, one in English language arts and 2 teachers in the visual arts. But I would caution us at this point, as you've had plenty of discussion on where we are in terms of where schools are making decisions and where we are with staffing. So I would support the superintendent's recommendation at this level to not rescind any layoff notices per this report.
So basically, you did the pluses and minuses in terms of the positions that were disqualified, the administrative law judge, and then looked at the attrition, and those are there are only 3 that even came out net. What the big issue is going to be, which is coming up right now, which is the projection of attrition from today until September 1st, because we I think as a board intend to build that into our budget. And so we've been dealing with the actuals, but now we're going to need to see some sort of calculation of projected attrition so that we can include that in our budget. And I know there are lots of different numbers to look at in terms of that projection, how many temporary teachers were hired, what were the dates that separations were received in previous years, and so forth and so on. But that's going to be a really important step very soon, I would assume, by the next board meeting.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think what has to be included in that is this actual analysis of where we are today on this potential that we've got hundreds of teachers and we don't have any budgeted positions for them. I think we really need to get those numbers down and bring.
I can certainly work with staff to prepare that.
Yes.
I just want to caution us, if we're looking at positions, we have to keep in mind that we did support site-based budgeting. Master schedules are being done, and so information from school sites are still coming in. We're working on getting that information, and we can combine that with the report that you're asking to make sure that we get you as close to accurate information as possible as you make these decisions.
Great.
But again, and it's something that we've talked a couple times about. My understanding is that if we have a known separation and somebody who's been laid off who can fill that role, that person is recalled automatically at that point. Is this correct or is this not correct? Okay. Oh, okay. I apologize, Lamont. Yeah, maybe it's more a question for the general counsel.
I did. Yeah. Or someone did specifically ask Ms. Wazo at a previous meeting.
Yeah.
That if this happens, this net number comes up, that you will rescind, which would mean those 3 positions would be rescinded.
So this is my understanding. Again, is this is not a decision that comes back to the board. This happens automatically as part of the layoff process. So if there are, so I know it's the number is small, but I'm not understanding why those 3 are not recalled. What is the decision that has to be made in order to allow for that recall?
And we're basing this on it being, by every measure, budget neutral.
Yeah,
I understand if there was something budget sensitive
when
it's budget neutral.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will proceed and resend them.
Okay. My understanding is it's part of the legal process that we go through with layoffs and recalls, that when a known separation comes up and a qualified employee can be recalled to put in that position, that happens automatically, that's not something that the staff requires to come back to the board for approval.
Right.
I just want to be, is that correct?
I think the hesitation on this particular situation is we're still in a net deficit position from the administrative law judge's recension.
Okay.
So we haven't made those up yet. That's the only thing that has caused some hesitancy in this particular item. We're still in a net negative position.
Okay.
But just to add to that, I'm assuming that for the projected attrition, that will need to be brought to the board for approval, because it's not automatically, it's a projection, and we need to agree on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any more questions from Mr. Jackson?
The only additional report we have in terms of the April report for new hires, as you'll note on the PowerPoint, we've only hired 4 in April, 1 manager, 2 OTBS, and 1 para. So that's on a decline. We're not really hiring, obviously.
Got it?
Thank you.
All right, thanks you. Thanks very much. And then, Mr. Little, do we have a...
Is this the April? I would suggest maybe we don't need to go through the April report. I would suggest we don't need to go through the April report.
Just the last page, if you don't mind. The financial horizon, I'm trying to understand that, but I agree we only put the rest of it.
The last page, is that the will of the board?
Yeah.
The last page is really just looking at, one more. There we go. The risk list, such as it is today. So this is accounting for everything that wasn't budgeted for, obviously a second interim that we've been working through over the past few weeks. We continue to update and add to this and subtract from this list as things fall in and fall out.
A couple quick questions.
Sure.
Risk number 4, you have an amount there for the 11-12 school year, but there's nothing there for the 12-13 school year.
For which one?
Risk number 4.
Workers' comp premium change.
Oh, workers' comp. I believe that we have... That's a good question.
Okay.
I'll look into that one.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Then the next, then the next one. I mean, I'm trying to get this stuff. Okay, fuel savings for bail time modification.
Mm-hmm.
Are we modifying bails next year?
I think that was one of the
goals.
That was one of the savings options. I think from from the transportation group, and I think that the decision was we are not modifying bells or have not decided to do so. So it's a savings that's not realized.
Okay, maybe. Okay, say it to me again. So when I look at this, what I'm thinking is I'm looking at this, and you're saying that these are monies that we may have to. This is a risk that we may have. But then I just heard you saying that we may not have the bail modification.
So we had budgeted a certain amount of money of savings based on changing some bail schedules and shifting some busing routes around. So it was somewhere near $100,000. However, we're not changing the bail schedules, so the buses won't be shifted around, so those savings will not be realized at this point.
So it adds $100,000 to what they put in the previous budget.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Plan.
All right. So that, okay, our fire insurance is the same. Okay, SANDAP is the same both years. Now let's go to this number 9. Excess teachers. I'm still trying to understand how, if this year we've laid off teachers, so the excess power that we have this year is going to be gone June 30th. And next year we should only be bringing back the teachers that we need. If we only bringing back teachers that we need, how can we possibly have excess teachers?
So what's the 2.2?
The 2.2 is, I think this is a poor choice of words, but we're really focusing on the over-formula teachers. So every year we have a certain number of teachers that we add back into the classrooms for various reasons. And this year, I can't remember the exact number, I believe there was 40 of them. How many? 47. Thank you, 47. And so we just budgeted about half that number for next year, assuming that even though we have an excess pool of teachers that will work at placing...
No, well, wait a minute. Keep forgetting. We will not have an excess pool of teachers after June 30th. Maybe I'm not understanding. Okay. And please help me, because I'm just maybe not understanding very clearly. Because we did the layoffs, okay, whatever excess we have, those people should be gone, right? As we restore the teachers, we're only restoring teachers that we need. So it's hard for me to understand why we would have excess teachers, why we would have over-formula teachers, because we're only going to be hiring back what we need. We talk about the hiring piece, right? We got the hiring. We only hire back what we need.
So regarding the over-formula teachers, as you know, how it works is in the past we have not budgeted for over-formula teachers. So each year we're left with this unfunded cost that we have to plug into the budget at first interim. So there's a panel of retired administrators who looks at requests for, anomalous situations like split classes, right, combo classes, and principals ask for additional classroom support. I think this year we got
back what we need.
We're suggesting budgeting for the reality that there will be some over-formula teachers granted for next year and the year after.
I believe what the point is that we make a formula for the number of teachers. And in a district with 100 and some thousand kids and all these schools, and it is not possible to get it to come out exactly. That we're going to see, and yes, there'll be a lot of combo classes and different things, but there can be some situations where it's just impossible not to have, because of how the students are divided up, a teacher that is more than the calculated formula. If every kid was in the same school, in the same classroom, we would have exactly that. Just like we have 29 and a half kids in the classrooms. And I think it's, to me, why it should be there as a risk rather than expenditure is because there are going to be staff members and board members who are going to say, this is an intolerable situation to not have this teacher there because it makes an impossible situation.
And John, you've done a good job of describing it. You will have, and this has happened the last few years, that one grade age mismatch in a small elementary where unless you hire that one additional teacher or two, you could create a combo class arrangement in 4 out of 5 grades.
Right.
And it'll be an anomaly, but it'll happen.
But we've done that on occasion.
Well, we have hired an extra teacher on an exception basis to avoid that kind of all combo class school. We've had a few years in the past when we were more liberal in better fiscal times to have allowed for over-formula teachers, upwards of 70, 80, so on. We have, and as times have gotten much more stringent and the cost issues have become front and center, we have grown the number of combo classes across the district, well over 200, to preclude from hiring more over-formula teachers, but the answer won't be 0. It'll be as low as we can make it.
I guess that's my point. My point is I don't want people thinking, here's the ceiling for over-formula teachers, and we're going to hire, based upon $2.2 million, that rounds out to be whatever number it rounds out to be.
15 teachers.
15 teachers, and so therefore we're going to make sure we rehire 15 teachers. That's not what I want. What I would like for us to do is, as much as possible, we only hire back what we need. We don't want to start this over-formula teacher scenario again, because I knew about it. I knew how out of control it was, and that's why I'm talking about it, because a lot of the principals knew about it too, and how out of control it was and how inequitable it was across the district. And we don't want to go back to that time frame, especially now in a deficit.
Right.
Okay, so that's why I understand what it's about. I just want to make sure that people are hearing me very clear about the overperforming teacher and hiring people. Okay.
Thank you.
And then let's get to this number 12. Our hourlies. Okay, that has been one of the sticking points, especially for classified staff. Okay, and some others that we insert. We don't fill a position, and then we use a bunch of hourlies. So again, that needs to be. Because you have transportation, fuel there, and then hourly. And so I think those two should be broken out so we can see exactly what is fuel and what is hourly.
Yes. And I think in this case, hourly means substitutes. So it's not backfilling.
I understand what it means, but I'm just saying that is the problem. The problem is that you have the classified staff saying that rather than you giving us jobs, you're taking us out and then you're hiring substitutes to fill in. So, but I don't know how much you have for fuel versus the hourly. So.
I believe the fuel piece is about $1 million, right? Yeah, the fuel's about $1 million, so we're talking $200,000 adjustments in the out years.
So we may have, if we decrease busing, that decreases fuel, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
It's a risk in the other direction.
Okay, we've got one speaker on this item who once again has creatively found a way to speak to an agenda item, Anne Marie Haney.
Anne has sat through hours to do it, so she can say whatever she wants.
You can say whatever you want. Right. That's right.
How can it possibly be creative at this hour? I don't know. Should I bring this back another time? How can you listen to one more word of anything?
We have to return to closed session after this.
Yeah, we've got work.
Oh.
We're going to be here for a while. Go ahead, Anne Marie. Yeah.
It just gets more and more unbelievable, doesn't it? Well, as we know, the reason why you received national recognition for music education is because of the equity of having every elementary school have access to this part of the curriculum. So I did a little outline of what I now hear is being proposed, and I'll try to make it fast. At this point, it looks as though we may have 11 VAPA elementary instrumental music teachers next year, 11, for 119 schools. So they cannot go to 119 schools with only 11, and down below it explains how complicated that is. So that would be possibly maximum of 88 schools that could be served. And the instruction model, instead of teaching the children to play an instrument, would be, this is a trumpet, and you can do this with it and learn to read music and maybe some basic music education according to standards, very carefully adhering to the curriculum. 13 elementary instrumental music teachers now have seniority, but they're above the 11 because we had 28.4 FTE, I think it was. So those 13 people have to be placed somewhere, and so they will displace middle school and high school teachers. And those teachers were hired probably in 2007 when the reputation of this district was such that people came from other states and very outstanding programs, and we attracted them, and they have now resurrected programs in schools that had no music. So that's that last bullet. And unfortunately, all but 5 of our middle and high school music teachers got pink slips. And then many of the schools had no choral music already, as though an elementary teacher who teaches trumpet is then going to step into a high school and teach high school choir. And I was trying to think of a parallel to that with a math teacher who can teach third grade math and then goes in and teaches high school calculus because that teacher has a degree in math. I don't know if that's a good parallel. Anyway, the challenges of scheduling these teachers are outlined here by bullets, and here's this equity of access again. That's a big issue. Some schools have said maybe they would pay something and then they would have a teacher who would teach skill development at their school. This business of year-round and traditional calendars is a nightmare to coordinate. Oh, well, anyway, here it all is for you to read at your leisure. Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. I've never seen such a nightmare.
Thanks.
Oh, I don't mean just tonight.
I would agree. We would all agree. All right, now, item I3, can you please, whatever it is we absolutely need to know, because this is an information item, we can't even move to approve it. So can we just...
I have that item in here so I can read it.
Right. So, Superintendent, what is it we absolutely need to know about GASB Statement 54? Okay.
Bottom line is GASB is enhancing the reporting procedures, I won't go through the PowerPoint, for school districts and other government agencies so that the end users of audited financial statements can better understand all the set-asides and the ending fund balances. So they've created these new classifications for ending balances, and they've redefined some of the funds. So what's required from the board in the next couple weeks, we'll bring some policies forward with respect to how do we decide these funds are committed and restricted, these funds are assigned and restricted, these funds are not committed, these funds are kind of assigned but uncommitted, et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of what we do with our ending fund balance already, but it's formalizing it and putting it into policy and bringing some resolutions. And then there's a couple pieces about, they redefine the revenue funds such as adult ed and deferred maintenance. And what's required moving forward, according to GASB, is if you're going to have those special funds, those special revenue funds, adult ed and deferred maintenance, you should identify and reserve and commit funds, revenues for those funds at the beginning of each year. So to support our adult ed program, as we develop next year's budget, we would pull out how much revenue we anticipate giving them and restrict those for that purpose. And that's kind of the bottom line. So there'll just be different designations moving forward of ending balances.
Board Member Barnett loves that information.
Thank you, Mr. Little.
Eating it all
Yeah,
up.
please do not. That was actually very impressive. You're here 60 seconds. Okay, item I4 are we talking about here? The OE11, communicating with the board?
That was just information.
That was an informational item. So we're on to OE11, communicating with the board.
With exceptions.
I'll
put it with exceptions.
Are you
Communication
approving,
with the board with exceptions. I haven't seen all the exceptions, but
you're approving the staff recommendation?
with exceptions.
With the staff
With noted
exceptions.
exceptions.
Noted exceptions.
Yes.
Okay.
I second that. I read it, and it was great reading.
Any discussion? If not, please vote.
You got a red tag on that.
Okay, we have pulled some items from the consent.
Oh, yeah, I just do, can I do E7?
All right, E7.
Okay.
Yes.
E7, those was courses, and I apologize to the staff for not getting these to them. So I guess, can we get some clarification on, there's an English class SLIB 1 and 2, and Intro to Technology Services, and Expository Reading and Writing. And I said, what is the course number and the description that we're currently using in other high schools, because these were for specific schools. And I know that we already teach some of these things already. So I'm not understanding why we have to do this specifically for this particular school. So my question was, what are we using in other high schools? Okay. Then there was one for mathematics, and my concern for the mathematics one was whether or not what students will be put into these classes. Number one, will this new class offset the failures in other areas such as algebra, geometry? We haven't had the presentation on exactly how our high school students are doing in those courses, the geometry, the algebra 2, the trigonometry. And so my concern, because this is an IB course, and I put rather than a new course, what can we do to increase the passing rate of those that are already taking the traditional courses? Because my concern, I think with these was that you develop courses to put kids in that are kind of in the middle, and even though say this class is preparing them to take IB, it doesn't necessarily give them we go from algebra to geometry to algebra 2 to trig. Where does this fit into the picture? But more importantly, overall, I really like to see what our pass-fail rate is for the algebra that we're giving, whether it's 8th grade or 9th grade, geometry, algebra 2.
So we can get that information. What I'm understanding is you would like, with the mathematics, the pre-classes, the support classes that come prior to this 11th 12th grade course for the IB program in mathematics, and in English you would like the similar course at another school.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
We can get that to you.
Thank you very much.
Can I chime in on that? Because I read that with a great deal of interest along the same lines. And I noticed the last sentence, it says the courses meet the Mathematics C subject area requirements for A through G requirements for UC-CSU admission. Typically, however, math support classes are an elective credit, and they're that class typically for the most support for student learning is taken in tandem to the core curriculum class. So then that student would have the support class, second period, and then the core class maybe fifth period. So that in the support class they would be going over foundational skills and more practice, more review, more one-on-one time, and things like that for students that need that extra support in order to pass the core mathematics curriculum class. So one of the questions that I kind of had when I looked at this is, as we push the IB program, and I know we all support the IB program, and that's great. This is an IB class. So would the teachers have to go to Hawaii to get the IB training? Or is there any way that we could ask the IB program to do the training in San Diego?
We're certainly exploring that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you guys want to wait for these answers to come back before we approve this item, or do you want to make a motion with the understanding that staff will come back?
I don't mind passing it on. I'm not sure about adding on extra course.
My recommendation, my recommendation would be to approve.
Okay. I am not sure when we add on extra courses that we already have. And so I would say the ones that are brand new, yes, but expository reading and writing, I know that cannot be brand new. I can't believe we're not teaching that already somewhere in this district. Why would we have to have a different number for a different school? Maybe I just read that wrong. I could have, I read it,
Are you referring to the pilot?
Yes, it's a pilot at a school. But if we already are teaching expository reading and writing, why would we need to have a pilot?
The expository writing class is being added to another school. It was only specific sites that were approved, and so more sites want to now add that course.
Okay, I just want to understand this very clearly. So you tell me that right now in the district at our size, we only have expository reading and writing at a couple of schools?
I don't recall the number, but some of the courses are only
I see your head going like this, so okay. So rather than, will this expand it to make it available for all schools then?
The current expository class that is here is for Crawford, and it is for students who have not passed the EAP course that is taken in 11th grade. And so it's a 12th grade course that includes expository writing, and we currently do not have it district-wide. We can get you the names of the schools that currently do have expository.
Okay.
If you would like.
I don't want to be late because I know it's very late. The concern that I have is that I believe we really have to teach our core subjects and teach them well. I get concerned when we start breaking off, having a course here that fits a certain group of students and a course here that fits a certain group of students. I think all of our students should be held to the same high caliber. So I guess my question about this is, do we have expository reading and writing in our unified school district? And if we do, why don't we use it consistently across the district rather than having a pilot here for something that is modified, maybe watered down? I think we should have the same high standards across the district. And if you tell me that we don't have expository reading and writing at Scripps Ranch, I would be shocked. We don't? Every Supes are here. Do you have expository writing in La Jolla, Scripps Ranch, Mira Mesa? Universities. Well, why are we doing a pilot at Crawford? Why can't we use the same course to...
It's the same course, it's not a pilot. It would be an expansion of the number of schools.
Exactly.
Why don't we expand it? I think that's my point. Why don't we just expand it?
I can share that if you are not offering that course at a campus, then you do not want that on your transcript, because when they're looking at the college admissions, they look to see, are you taking the most rigorous course? If you are not, you are dinged in the college admission process. So as a result, we have, as the two area superintendents mentioned, a core group of high schools that offer that particular class. As we expand it, we are now putting on here that other schools are having that expository class, which is an A through G course.
So I guess my question is, we are expanding the same course across the district. That's
Yes.
what I want to hear.
Yes.
What I don't want to hear, because when you keep saying pilot, that means to me that you're doing something new and different and a little bit smaller. And so when I look at a transcript from University City, La Jolla, Scripps Ranch, if it says expository reading and writing, it has the same course number. It doesn't say 521 here and 521A or 521B someplace else. It should be the exact same rigorous course. That's what I expect for the people at Crawford to be getting, not some watered-down pilot, want to try out something.
And one of the things about that particular course is, so when students take the EAP as part of their 11th grade CST, they get information back that says you either passed or you did not. And what that means is that when they go then to the CSU system, they're not required to take a remedial English class. They've met the minimum standard. So the university prepared the expository course. It's been developed by university professors. It's a pretty standard curriculum across the county, in fact, across the state. Ours was developed in conjunction with San Diego State University. And so the materials, there are some options of which specific materials you use, but the course is the same. And our ICC process that we have in place here in our district, they actually approve it for the school, not for the district. Right. And that is something that we are working on changing.
And currently about 21% of our students pass in 11th grade. So we have a large gap that we are working to support with this 12th grade course.
Okay, so a couple of things that I would say. What I just heard was that we approve courses by school, not by district. Right?
But that's something that
they're working on it. And so I think that needs to be brought back to us as how they're implementing that across the district. I will move that we approve these, but the information I asked for, that you bring it back.
Second.
Okay,
we got a motion and a second to approve E7. Any further discussion? No. If not, please vote. Okay, E9.
That was not mine.
E9 is an agreement with Pangea Foundation to provide management services to pay subcontractors. This year we spent almost $1 million during the 2011 school year for the similar services. And this only affects a couple of schools, Madison, Morse, Kearney, and San Diego. That's it. And it's just kind of interesting as I was reading this over, because I'm very interested in after-school program providers, and because we've had a couple of after-school program providers this year that have been let go by principals at two different schools that I know of. And those are just that I know of. And so as we're looking to find opportunities to close the achievement gap and provide more academic support for students, I thought maybe this was an agreement of a contractor, nonprofit, to provide support, after-school services. But then I read it a little bit closer, and it's not. This is almost $1 million this school year just for a middleman. So what it says here is for the management services of payment processing for the independent contractors involved in the after-school programs. So what do we have an accounting department that can pay? How come we can't pay those independent contractors directly? Why do we need almost $1 million contract in the 2010-2011 year to do that for just 4 schools? And so I just have a lot of questions about this. And then also to the extent that why do we need to approve the expenditures if we haven't approved contracts for these high schools for next year?
Mr. Lesher. Oh, right. That was a whole list of questions. We'll try and get to each one in order. You're looking at 21st century grant programs that's specific to high school. You're looking at what's called Cohort 4. Cohort 4 is moving into its last year. The reason why 4 schools sit on Cohort 4 is that those are the 4 schools that applied in that cohort. There's Cohort 5 for other schools that are looking at that as well. The amount that you're seeing of about $930,000, approximately 10% of that goes to processing. The rest goes to the contractors to provide it. The reason why contractors were brought in is during the first year and second year of the grant, when just working in school site entities, we were only able to meet 25% of target ADA, which means we were going to eventually be sending money back on the grant. We brought contractors in. We were now able to reach 85% of that target ADA. In the third year of the grant, we did not meet target ADA. The state did come in and remove the funds for those school sites. We were then able, in the beginning of this year, to demonstrate that we could meet target ADA. We were able to recover $231,000 of those funds for those particular school sites. Does that answer the first part of your question?
So you're telling me that before we had this management services payment processing company come in, we paid them, and it says here $973,000. Now this is separate. This is separate from the money that we pay for the after-school program service providers, right?
The way things are divided out inside of that's not actually accurate. Part of the money is sent to a private contractor. Part of the funds are sent to the school. Of the 930 that you're looking at, 10% goes to Pangea.
973.
Thank you. 973 go to Pangea, of which they take a 10% amount for processing and doing all the contracts.
10%?
Correct. The rest go out to the actual contractors that are providing student services.
Have we ever offered that out on an RFP? Because I know firsthand there's another service provider that charges 3%.
We have offered that on other RFPs, and actually we explored different service providers during the course of the year. So most recently we looked at a new service provider for Mission Bay High School.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so have we taken but Mission Bay High School isn't what is item E9.
No, Mission Bay High School is
item E9 is Madison, Morse, Kearney, and San Diego. So have we put these 4 schools out on an RFP to get a service provider that will make sure more of that money goes to the after-school program?
We can provide you a date of the last RFP that was provided for that. Again,
do you know how long ago that was?
Again, I can provide you a date at a separate time for that. I would have to look that up for you.
Okay. And then what kind of after-school program service provider does the Pangea then go on to provide the service for?
Absolutely. There's a variety of partners. We offer at each school site over 100 different programs after school.
So which ones are at Madison, Morse, Kearney, and San Diego High?
I would not presume to have a list of 100 providers per school memorized.
Aren't most of them just YMCA, and what are the other 2 major after-school service providers? Say.
I'm losing my ability to press.
Sorry.
Say San Diego is
Say
one of them.
is one of the main ones.
YMCA is the main one. These are for middle. For the high school, there are different providers.
You're talking about 21st century asset for high schools, not ACEs for middle. So for assets for high school, it's working a little differently. There's a variety of partners.
Kearney has an outside provider.
Well, can you pull this item and bring us a list and tell us how many students are in there?
Well, I can bring you the information on the items for students that are there. For students that are there, it's 1,280 per day being served. If we pull the item, there will not be funding to continue that for the remainder of the year. The item that you would pull, the money that you would pull from that would not collect the ADA, so you would be sending that money back to the state of California.
Okay, so let me go back to one thing that I said earlier, and I think we just kind of got away from it because we have a whole new board, is don't bring things at the last minute for us to approve. Because this is set to expire on June 1st. So that means that and somebody just slid it, and because it's late, I get on my game, okay? And my game is this, is that when you want something done very quickly, slide it on the consent agenda so we don't even notice it. And then when we pull it, you say you can't pull it because if you pull it, we're going to lose a whole bunch of money. Been down that road too many times. That's the problem sometimes with staff. You know, nothing personal, but now someone has a question, which your answer gave me more questions to ask. And so now you're saying, well, Ms. Jackson, Mr. Beiser, I don't care what you guys want to do, but you can't pull it. If you pull it, we're going to lose a whole bunch of money.
We have a meeting on May 31st.
We sure do. So let's pull it till then.
I move that we table it until the May 31st meeting.
There you go.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, you got it.
Sean, does that work for you in the timing of this if we come back?
Well, I would defer. Does that mean suspension of the services immediately?
May 31st is the meeting at Ballard Center for clusters.
Right. Yeah. Because this is from 1 June to September 30th, because I don't know what they're going to be doing from 1 June to September 30th. Yes, ma'am.
Spend $1 million. Let's make sure we're doing it.
Well, it's not $1 million. It's an addition.
I'm Virginia Davis, and I've been managing the after-school high school grant for the last 5 years. Clarification purposes, the $973,000, out of that, 10% is what Pangea gets. But there are several contractors underneath, which is Champions Organization for High School and Rescue. They are targeting and trained to be able to handle the high school level. They run over 100 different activities in 2 weeks to 12-week intervals. We have to turn them over that fast for the high school students to be able to attend. The ADA that I need to draw is 1,280 a day times 180 days. So when you're looking at the 973, very little is going to the processing. All those funds are direct services out to the students and to the contractors for activities that range from 2 to 12 weeks in services.
Right, and to what extent is the after-school program at these 4 high schools academic support for targeted subgroups, EL, BB, and FBB students?
Mandatory components of the grants are that you have to have academics, we have to have enrichment, and we have to have family literacy. Out of the grant award amount, and when you say 4 sites, it's actually awarded to 12 sites. Kearney and San Diego High are looked at individual small schools, so we have over $1 million just at those campuses there. And so what we have to academics is serve and enrichment.
Right.
The grant award amount is only about 40% goes to the contractor. The remaining of the funds stay with the site, and the principals are using that for academic purposes.
So the academic support that kids at Morris High School are getting, what kind of impact has that been having on the school the last couple of years in terms of their levels of student learning?
Credit recovery. We've made a significant impact to be able to offer credit recovery for there at Morris, and it covers through the other campuses also.
Okay. So what I'm getting at here is that we really, as a school district, have to look at our after-school programs next year. We have to make sure that the after-school programs are much more academic support to close the achievement gap, because there are schools around the United States that have used their after-school programs to come out of program improvement, to close the achievement gap, to support their subgroups, to support their EL students, to get kids with Ds and Fs off of the DNF Dean list, and provide mandatory after school for kids with Ds and Fs or that meet these criteria. And so when I look at this proposal and I read it and I realize, oh my gosh, we've got to do something because this is due June 1st, that doesn't really give us, as board members, the time to really ask some questions about what are the parameters for these after-school service providers. Do we want to change what we're asking of them? Nellie had shared with me that we have a couple principals in our school district that have just recently, in the middle of the year, fired their after-school support providers. And that raises some red flags and dings some pretty loud alarm bells for me as a board member over a school district, in that, why were those after-school programs let go in the middle of the school year? And, what do we want the after-school program to look like going forward next year? And how is that going to help us accomplish our goals to improve student learning and close the achievement gap, especially for the kids at Madison, Morse, Kearney, and San Diego? Thank you.
Member Biles, that's an excellent point. To the last round of interviews of vendors, questions were raised that had not been raised before, in particular to academics. What proven methods do you have for raising student achievement in the field of CASI support inside of CSTs? How do you go about collecting metrics with the school sites and targeting your programs for those areas of standards deficiency? New questions were introduced, actually, and we have been out to see other districts to see how they're doing it as well, including a district not far from here.
Okay, so again, I ask, is there what information are we going to get back on the 31st that we don't have tonight?
We're going to get a specific list of what activities are being offered through each of the various vendors from per site
and is there any risk of delaying our action on this until the 31st?
No services tomorrow? Or? Right. Yeah. Suspension of services.
What do you mean suspension of services? Kevin, can I ask the staff? So, what do you mean, Sean?
Suspension of services, I have no answer to that.
What would happen is that currently right now we have the contractors, because we got bumped, we had them all set to end on May 25th. Friday before we go on the holiday. So we were ready to veer up again on June the 1st. So that's where we were at.
So contractors won't start on June 1st if you vote on May 31st.
Right. And
I'm going to make a motion to approve this.
I'll second.
Motion. We've got a motion and a second.
Well, there was already a motion second, so we need to either withdraw it or vote.
Was that actually a motion and a second? Okay. We had a motion. I'll take it as a second to table to May 31st. All in favor?
For table.
To table to May 31st. Yes, that's the motion. To continue to May 31st.
Continue to May 31st. And so I just want to... So what you're saying is that if we continue it to May 31st and we approve it on May 31st, the vendors can't, because this starts on the 1st of June. So they won't be in place the 1st of June?
We want to keep the momentum going that we had. Well, we had to slow down a little and keep the momentum going. We end June 30th, and then July 1st we start another contract, so we want...
This is June 1st. This says June 1st, next week.
Yeah, they'll ramp up the week of June 1st. You'll lose the remainder of your school year.
Why are we losing it? Haven't we already paid to the end of this year?
No. Again, these are funds that were recovered from the state to carry us through the end of the school year. So when we came into the first part of the year, we did not have these funds. These are funds that were recovered.
Call the question.
Yes, so the question is, the motion is to table this to May 31st with a second. Please vote. Okay, that motion fails. Now we've got a motion to approve this item E9 with a second. Can we clear the board? Cheryl, sorry. Oh, okay, okay, please vote on that motion. Okay, motion passes. Item E26.
We still want that information. Right. We still need that information. And don't do this last minute thing again.
I pulled E26, and you're lucky. I was going to pull the E25 about the chicken purchases. Because do you know we're going to spend $560,000 in chicken?
We got a lot of kids this year. We got a lot of kids.
Chicken products, right? Or chicken.
Chicken products. Yeah.
All right.
The item 26 is I-21 money to buy stools for stools, S-T-O-O-L-S, table stools. Stool for, I guess, people to be at a table and compute. I would like to. I'd like to not support this and recommend that we take the money, the $144,000, and put it into a newly created reserve for I-21 sustainability. But I guess so. Basically, it'd give us 500 computers that we can sustain. So I don't want to spend $143,000 on stools of I-21 money. So I'll recommend. I guess we can't do the reserve thing tonight. It'd have to be on a separate agenda. So I would recommend. I would move we do not approve this.
We have a second to that motion? We do not. Do we have a motion to approve E26?
Can I have a question? It's just, when it gets late, you get kind of loopy. Okay, so I speak for myself. My cell phone, I get kind of loopy. Mr. Darrell, you're turning the fire here tonight.
Lucky Darrell.
Okay, so my question would be, right now in most of the classrooms, they do have, they've purchased, stools for the teachers to be able to sit up front to use, the equipment. I mean, they have the desk, and then most of them do have some type of stools. So are you just blanketly buying a bunch of stools, or are we just going to buy the ones that, because I mean, if you're telling me that we need to purchase all new stools, I can't agree with that. Maybe some classrooms that don't have presentation.
Last year too, there's 1,100 stools.
So, if I can just explain, the part of the suite includes an adjustable table for the teacher's document camera and laptop. This stool is actually adjustable to go up and down with that table. To my knowledge, prior to I-21 and equipping them this way, we had not had these adjustable stools, and so the stools and the table have been purchased for each of the classrooms, and we are blanketly purchasing them, but I don't believe we have those in the classrooms prior to this. So it was part of a set and part of a design of the overall I-21 experience.
So it sounds like there's an ergonomic advantage in terms of the teacher being able to sit higher and lower.
There is.
The table.
When the teacher can adjust their table down to a level where the students can actually come up to it, the teacher also can adjust the stool down to that same level. They can turn that table back up into a level where they're comfortably speaking, either standing or sitting at the stool at a much higher level.
So this is beneficial to short people and tall people.
That's just me.
That's why you and I are going to vote for it.
I move that we accept staff recommendation.
Okay. Second. All in favor? Okay, item E43. Who pulled E43?
Me, a product of the BITSA program. BITSA was created to address a very serious problem of new teachers not getting support, and the realization that, according to some numbers, there are a lot of teachers that turn over in the first 5 years of teaching. And anybody in business or education realizes that when an organization has 40, 50% attrition within the first couple of years, that's very expensive. Because all the money that you put into professional development, to the hiring process, to support, all that money is gone, and you've got to start all over again with a brand new teacher. This is such an effective program. Teachers that go through and complete the BITSA program not only learn very valuable strategies in the classroom to be effective at improving student learning, and there's just so many things about the BITSA program that the state of California gives us money just for BITSA. Now, in light of the budget crisis, they said, okay, well, you can spend the BITSA money however you want. So we moved our BITSA money into other accounts. We played this financial shell game. Realizing and recognizing the value in a BITSA program for new teachers, this motion is an attempt to resuscitate the BITSA program. However, we're going to say that teachers have to pay for it now. And I think that we ought to just take the money that the state of California is giving us to support this very valuable teacher training program. And I think that we should, if we feel that we want to try to minimize, reduce turnover with teachers and provide the support so that they can be effective. I mean, if we want to improve student learning, we need to make sure that we're giving our teachers the support and the professional development they need to be successful. So I would move that we really take a look at this and see if there's any opportunity to offset the $500,000 so that we can provide BITS. If BITS is something that we believe in as a tool to help improve instruction in the classroom, I really think we as a district need to look at it. And I read through here, we don't have to act by June 1st. Okay, so we can, go back and do some consultation and look at it and see if there's opportunities to provide the support.
So you want to table this?
I move to table.
I can support that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've got a motion and a second. All in favor? Okay. John abstains from tabling the bits of...
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Do the count.
All right.
Okay.
Motion passes with 4 votes.
Man, it's late.
Okay, we've got several public speakers.
Mr. Barrera, 1 second. Did we not pull 19 and 27 so Joni could speak to them?
We didn't pull them. She spoke to them.
So we voted?
Approved them.
Yeah, we approved them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Okay, David Fernandez, Joe Demopoulos, Rafael Sanchez, Nicole Zanchetta.
Where's my list?
How many minutes do I get?
Just talk, David. We'll
Thank
stop
you. David Fernandez, California School Employees Association. In my spare time of not working for CSCA, I also sit on the California Schools VIBA board. And tonight I just wanted to introduce Christopher Dick, who is one of our partners with United Healthcare. And I just want to briefly bring the board up to speed on a couple things on our health and welfare benefits. We did not have a health and welfare committee meeting in May, but back in April it was established during that meeting that the cost of the health and welfare benefit plan compared to last year was only an increase of 0.1%, not even 1% at the time. And I know the school district budgeted for the 2010-2011 close to about 8.5% to 9% in an increase in health and welfare benefits. With our partnership with United Healthcare and our partnership with Kaiser and our partnership with McGregor and Associates, who is the administrator of VIBA, and some of the hard decisions that we've made as bargaining units of coming and creating different health plans to fill those needs. And I know there's a lot of ops in the paper and whatnot of what we're not doing, and I think a lot of things get missed of what we are doing. And I just wanted to pass it over to Chris and have Chris say something real quick.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Dick. I'm the Director of Public Sector Accounts with United Healthcare. I just wanted to come this evening and commend you for having the courage to try something different in the healthcare community and actually changing the way that healthcare is provided in San Diego. Going and pursuing this method with the tiered networks has actually changed the way that providers are working with your employees as well as with us. They're coming to the table to find better ways to produce higher quality and also to reduce cost. We've had several of them approach us to try to get into to lower their costs to get into different tiers. So you guys took a risk. The risk is paying off. It is a long-term view of healthcare. It's not short-term, so it's working. It's stable, and I commend you for taking that risk. And what is happening in San Diego is now going to be rolled out to the rest of California. So I commend you for that.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing David, and thank you for waiting and bringing that forward. I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, Joe Demopoulos, Rafael Sanchez, Nicole Zanchetta, Kanatha Poitz Sr., Morris Dye. Yeah, but it's a different issue. Oh, no, I guess it's the same issue.
Hi, my
my name is Kanatha Pite Sr., and I'm a parent at Fulton K-8. I'm here because Fulton K-8 is heading towards a third principal panel. In February, I informed the board that the first panel, which I was a member of, had been tainted by certain educators and staff, even going so far as to have a parent volunteer for the panel and then not show up for any part of the process. Because the results showed an apparent prejudice towards the interim principal, Ms. Kirkland, we were informed the process would be deemed invalid and the process would have to be redone at a later date. This is when parents, including myself, began collecting signatures from our stakeholders, parents, voters, call us what you want. We gathered a total of 173 signatures of parents in favor of Ms. Kirkland remaining at as our principal. Most of these parents have multiple children at Fulton. I myself have 4 children at Fulton. Can you tell me why you have chosen to ignore the 173 stakeholders? The second panel scoring led to Ms. Kirkland receiving the recommendation for the principal position at our school. Shortly thereafter, I sat and watched as 6 educators and staff, 4 of which were on the first panel, stood before the board and lied about several things. They also requested an investigation into the second panel. We as parents and stakeholders request an investigation into why the second decision was ignored.
Okay, thank you. All right, Julie Ashton Gray, Ziv Go. Julie.
Thank you, yeah. And thank you for staying, everyone that's still here in the room. We appreciate
Absolutely.
it. We know it's late. Thank you.
I know. I can't believe I stayed. I was just on my way out, and I thought if I waited all this time. But my name is Julie Ashton Gray. I'm principal of McKinley Elementary, one of the IB authorized schools in San Diego. And we didn't get on the first public testimony, and I had parents and students here, so I dedicated to my school. I just wanted to stay and thank you, first of all, for everything you're doing. I think anytime you have a public speaker, you should have them wait the entire board meeting, then stand up and talk, because it is sobering and humbling what you're trying to deal with. And I know you have a lot of people coming and asking to support their programs, and they're all good programs. And I had about 30 parents and students and staff at the rally at Balboa Park to really give Sacramento a strong message that they need to provide sufficient funding for our schools because of the worthy programs that we have, including the IB program. So on behalf of McKinley and Jefferson, whose principal had to leave, and our families, just like you to continue, if there is any restoration, to provide support to our programs. They've made a difference. They're bringing kids back to our schools, keeping kids in our schools, which is also revenue. So thank you.
Julie, what was the turnout tonight at the rally? What would you say?
Sandy said from McKinley about 30 parents, and she said it was about 300 to 400
wow, that's
people.
Terrific. That's great.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Julie. Ziv Go, Sunny Burton.
Oh, they're all McKinley. They're not
all the McKinley people are. Yeah. Is there anybody who's filled out a speaker slip who's still here? Yes, Pat Washington. All right. All right.
Everyone, good evening.
Good evening.
I commend you for being here this late. Working so hard. I actually had some parents here as well. I'm Pat Washington. I'm the secretary for the Lincoln Morris Cluster Action Committee, and we have about 20 people in our committee that has been meeting in subgroups with different board members and the superintendent, and we have been gathering signatures. I'm getting nervous because I don't know when to tell the team to stop gathering signatures, so I thought I'd better bring some of the ones we have already collected. So what we have are letters signed by community members, by parents at our different schools in the Lincoln Morris Cluster, by members of the clergy, you name it. The people in the community-based reform model that are the heart of the Lincoln Morris Cluster have signed petitions. I realized later tonight I should have put them in little brown folders, but I didn't. So what I have are the set of originals that one person should get, and then I have copies for the other 5. So, Cheryl, I'll give them all to you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Pat.
I didn't tell you what the petition's about. I want to keep Our committee believes that the community-based reform model is working in the Lincoln Morris cluster, and we want to retain the cluster as it is, including our area superintendent and our assistant superintendent. That's what they're about. So we have people that have signed letters and petitions, lots of them, and we're still gathering more. I'll be back, or somebody will be back. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Pat. Okay, thank you, everybody, for sticking around. We are adjourned to closed session.